Hi, kids. That's what she's doing. Speaking of the devil. Oh, speaking of the devil. All right. Morning. Hey, Margaret, we love us, you too. I'm gonna send a link to my parents.
That's it for now. CPC, I love you. I saw my son, my family.
Yeah, that's my. Yes,
Something by
Hey, how are you?
Yeah.
Make sure that. Yeah. Okay, okay. These are all. 90%. Uh, where are?
They will be.
Um.
If you wanna hide too at any point.
Yeah, exactly. Part of me is like, if I sit here, people out here and ask me questions.
Oh, I see, I see.
They go up there and strong.
Great.
So that's good at least, right? Was there a worry about not? And or dealt with a president.
Really, thing. Yeah.
Encroachment and stop this or Tim. I sent it to Ricky. So I'll just go. Fence encroachment is stuff. Data center, high vision. It's basically just saying, our fence goes up your property, but you're gonna leave it, right? It's like goes. Put or two over it. That's a park. It's behind the house next to a park. They have a fence that goes this like.
Saw.
The property section, like all parks. Chip. And it's down like. The best of the fence.
Yeah.
Right, I like it. Do anything that's. You certainly maintain them.
It's very, for them.
It's possible they're not going to find it out. But it would be like it's on our-
Hey, how's it going, bud?
So sad.
When you do that. So. I said, it's up.
Shauna. We're talking about, you could sit there and change your thing.
Yeah.
There you go.
As soon as he changes the screen.
What's that?
So as soon as he changes the screen, hopefully that'll indicate the requirements.
All right, that means we're ready to go. Okay. Wow, this is great. Glad to see everybody today. Good morning. Welcome to the August 5th, 2026 City Planning Commission meeting. Have to admit, the polls yesterday were very successful for Kansas City. I think everything passed with a great margin, so congratulations. The commissioners look forward to hearing your case. As we understand, every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all of the docketed items individually with the attention they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. Our meeting will follow the advertised docket and we'll hear the cases in the order they are listed, beginning with the consent agenda, followed by the regular docketed items. Today, we do have another twist in our meeting today, where we have placed a starting time on docket item number 10. No action will be taken on that or testimony until 1 o'clock. The commissioners believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is virtual and recorded, we have time limits for the cases we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations, up to 20 minutes for the applicant, plus any questions by the commissioners. When we move to public comment, we will call on those who have joined us here in person, followed by those who have joined us virtually. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes, especially when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or a larger group. Please be brief and limit repetitive comments. I mean, if you got something that the person before you stated and you agree with that, just say, hey, I agree with the person before me on the same issues. I do keep score on all public comments, especially with items that are stated. So you don't have to repeat all of that, so we can all save a little bit of time, hopefully. Those of you who are joining us virtually, please be ready to go when it's your turn to speak. Have your video camera turned on and your screen name correctly displayed. This helps us make sure we get your testimony for the record. And I think that's all for that. And as we get started, I ask for staff to provide any other rules we have so we can conduct this meeting to ensure minimal disruption and maximum clarity. So Sarah.
All right, good morning. I will describe the testimony procedures for today's hybrid meeting. First, for those joining us today online, please know that there are 2 categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a member of the public who would like to testify regarding a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know you would like to speak. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request to speak on a case. You will need to accept the promotion to panelist in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic. You will reconnect shortly. If you are calling in on a phone line, your screen name appears as your phone number. You can raise your hand to speak when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. When you are promoted to panelist, the chair would like for you to turn on your camera so that the commission can see you when it is your time to speak. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. When you are called upon, you will be able to share your screen to display exhibits. The chat box is only for questions about the agenda. The merits of each case are not to be discussed in the chat box. For everyone joining us today in person, applicants may be seated at the center desk when the case is announced. Members of the public who would like to speak may approach the microphone on the podium when the chair calls for public testimony. If you are familiar with the City Council's public comment card system, please note that CPC does not use comment cards. People who wish to testify will be heard in the order that they arrive at the microphone. You may form a line at the podium when the chair calls for public testimony. If you are here in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. We ask that you silence or keep on mute all of your electronic devices and be quiet when entering and exiting the hearing room. As the chair said, the commission has established time limits for all testimony during the meeting. You'll be given 2 minutes to testify when speaking as an individual, or 5 minutes if you represent an organization such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. Those are all of our procedures.
Okay, thank you. Just want to note that we have 5 commissioners here. We have one Commissioner Forbes joining us online and the other 2 are absent as of right now. One might join us later. Okay, let's go ahead and start with the consent agenda items, please.
There are 2 items on the consent docket. Item C1 is case CLD Final Plat 2025-27, a request to approve a final plat in District M3-5, creating 1 lot on about 38 acres generally located at the northwest corner of Highway 210 and North Arlington Avenue. Staff recommends approval with conditions. And item C2 is case CLD Final Plat 2026-8, a request to approve a final plat in District R5 on about 7.6 acres generally located at the southeast corner of Northwest Berry Road and North Childress Avenue, creating 30 lots and 3 tracts for a residential development. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners regarding docket item C1 or C2? Commissioner Forbes, anything?
For me.
Okay, this time we'll open it up for public testimony. If anybody would like to speak regarding docket item C1 or C2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, we'll close public testimony on that and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Corral, I move to approve consent docket items C1 and C2 with conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for docket item, for approval of docket items C1 and C2. Can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Crown,
Oh, aye. I'm not used to being first, I mean, with the C.
Enders,
Aye.
Forbes,
Can't hear you. Just give us a thumbs up if you don't mind, or down. Okay, he said aye.
Essick,
Aye.
Morale,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye. All right, looks like the motion passes for those consent agenda items. Let's move on to our regular docketed items, beginning with those that are looking to be continued to a future date or time.
Our continuances begin with docket item number 11, case CD SUP 2026-33, a request to approve a special use permit to allow an automotive dismantling business to operate in an M3-5 zoning district on about 0.726 acres generally located at 1012 Woodsweather Road. Staff recommends continuance without fee to September 2nd. This is a change from the printed docket, September 2nd instead of the 19th. Docket item number 12 is case CD CPC 2026-57, a request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved development plan in District B4-5 to allow for the expansion of a self-storage facility on about 6.7 acres generally located at the northwest corner of Northwest Prairie View Road and Northwest Donovan Drive. Staff recommends continuance without fee to August 19th. Docket item number 13 is case CD SUP 2025-39, a request to approve a special use permit to allow for used vehicular sales in District B3-2 on about 0.6 acres generally located at the southeast corner of East Bannister Road and Holmes Road. Staff recommends continuance without fee to August 19th.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of docket items 11, 12, or 13? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to discuss the continuance of docket items 11, 12, or 13, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, with that, we'll close public testimony and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Corral, I move to continue docket item 11 without fee to September 2nd and docket items 12 and 13 as stated in the docket.
Second.
Motion and a second for continuance of those 3 docketed items. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Crown,
Yes.
Enders,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Essick,
Aye.
Morale,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes. All right, with that, let's move back to docket item number 1, please.
Docket item number 1 is case CD CPC 2026-100, a request to approve a rezoning from districts UR, B4-5, and M1-5, and approving an associated development plan Also serving as a preliminary plat for a ballpark district on about 90 acres, generally located south of Pershing Road, west of Gillum Road, north of East 22nd Street, and east of Main Street. Genevieve Consmith is the staff planner for this item.
Good morning, commissioners. One moment while I share my screen. Okay. As stated before you, we have docket item number 1, which is a rezoning to UR for the Royals Crown Center Ballpark District. Subject site is located just south of the downtown loop in the Crown Center area. And here's the outline of the proposed district. It's about 68 acres, a handful of parcels, as you can see. And then I have 3 parcels X'd out here that are not included in this rezoning, so they will retain their existing zoning, and that would be the Santa Fe Place condos, San Francisco Tower, and then the Union Office Building with Shook Hardy in it. So showing what we received from the applicant submittal. This is looking at the existing parcels and buildings. Since this is a large district with a lot of existing buildings, it's important to have the baseline information of how large the buildings are so that we can adequately apply our amendment criteria should the plan change over time. And then I just want to reiterate to everyone that this rezoning to UR is only looking at the land use plan. It is not considering any type of incentives or financial aspects of this project. So here we have the north portion of the site, which does swing up into McGee, up to 22nd Street, and then down into the Crown Center area where you have the Westin Hotel. And then further south with Hallmark's existing buildings, a few surface parking lots, and we have Grand Boulevard running sort of through the middle diagonally. And then the southern boundary being East 27th Street. Also submitted with this set is the proposal for moving forward. And so the entire district has been separated into some project areas, and these project areas then were identified with their existing building square footage and then proposed into the future. Just broadly speaking, as we know, with a large district, development takes time and things are subject to change. But looking first at this project area 1, which is in the center on the eastern side where Pershing turns into Gillum Road. We have the proposed stadium for the Royals. And then around that will be complemented by still the existing buildings and pedestrian plaza spaces. And then here, just looking a closer look at our legend, we have a couple of different color breakdowns. Again, just because this is all very speculative into the future around the stadium, what will best support that. So the blue is signifying existing buildings that are expected to remain and be reused and renovated. And then orange, new buildings, yellow. We have existing buildings that are integrated with these pedestrian plaza spaces. And then this sort of pink hatching will be those new sort of open pedestrian plaza spaces. Again, really focused around the stadium area. And then along with this plan, we have some uses. So the proposed uses allowed are everything in the B4 zoning district, with the exception of the list of prohibited uses provided. And these are fairly standard prohibited uses we see on plans, especially within the downtown area. And then general notes, this is just a lot of writing that the planners will look at as the eventual final plans come in later on. We have an approximate timeline, so we know when each of these areas may be expected to come in for development. And then some requested deviations to the lighting code, loading and maneuvering in the right-of-way, and the boulevard and parkway standards. As this district, uniquely, we have three boulevards. We have Grand Boulevard, Pershing, and Gillum, which are all designated boulevards and subject to 88-323. And then aside from the plan, we also reviewed the proposed design guidelines, which is also fairly common for planned districts so that we can ensure cohesive development over time as it comes in. And these guidelines are related to building placement, building materials, the public feel, pedestrian scale, things of that nature. And then each of the areas as they come in for development or renovation of those existing buildings, staff will be reviewing those UR final plans against this set of guidelines, again, for that cohesive development. There was testimony received for this application. There wasn't very much attached to the staff report. I received, as of yesterday, 63 additional letters in support of this project that are posted on Compass KC, and also a few this morning. So again, that differs from what was in your staff report. And then as another supplemental document, there was a transportation evaluation, which is really kind of the first step of looking high level at the information showing where and how visitors may come to the site, which direction they're coming from, what sort of facilities they'll be using, and just to get a starting point of how to consider traffic for this area. And as you can see, there's a step-by-step evaluation process here. So there has not been a formal traffic study with this application, but I know the applicants are working diligently with the Public Works Department to get to that traffic study, and will be reviewed and approved. The project continues on. And then lastly here, I just have some street view images of the subject site. So we have the view looking towards the proposed district from Gillum. If you're traveling south, you're going up that hill with the triangle. And then we're going counter or clockwise around the site here. So moving up that hill on Gillum. And this is where that project area 1 will be located, the stadium, to work with that grade change. And then this is on the south portion of the site. There's some existing surface parking lots here. And then this is on the northern portion of the site. As you're going into Crown Center, you have the Westin on the right side here. And then this is looking at that little offshoot area up on McGee to 22nd. And with that, staff is recommending approval subject to conditions, and I can take any questions.
Okay, I've got a few questions I'd like to go through. Just starting off, today we're only hearing about rezoning and that's it.
That's correct.
So, and that's going rezoning from the UR. Okay. Where are we in the process? Is this like step 1 of 1,000, or the several steps yet to go?
Yes, this is one of the first steps. So as far as land use and zoning, this is the very first step to rezone. There's a hodgepodge of zoning districts, so we're really looking very high level at this point in time. As you saw, the plan mostly showed some colors and ideas. And so this is step 1, high level.
How many times do you suspect that they may come back with different pieces along the way? Will there be other pieces that come back through City Planning Commission, or does it kind of go back over to council after this?
So if this UR plan is approved by this body and the city council, the next step as far as land use and entitlement would be for the applicants to file a UR final plan, which is done administratively. And so we're expecting, and there's a condition that will go in the ordinance, that each project area complete a UR final plan. So as long as they're adhering to what is on this plan that's in front of you today, it will not come back to the City Planning Commissioner Council unless there is a major amendment, so a major change to what's shown on this plan.
Okay. Can you go back a few slides in your presentation, back to the transportation piece? I know that's a big concern. I mean, we're putting it in the middle of downtown more or less, and we want it to be a pedestrian friendly type of facility, but there's still going to be people like me that are going to drive there. And so I'm just curious what the process is, where they're at now and what they're still going through, to really look at the transportation piece, parking. We're going to throw up my grill and get some steaks going, kind of thing.
And I believe we have Jeff Bryan, our city engineer. He said he would.
Here he is.
Oh, there he is.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. And so, yeah, preliminary analysis has been shown. I believe you saw the cover page for transportation aspects of it, and that covered. Oh, sorry, is that any better? Okay, so the preliminary analysis has been submitted, which is the high level that we saw the first page for, which will identifies parking in various areas around the proposed stadium and some assumed distribution paths of where people will be arriving to the stadium, how they'll be arriving and leaving. But again, this is at the preliminary level at this early stages of the study.
When, as you go through your analysis, similar to a case we had a couple of meetings ago, is there a plan that's actually issued by the Royals to kind of help facilitate and how they anticipate traffic to come in and out of? Is there like a memo or agreement or anything like that to help, that's coordinated between the city and staff at the Royal Stadium?
There will be a traffic study that is going to be completed, and so that will show the assumptions for the traffic coming in and out of the stadiums. And then there will also be an event management plan, which will show how the traffic will be handled, how the pedestrian and items like that.
So there's like a game day kind of game plan, so to speak?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions any of the rest of the commissioners have regarding transportation or anything? Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's only loosely related, but I'll go ahead and ask now. As I look at Parcel Viewer, I'm trying to understand if both Parcel Viewer is indicating what I think it's indicating, and if I'm viewing it correctly. Some of the interior streets, are those owned by the development already? So Warwick or McGee, or are those city streets?
So the streets around our city streets, I do believe. Yeah, so.
The interior, most of the interior streets, I think that you're asking about, McGee Traffic Way and Warwick Traffic Way, those are private streets, and Grand, obviously public. And then there is that tiny offshoot of 26. There's a very small stub just on the south side of the church that is public. And then as you go in, it's private.
And then 25th as well, also East 25th.
25th is a private street.
Got it. Thanks.
Commissioner Forbes, you had a question?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So going back to the event management plan, I know we're talking about the Royals game day plan, but also does that apply to any other events that may be held there?
Yes, the event management plan would be for any types of events that are being held there, but yeah, to show.
Excellent. Thank you.
Can you speak into your microphone a little bit
Oh,
more?
yeah, sorry. So yeah, the event management plan would be for any events that would be held at the stadiums. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Next question I had is if you can go back to the, I think it's preliminary site plan. Just trying to get some clarification here. So in the packet I have that shows the full document down at the legend, there's a UR proposed boundary. And then after that, there's a proposed area boundary. What's the difference? And I was trying to find that gray line showing proposed area boundary, and it's kind of hard to find there, but it seems to go around mainly the future stadium, that there might be two different things there. So I was just trying to understand what that meant. Or should I ask the applicant?
Can you ask the question again, the difference between the district boundary and the area boundary?
Yeah, so if I look at the preliminary site plan, which I think it's a different page than what you're showing there. It's one of the colored ones. That one. In the legend, you got the nice bright red UR district boundary. And it follows 27th Gillum, Main Street, and up to 22nd back around. But right underneath that is a gray line that's called proposed area boundary. So I just wanted to clarify that one. That line is hard to find. But I'm more curious, what does that mean?
Yes, and it's a little bit more difficult to see on the colored version, but that gray area boundary relates to those project areas. So area one's a little bit difficult to see because the stadium is imposed on it, but it aligns with this plan that shows area one.
Okay,
Area
to show the actual phasing of the whole project itself. Okay. Makes sense. All right. Any other questions? Does any of the commissioners have any other questions?
Yeah, I have one more question, kind of related to what I was asking about with the streets that are public versus private. So we've seen, I can think of maybe one project where we have some exclusions to a plan. And so how have you been thinking about, and how should we think about the three properties that are excluded? The reason I ask is, at first I thought that the properties to the far west were close enough to Main Street that it was, it could be notched out. But then I realized that the property around that is also owned by the development. And so how should we think about it, since one of the streets has public access, the other streets, I think, just have private access then through, or perhaps public access. But in general, as we see the whole project, how should we be thinking about those three parcels?
So all three parcels will still have adequate access to a public right of way. And these two in particular, the condo buildings, are a little bit unique because there is a common space entity that also owns the land around it. So we actually don't plat them like this anymore for the exact reason that you're asking. But we did confirm that the common ownership entity is consistent among those two buildings so that there will be legal access to the buildings. So that should remain unchanged.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else? Commissioner Forbes, any questions for city staff?
No.
All right, let's move on to welcome the applicant then. Good morning. Thanks for being here.
Morning. Thank you for having us. And we appreciate it very much. First, I want to say thank you to our planning and development staff for working with our team through this process. It's been a great collaborative process. We thank you all for your considerations today of the commission. Also want to thank Mayor Lucas and City Manager Mario Vasquez. We've been working with them to enhance Kansas City with this great economic development project.
Do you mind
Let me first
state your name?
Yeah, that might be helpful. I'm Brooke Sherman, President of Real Estate and Development for the Kansas City Royals. And again, thank you very much for having us.
Okay.
This project that we have presented, it is the Royals at Crown Center. We've got a slide here, and we think it is the perfect location. It's perfect for the city, it's perfect for the Royals, and it's perfect for Crown Center. The location attributes tell us just that. It's the center of the city. There's great ingress, egress for our fans attending games, as well as those attending what will be the ballpark district that we have along with our neighbors. There's ample parking when you consider the parking both on Crown Center and in Crown Center, along with within a 10-minute radius walk of this area. The streetcar stops, 2 stops right by Crown Center. I think that's been proven out with our Fan Fest for FIFA, that those are a great addition and will serve this location well. And we're looking for much more than a ballpark. It's a reimagining of Crown Center. It's great for Kansas City to expand upon. And in all of this, we want to be great neighbors, and we want our neighbors to think of us as great neighbors. Crown Center has done that through the years. This is all a matter of collaborative work. We're listening, and we'll work together to do that, and that has started in earnest. The next page we just talked about here, it's in our submittal, the site planning for rezoning. Though the stadium will take the place of what is the Hallmark headquarters today, Hallmark will have a new headquarters. That new headquarters in a reimagined Crown Center. And the way we look at this is a great live, work, and play environment anchored by a sports stadium for the Kansas City Royals. And we will enhance the Crown Center for the long term. And lastly, our vision is along those lines. Year-round, safe, walkable neighborhoods. That's what we will bring. That's what Crown Center has. We will add to that. That's been our legacy at the K for all the years that the Royals have been there, and that will continue. It will also continue and help with the family-friendly legacies of both Crown Center and the Royals, while expanding and enhancing our urban core, welcoming visitors and showing them the best of Kansas City, along with our close neighbors and the entire city and region as a whole. So again, thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to Stacy.
Hi, my name is Stacy Payne, and I'm president of Crown Center. Thank you all for being here today. I think one of the most important things to Crown Center is that we have always been a place that people come together. And one of the things that I want to point out as we're talking about rezoning is that Crown Center has been a place that has always evolved over decades, right? We broke ground in the 60s. We built buildings in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, and in the 2000s. Because of that, today we have an ecosystem that is one of the most diverse mixed-use districts anywhere. The next slide has a list of all of the plethora of uses that we have at Crown Center today. And one of the strengths of a mixed-use environment is that activity occurs at different times of the day and of the week. And it means that we leverage that infrastructure across all of those shared uses for all of those days of the week. I would also say that we have been managing those kinds of overlapping uses for decades at this point. And importantly, that variety of activity isn't just during major events. I mean, I hear the questions about how we're going to handle major events. One of the things that we're proudest of on the next slide is that everyday activity and everyday life is something that we are just as attuned to. We focus a lot on big events. We also focus a lot on making sure it's a vibrant, busy place every day. So every day, if you're at Crown Center, you will see families visiting attractions, employees coming to work, residents grabbing their coffee and walking through the district, visitors coming to meetings, hotel guests attending conventions. And one of our goals has always been to create a place that is active and welcome to all. And so while we do all those things, we also do have major events, and we are very proud of the long history of welcoming the community to those large events. And through those experiences, we have gotten very used to how different activities can coexist, and about how people come to Crown Center, how they spend their time, how they park, how they move through the district. And we look forward to being part of this ballpark district. You know, I talked about how we've evolved over time. I think in our view, this is the next evolution into a ballpark district. We are proud to be partners with the Royals. And as Brooke said, we're also super proud that we're going to continue to call it home of Hallmark cards. So with that, thank you. Thank you for today. If you have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners?
Yeah, I can start. So as the chair asked staff earlier, he was kind of asking about the where we are in the process and the scope and everything. And so we often see rezonings without a plan even. So appreciate the plan you brought forward. This is obviously a very large plan, so it's different in scope and scale. But So it's common practice for the planning commission to rezone with plan, without a plan, and it is early stage. Because this is such a unique, such a large project, can you give us a sense about what the process is going to look like? Same question he asked Genevieve. What is the process going to look like? At what different stages will you determine in that phasing plan what's happening? What will go through a city planning commission again? One thing I was really surprised by and excited to see is there's a lot of reuse of buildings. And so I think it's worth noting, if you're renovating a building, it probably won't go through a public process. Buildings are renovated all the time. But what are the other, as you guys think about bringing the community along, getting people excited about what's happening, what will that process look like for unveiling different parts in a public way?
I can start with that. What we want to do is we want to enhance and reimagine Crown Center. So Crown Center is a great mixed use environment today. And a stadium, we believe, adds to that. When you look around the country and what this new stadiums with these developments do, they greatly enhance the area. So our focus right now is on the stadium and ensuring that we have the best professionals working on it and we're making the right decisions as to the placement of that stadium, which we know where it will go, exactly then how it would flow out into the development. So a 34,000 seat baseball stadium is what we expect with the greatest flow of foot traffic out through center field into a reimagined Hallmark Plaza, Crown Center Plaza out there. That plaza to be surrounded by some of the buildings that exist today and some new ones, which would house, retail, food and beverage, entertainment, and residential. And we think that adds to the live, work, and play environment that exists today. So our focus first is on the stadium. We've got our architects engaged, our owner's rep engaged, and those kind of parties who do this a lot. We are now in the midst of a master plan evaluation and RFQ process for those master planners and architects that will then work on the development, the mixed use development itself, and make it seamless and integrate with the stadium to provide, the right renovations and put new buildings in the right places and the right amenities for both auto traffic and foot traffic, that we enhance the area and we do this in the right order. So I think as we move through, we will be engaged with planning department staff to ensure that they are, kept up to speed, and we're committed to that. Stacy.
No, what I would say is just to add on, he mentioned we're right in the middle of doing the search for the master planner. Part of what's been important to Crown Center is the master plan that we use for decades. So I think, having that same view of how important a master plan is for the district, to make sure that we keep the pedestrian in mind and how people move through the district is something that's really important to us in this next stage.
Genevieve, could you pull up the plan again that has the colored parcels? So for example, the new buildings, of course, all of those, and please check my understanding if this is incorrect, are going to come through a process very similar whenever those projects would be ready to be built and planned, because they're new buildings of a scale that are large enough that would need to come through a public process.
So as part of our working through what we know and don't know, what's happening on this plan, there are proposed building square footages for each project area. And so as long as any proposed new buildings fall within that square footage that is planned, then they can go through just a UR final plan, which is reviewed and approved administratively, and it will not go back through.
And so with those, then, so that increases the need for good alignment on the design guidelines then. So if with that, I think one of the things that is the most unique about a project like this is, again, and sorry as I weave my way through this. So there are a lot of buildings that are going to remain essentially as they are today. Then there are a number of buildings that from the exterior are going to remain essentially the same, but be renovated. If the buildings that are being added are in essentially the footprint that they're in of the size that's listed in this rezoning, then that could potentially be would be administratively approved. One of the things that I'm curious about is, in one sense, much of this plan relative to normal projects that we see are about the experience outside the building. So often a lot of what we see is about the experience of the building and driving to it and getting into it, whereas this is so much also about the space in between the buildings. So will there ever be an opportunity for that to be in the public process as well, for people to observe, comment, say, I'm recognizing something that I think has been overlooked, et cetera. And I'm thinking about one, because that's a huge part of this component. And then I'm also thinking about the impacts to neighbors as well.
So as long as whatever is proposed falls within this plan, so the areas for those large plaza spaces, that is developed as such, areas for new building, that is developed as such, there will not be any additional public process until a major change is proposed.
Understood.
Just, can I add to that a little bit? In the design guidelines that are part of our planning application, there's pretty extensive descriptions in there about how we would use those public spaces and the kinds of materials and the kinds of expectations that I think city planning would have when we come back with those plans. We tried to be descriptive about that in the application.
Yeah, something that,
You had a follow-up question?
Well, I have a follow-up question for Commissioner Ender's first question. So you mentioned about the stadium and this is your first priority. Do you have an estimate timeline for like phase one or like the whole project? I just want to understand, like, like for people to understand the times of what we're looking at.
Yes, what we would like to see happen is that we would have the stadium opening at the same time as phase one of our development. We would like to open them together so that the fans are coming in to experience not only the ballpark, but also the reimagined Crown Center. And we think that would be good for this project as well as our existing neighbors, so that we're having the construction occur. We're getting all of this up and running, and our current plan, we're working toward opening day of 2030, so that the stadium along with phase one would come along at that time.
Sorry about that.
oh, you're fine.
Go ahead.
An additional question as well. So you mentioned the importance of multimodal travel within the purview of the site, but can you talk a little bit about the effect that will have on the perimeter of your site and the larger area that you'll be occupying?
The traffic considerations around
Just traffic considerations, but also what kind of changes could we see in pedestrian, bike, transit, et cetera, around the Crown Center and New Royals Stadium?
Sure. I mean, we have professionals engaged with us, working closely with the city and with MoDOT to ensure that we make the right improvements that help the ingress egress in areas where it may need. When you think about coming in off of 71 and you think about coming in off of I-35, so that we get the MoDOT pieces of that correct, and then work with the city on the local streets from a standpoint of ensuring the traffic moves adequately for the hour before the game and the hour after, when is the peak traffic for games. We've seen that with Crown Center events today, but we can improve that. And that's part of our plan. We've got Kimley Horn engaged, again, working with us to do that. So it'll be a combination of city, state, and us doing that in the streets, but not only for the ingress egress, but also to keep pedestrian and bicycle traffic safe and separated. That is a goal and will occur with us. That's important to us, obviously. And so that is a focus of the study that we're in right now.
Thank you.
Just because I comprehend things sometimes better comparing them to others. So we saw a project recently, the Country Club Plaza, where because of the streetscape, it was relatively defined as to where buildings would go. And what's unique about this is I feel like this is more similar to a master plan developed site that's either, new development or something with large acreage where the interior streets aren't defined. And so what is the best way for me to think about this project, in the sense that even with the Country Club Plaza, for example, some of those future plans will still have to go through a public process. Whereas if it's, and I'm a good example is escaping me, but the project up north, that the Horns are developing,
Metro North.
Metro
Crossing.
North. That's something where, because they're planning the streets, it's a slightly different process. Can you like help me contextualize this on the spectrum of, every building has to come back through a public process versus we feel comfortable with this plan and we're gonna let the private developer take it from here?
I will do my best. So of course, all these sites are unique and there's different process for districts zoned UR and districts MPD. So that's the plaza's a little bit different. That's an MPD. So that will continuously come back to the commission for subsequent approvals. With the UR districts, it's meant to be, meant to have that flexibility. And so as long as we have enough information on the plan, which we worked diligently with the applicants on to say, hey, we really need to know what our existing building square footages are, what your proposed building square footages are. They have their new and existing drives proposed. So as long as we have that information up front, which a lot of times we don't. So like Metro North Crossing, for example, they say we want retail, restaurant, and office, and that's it. And then anytime something changes, they have to come back. And so we're trying to, with all of our UR plans moving forward, we're trying to avoid that just because it's tedious amendments. So the more information we have and the more flexibility the plan provides by saying all uses in the B4 district for this project are permitted, the applicants are providing themselves that flexibility to establish any of those uses. And then I would say another unique thing about this site is since what's different from like a shopping center, whether it be the plaza or Metro North, there's not a lot of internal traffic. So here you have Grand Boulevard that will remain. But if you ever like driven or walked over here, there's all these little streets that turn into nothing or go to loading docks or head straight into parking garages. And so that's one thing that wasn't heavy on review, I would say, is that internal circulation, just because my understanding of the district is really once you get to the boundary, you should be able to do it all on foot and really want to keep cars outside or going into those underground garages.
Thanks. That's really helpful for me as I think about Metro North, because it's a project that we've seen over a period of years, as it has come back multiple times. It has been a very quick process because there has not been public interest in the, as you said, kind of tedious adjustments that are made. And so that helps me better understand creating a full comprehensive experience. And if you all are comfortable with it, why you take this route. So I'm going to go back to then one of my questions earlier, now that I think I have a better understanding. How are you all as property owners, developers thinking about these three unique parcels and what will that, so because this project will be something where individual portions are approved administratively, what is the ongoing dialogue going to look like with those three unique parcels that aren't technically part of the master plan?
Well,
Yeah, I would just say that, they're not part of the master plan because they're the property that isn't owned by Crown Center or Hallmark. So we don't expect there to be changes in those spaces, and we would continue to work with them as we do right now, right? We are neighbors right now, and there are different parking relationships or other relationships with them, and we would expect those things to continue on as they do right now.
And then have they already signed letters of support, or will we hear from them today?
I think you'll hear from some of them today. I don't know that, I don't know if you'll hear from the owners of the office building or not. But I think the condo residents are here today.
I'm pretty comfortable with what staff is saying about, we have an understanding of the vision for this. We feel good about, building ratios, size, and working with you all to figure that out. I think the last piece that I feel that the public process is helpful with is that mediation is the wrong word, but that kind of like establishing the relationships between external parties. So I think that one of the important things for me, it will be feeling good about, we don't need public process beyond this, because there's a really great relationship or healthy understanding of how those people will enter their properties. I think what's nice is, I don't think the office building is probably concerned about what activity may or may not happen in a district like this. It's probably seen as a huge amenity. And that it feels to me like the two other properties are going to be sufficiently screened that they're going to get the benefits of this district, hopefully without any, adverse implications of the district. And so I'm just thinking about if I were in one of those two properties, I'm guessing there are only a few major concerns. Can I get into my place when it's busy? And am I going to have a hard time falling asleep if there's, a game going on until 11 PM? And so I think if I feel personally comfortable that conversation is ongoing, then I would feel good about the project.
Yeah, I think as it comes to access to those buildings, the access to those buildings and to their parking areas are directly off Grand and off Main. So they aren't off any of the interior streets or the vacated streets. So we would expect those to continue. And I think, we have had conversations with those residents and they're ongoing. I think their concerns, you've described some of them. And I think you'll hear more from them today too.
And I hope the pitch clock keeps us from being at 11 o'clock at night too.
Yeah.
But in a ballpark district like this, residents are extremely important for the viability and to keep the district healthy in those periods when we don't have ball games. Those other, there's 280 other days other than our 81 ball games. Those residents are extremely important. We want to work with them. We will work with them. We've met with them, and we'll continue to do that to ensure that we're listening and we are good neighbors and helpful in all of this to ensure they can get in and out easily. They're, as least disturbed as possible. That's not what we don't want to do. We want to be helpful in that. We want to be good neighbors. They're important to us.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the commission? Go ahead.
Yes, I have one more question. During the construction phase of the project, will there be any road closures or detours around the area?
I'm not sure
Can
I
you hear me?
understood what you said. Your microphone's kind of.
You might need to
All right,
speak more
can-
slowly.
can you hear me?
Commissioner Forbes.
Can you hear me better now?
A little
Can you
bit.
hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. My question was about, will there be any road closures around the area or within the district during construction?
Street closures during construction.
I'm sorry. Oh,
We're in the midst of that right now in a process to select a construction manager at risk for the stadium. And that's part of our planning process to understand how construction traffic would flow in and out of the property. We don't have a set plan right now. We'll make sure that we are as least intrusive as we can. I don't know that we will have to ask to close any public streets. We will just need to make sure that we are efficient getting in and out. So we're in the middle of that right now, but we will work together with the city to make sure that we handle that in the most appropriate way.
okay. All right. Anything else before we move to public comment?
Just have one question that I want to follow up on. You mentioned there's 87 games, 80 something games during the year, and the other 200 days of the day. And, many people have asked about what this area is going to look like when there's no baseball season. So if you can tell us a little bit about vision for this area throughout the year, like what's going to happen, or what's going to go on when, there's no games.
Yeah, that gets back a little bit to residents being important, to office tenants being important. And when you have the foot traffic present from those, that contributes to keep a lively district with food, beverage, entertainment in those type venues. And what we want to have is that plaza outside of center field that exists today. We will enhance that, and that will be surrounded by those type of environments so that the foot traffic supports them, and it's a brightly lit when it needs to be, and a welcoming area. And that as you walk up to the stadium, whether there's a game or not, you are able to see inside the stadium from that plaza, and it's not just a closed off monolith of a stadium. This sets back in to that hillside. You will have a beautiful view inside the ballpark, and it will feel like a part of this district at all times. And we want it to be live and active out there as it is today with Crown Center.
Yeah, I was just gonna add, if you walk through Crown Center on a weekday or weekend today, you're likely to find office workers having lunch at the umbrella tables. You're likely to find families watching the fountains. You're likely to see people, staying at the hotels. I would say it's all of those kinds of activities, just a little bit busier because there's more restaurants and more attractions there.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. I have one more question.
Okay.
So I was looking through the conditions and I'm not sure that I see anything in there. Thinking of two cases we've seen recently. One was a school renovation, and we heard a lot of concerns about people getting into their driveway during school pickup, which is a relatively short period of time. We're seeing a new Symphony financed building in South Plaza, and there was a extensive parking plan, or I guess traffic plan. What is your all's either thought about how you want to approach it, or what are you willing to see conditioned so that way people feel good about accessing their residences? I think if you're going down to this district for work or play, it's something that you can expect traffic and not get too frustrated by it. I think if my access were off of Grand solely and I felt, oh, it's one of those game days and there's, I need to wait because that's a really busy thoroughfare. Is Grand planned to be, only ride hailing drop off? Our garage is intended to be accessed outside of Grand, so Grand actually isn't going to be really busy at times. How should we think about access for residences at those two locations?
I think all of those are, work to be done as we continue to work through the master plan. I would say that when we have events right now, we do occasionally close Grand, but we maintain access for residents so they can have a path through to their garage, which they can reach from Main or Grand. But I would expect that we would continue to ensure access to their residents through some path as we figure out the traffic plan.
And so if it's not already conditioned, of course, you'd be happy to condition something that says, reasonable access is always provided to residents regardless of activity happening in the district.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they have that as condition number 40, the events traffic management plan. That's kind of what I was getting to. To have that in place for each time they have the ballpark is in, there's a game that night. So that can all be worked out and everybody's on the same page.
Great, thank you.
All right, any other last questions? Okay, at this time, we're going to move to public testimony. Again, we're going to start with those here that are located in the chambers first, followed by those who are online. There's a 2-minute time frame for this. I have a magic button that they've given me for some reason that I can mute everybody. So please keep it to the 2 minutes and limit repetitive comments. It just goes through a lot of stuff and it'd be nice just I can keep score on the same issue. So with that, and make sure you state your name and address for the record as well.
Before we start, I would just ask anyone planning
Yeah.
to testify online, you can go ahead and raise your hand so that you are ready to go when we get to the online testimony.
Yeah, and also again, the project today is only zoning. We're not talking about any of the buildings or anything else. So it's strictly about zoning. So that's what I want to stick to. All right. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ralph Orpeza. My address is 7480 Northwest Chambers Court, Parkville, Missouri, Kansas City, here in Kansas City. I am the executive officer for the Greater Kansas City Building and Construction Trades Council. I represent over 20,000 working families, and we urge for the passage of the rezoning. This will create more opportunities for our apprentices to join our rank and file. We have a great pathway to success to the middle class. If you look behind me, I'm going to urge all the members of the building trades that are here present to please stand up. We are pleading this commission for the passage of the rezoning so that we can build a historic, a momentous, once in a lifetime creation here for this ballpark and our great brothers and sisters there at Hallmark. So without anything else I have to say, I am proud to be a part of this, and I urge everyone to please consider this for passage. Thank you so very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Duke Diakovich, 1021 Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm the president of the Greater Kansas City AFL-CIO. All of the union employees currently employed at the Royal Stadium, including the Service Employees International Union Local Number 1, Major League Baseball Players Association, and the Major League Umpires Association, are represented by the AFL-CIO. We ask that you pass this so we have a new place to work in downtown Kansas City. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Thank you. I'm Kite Singleton, 3603 West Roanoke Drive, Kansas City, Missouri. I was born in Kansas City in 1937. I practiced architecture for 60 years on 3 continents, returning to Kansas City in 1965 when Kivet and Myers designed the Truman Sports Complex. One evening, Mr. Kivet asked us kid architects to consider how to end the demolition of downtown's good old buildings to accommodate more parking. In about 3 weeks, Bob Berkemeyer, Tom Nelson, and I presented a plan that included a light rail line down Main Street from the river to the plaza in 1965. One of my failed proposals as chair of the Regional Transit Alliance was the 2013 Jackson County Commuter Rail Plan that used existing rail lines from Blue Springs, Lee Summit, and Grandview to Union Station. The plan failed due to complex negotiations with the railroads, with the conviction of county executive stealing campaign funds. As the Royals settled on Crown Center, I became concerned that 81 days each baseball season, 30,000 fans, let's say 10,000 cars, were headed for parking spaces, and even with fired up streetcar and bus service, a Royals game will visit major congestion in our downtown streets. Denver, Baltimore, Atlanta are leaders of new downtown baseball, have dense transit networks like Kansas City had in the 1920s. And despite the streetcar and bus systems having managed the World Cup onslaught for a month, managing such an effort 81 days a year is another kettle of fish. So what could solve this problem? Yes, I'm thinking of Union Station again and the commuter rail plan. While Jackson County could not pull the railroads together in this team of Royals and Crown Center, has a hell of a lot more clout than a county executive.
Sir, we're going to have to wrap up here. Time's up.
I served as the Planning Commission chair from 1973 to 1978. So I know your pressure you're facing now. And if I can help, I'd be honored. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
My name is Benjamin Astudillo. I live on 435 Bel Air Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64123. That's the old Northeast area. I'm here representing the constituents that you guys have basically decided to ignore. I'm here representing the people that you have been lying to. You guys are saying that the stadium isn't going to cost the taxpayers any money, but that's not true. It's $1.3 billion that is coming directly from our pockets. You guys are saying that it's not going to congest traffic, but that's 20,000 parking spaces that you guys are planning. Those are parking spaces that are going to be coming from all across the city and all across Missouri and Kansas. That is going to destroy our highway system. We can barely handle our highway system as it is right now. Literally just yesterday, we had 2 crashes and I spent an extra 30 minutes on the highway. What's going to happen when we have a stadium event of 20,000 people? And you guys are saying the streetcar is going to help. The streetcar is on the road competing with other cars. It doesn't have a designated lane. How is it going to help anything? I'm here representing the people that you have chosen to ignore. The people who are suffering on the streets. The people who are suffering from a sexual trafficking epidemic here in the city. And you guys want to use our money and give it to a rich billionaire? That doesn't make any sense.
Sir, we're not talking about financial at this time. If you, limit everything to the zoning, I'd appreciate that, please.
Sure. This zoning is being funded by who? The people? Is it being funded by a billionaire? It's funded by us, right? So shouldn't we get to decide? Your constituent,
I
your
don't
people?
know the funding package, and we're here today to talk solely about the land use today and the zoning.
You guys have chosen to silence, ignore the will of the people, but the will of the people will not be ignored.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's David Byrne. I live at the San Francisco Tower, 2510 Grand Boulevard, and I'm here on behalf of the association as a member of our board. By show of hands, we have a lot of our neighbors here today. And I'd also have a petition I want to submit as part of the record that's signed by other residents. Our homes are right in the middle of this plan area, directly across the street from the stadium and entertainment district. We acknowledge the potential benefits of this plan. However, as is, the plan simply does not comply with review requirements. It contains no acknowledgement of existing residential, nor any meaningful discussion of how this will impact our quality of life. The staff report that you have correctly states that before recommending approval of the plan, multiple factors must be considered. However, the majority of those criteria have no consideration or evaluation as to the residents that live there. I acknowledge we're not being rezoned, but that's irrelevant to the criteria. The criteria don't speak to whether or not you're being rezoned. For example, the first one says the commission must consider the zoning and use of nearby property. We're a nearby property. We must be considered. And yet, if you review the staff report for that criteria, there is absolutely no mention of San Francisco Tower. The report only discusses property outside the boundaries of the plan while completely ignoring those of us that live within the plan boundaries. So that requirement has not been met. We're deeply concerned about light and noise and how they will adversely impact the quality of our life. Those impacts which are required have not been evaluated in the plan. For example, the plan requests significant deviations from city lighting requirements in that it allows for light spillover at the right-of-way in an amount that is 10 times greater than city allowances. If you consider that right-of-way spillover and apply it to spillover onto residential property, which is what we are by use, that plan would allow for more than 50 times the city maximum. Imagine what that means for us living there. And the reality is, yes, you do have to imagine because there's no photometric study submitted, there's no lighting plan, and in fact, the applicant asked to be excused from those requirements. Similarly, the plan states that amplified sound and noise are just inherent to the district. There's no analysis of expected sound levels, nor any discussion of a mitigation plan describing how nearby residents will be impacted and protected. We're simply ignored. The staff report notes the vagueness of the plan in multiple places. It says few details are available. Many of the most significant issues have only been generally reviewed, and they'll be reviewed in depth more later. That pertains to many critical components that will directly impact our homes. While it's perhaps convenient at this point, I would suggest that's completely backwards and in fact is inconsistent with the requirements of a review process. The revised plan submitted on July 29 added for the first time 1,500 dwelling units, which by the way is 67% more than than 1 light, 2 light, and 3 light combined. But there's no indication that this major change has resulted in any new evaluations of traffic, parking, utilities, or infrastructure. I know I'm running short on time. Let me conclude with this. This development could extend until 2040 and beyond and shape our neighborhood for decades. Again, we acknowledge the potential value. However, recommending approval without details means we really don't know as residents or as a city what we're going to get. So a few simple requests. Follow the rules, follow the ordinances, apply the required standards as referenced in the staff report, require a more detailed plan, require the missing studies, require a meaningful evaluation of the impacts on existing residents, and require that the applicant complies with city standards. Decisions should be made on facts and information, not unknowns, assumptions, or promises. Ensure that residents are not continued to be overlooked. If we're going to build a project of this magnitude, shouldn't we get it right for our residents and for our city? I would like to submit this written petition as part of the record. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Excuse me, sir.
Thanks, David. David.
Can you verify? So you said light and sound were the primary concerns.
Well, for sound, there's no indication in the report or in the application that I find that talks about decibels. If I remember correctly, city ordinance is 60 decibels.
Yep.
If you do a quick study of similar projects around the country, you'll see that the noise is substantially higher than that. On lighting, the plan requires, I believe.
So I'm following there. I just wanted to be sure, are there other items in addition to light and sound that are
Yes,
the primary?
Let me grab.
Yeah, noise.
Sound.
Well, yeah. Parking.
If you,
access.
I was trying to be succinct. If you look at the staff report, factor D on page 4 talks about whether facilities and infrastructure will be adequate to serve. If you look at that, it talks about everything except residential. It ignores residential. Suitability of the project, again, no mention of residential.
Yeah, thanks, because that was hitting what I was curious about. So what is the concern with infrastructure?
What is concerned with regard to construction?
With the infrastructure, you said.
The point, there is no consideration. It is required that the commission review impacts of construction. There's no mention in the report that anybody has considered the impacts on residential.
Okay.
I mean, think about it, noise, vibration, dirt, dust, and a variety of others. And we did have, for helpful, approximately 28 questions that we submitted on the community engagement. Unfortunately, the applicant was unable to address all of those for other reasons. So we can certainly provide you with a copy of that.
Okay, thank you.
Who's next?
Hello, my name is Kenneth. I live 3200 Gillum Road, and I'm here on behalf of more workers. And I know that this commission's job today is to talk about land use and not financing. But I want to be clear today about what a yes on rezoning actually does. It's not a routine zoning update, it's a gate. And without this approval, this TIF district doesn't exist. Without the TIF, the city can't move on 600 million in bonds
Sir,
without ever.
yeah, you're talking about the financing again.
I would like to continue my public
rezoning
testimony.
of the project.
And that's not incidental to your decision. And that's the point of it. The words are covering 2/3 of a $3 billion project. And the city's 600 million gets repaid with tax revenue from this very district this rezoning creates. And if that revenue falls short, the general fund, the same fund that pays for trash.
Sir,
Pick
you're still
up.
talking about.
So I'll relate that to how
Okay,
this.
we're going to move on to the next person, please, because we're talking about the zoning and we're not interested in the financing of the project.
At the beginning of my testimony, I told you what a rezoning does.
You talk about the zoning, please?
So can I finish my testimony?
On the zoning, yeah.
I'm going to finish where I left off. So the same fund that pays for our trash or pickup in our roads covers the difference. None of that happens without a zoning change that you guys are voting for today. And in 2024, voters already rejected a countywide tax for a downtown stadium. And in this time, a deal was built so that we wouldn't get axed again.
Thank you. Thank you for coming forward. There'll be another time to talk about the financing to another group. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Morning, Commission. My name is Brett Seskis. I live at 214 East Armor Boulevard, and I'm just here to express my support for this rezoning. I think a UR district gives the Royals and Crown Center the flexibility to provide a wonderful amenity for the city. I'm an urbanist, and I love the idea of a downtown baseball. I do have concerns, though, specifically around transit. Streetcar has proved that it can handle large crowds through FanFest. But I would also like to recognize that where this stadium would go is also served much better by the bus system as well. Right now, Kauffman Stadium, Freeman Sports Complex, only served by one bus every hour, whereas now we'll be served by every single bus that comes downtown. So I'd like for people at Royals, Crown Center to also consider integration with transit, especially the bus lines that run through Crown Center and like 201 or the 85. Thank you.
Thank you.
George Guastello, 225 Northwest North Shore Drive, Lake Wacomas. I'm representing Union Station. I'm the president and CEO of Union Station for the last 20 years, and we're here to show our support. Union Station stands as a living proof of what happens when Kansas City approaches something unique. For the last 115 years, we started this project as the center of transportation in Kansas City and have now evolved into a center location where everyone comes, nearly 2 million people a year that we support. That was transformative almost 3 decades ago when the community came together to save Union Station, to make it what it is today, the visual voice of Kansas City that serves 2 million people in our district. This is time now for another generational change. And this is the time we're having a new downtown baseball stadium with a reimagined Crown Center that continues to evolve and make difference in our community. This is the opportunity for our generation to make a bold statement for the future. It is a logical step that allows Kansas City to look to the future for future generations. This proposal also represents the next step in our legacy of changing Kansas City for good. We have had the opportunity and the commitment to work with the Hall Family Foundation for many years. They have allowed us to grow, and they have changed. And now we'll have the chance to work with another entrepreneur, with John Sherman, that gives back to our community, that will ensure that our community is strong in giving back. Today, as we look to the future, we begin to look to things that can be, but we also must look at what we have done, and we have proven the ability to maintain and deliver on promises. When we look in the last few years, we've served millions of people at parades, at celebrations in Kansas City. We have proved that we can bring 2 million people down annually. But more importantly, we've been able to do things such as working together with Crown Center to bring over 400,000 people during Christmas holidays and maintain that. And just recently, we were able to survive and excel during the World Cup. Over 400,000 people came to Union Station. We parked over 33,000 cars and no problems. The streetcar worked, the community worked. It is now our opportunity to take us to the next generation. We are in strong support of this, and this is an opportunity for all of us to grow. I will also let you know that we will be diligent in ensuring that the customers that we support on a daily basis, from the post office to Amtrak to the 150,000 square feet of office space, to the nearly 400,000 kids that come to Union Station that we will operate in an efficient fashion. I leave you with this one last memory. Just think of the vision of a young child coming from some small town in Kansas around the region, riding the Amtrak train, getting off, experiencing Science City or going to one of our attractions, then going with his mom and dad that night to Royal Stadium. That's our vision, that's our future, and that's our opportunity. And most important, all those individuals will be staying in Kansas City in our hotels and then doing the head and bed tax that supports our neighborhood tourism and development funds that allow us to continue to grow our neighborhoods. We're in strong support of this. The visual voice stands bright to ensure that the future of Kansas City is even better. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Members of the commission and chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Joe Reardon, President and CEO of the Greater Kansas City Chamber of Commerce, 30 West Pershing Road, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm here today to express the Chamber's strong support for the proposed downtown Royals Ballpark at Crown Center and to respectfully encourage your approval of the rezoning before you. The KC Chamber has long championed projects that strengthen Kansas City's economy, create opportunities for residents and businesses, and reinforce our urban core as a vibrant place to live, work, and visit. We believe this project is an opportunity to build on the extraordinary momentum our region has created in recent years. The partnership between the Royals and Crown Center creates a rare opportunity to leverage two of Kansas City's most iconic destinations to achieve more together than either could alone. We believe the plan will be complementary to and enhance the mixed-use nature of Crown Center, which has been part of its DNA from its very beginning. This investment has the potential to revitalize the Crown Center district, strengthen connections with downtown and Union Station, support local businesses, encourage additional private investment, and create the kind of vibrant year-round neighborhood that can benefit residents, visitors, and employers alike. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration today and for your service on this commission. We respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tomas Moran, and I live at 2510 Grand at the San Francisco Towers. I think our folks have already told you about our my general support of some development in our area. However, I want to speak to some items that pertain to the zoning in particular. And your staff mentioned the fact of entanglements that exist between Crown Center and the two areas that or the three areas that you're blocking out of the plan, which include our buildings. And the entanglements are something that you're about to undo and take out of the public discussion any further consideration of what happens with that. If, for example, they choose to make changes within their area but retain their square footage, they don't have to come through the public record. But there are two other additional things other than noise and traffic that should be considered, in particular with these entanglements. There are historic relationships between Crown Center and our building, which include, for example, parking. They talk about access to our parking, but it's in fact not our parking. It is parking that is owned by Crown Center. The building is owned and can be repurposed by them. Changing the purpose of that without changing the square footage might not come through review for you. The same thing, the building across the street houses a chilled water facility that serves not only Crown Center, but we contract with them. None of that is addressed. And again, so long as they don't change the square footage of this, you're putting out of the realm of your consideration any further changes if they choose to tear that building down and interrupt some service for us for a certain amount of time. Those questions have been presented to Crown Center by our folks, and we're still waiting for in-writing answers and assurances that they understand what mixed use means. Mixed use is used a lot in this conversation. Everybody talks about the importance of the residence as item number 3 in their listing of what a mixed use facility is. Of course, people need to be there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ben Linder. I live at 2510 Grand Boulevard in the San Francisco
condominiums. I'm also the president of the San Francisco Association. I won't take up the full association time because David already spoke so eloquently, but I did want to address a few issues that came up today, just to clarify some additional background. Number one, I want to reiterate, we are fully in support of Crown Center getting some brand new life breathed into it. It's been a little bit stagnant for the last 10, 15 years. As the rest of the city has seemed to mature very rapidly, it's definitely seemed to be getting held back. The other piece is, I, as a lifetime Royals fan, was very supportive of a downtown ballpark and would love to see one across the street from me. As a community leader and as a member of our association, there are big questions that just aren't being answered in this plan. I also want to address this comment that staff made earlier, that there is a joint ownership agreement with our area around the building. If you guys have access to that, please provide it to us. We're a little confused, I think, on how we're supposed to be going about this process. And we didn't want to just say we're opposed. And so the area to put comments in on your guys' website says, are you for or are you opposed? It's just not that black and white. And the way the current plan sits and the way that the questions have been answered, unfortunately, I think we are having to go completely towards opposition at this point. But just to give you a little bit of a timeline of events, we reached out on April 8th. We had a meeting with Crown Center. We heard nothing back. Crown Center called a meeting with the residents of all of our buildings and other buildings on the 21st of July, almost a full month after the first UR went out. And we submitted our first version of our written questions. On the 27th of July, we had the public meeting. We all obviously know what happened with that. We got another version of the written questions submitted. And here we are on August 5th, and we have 28 unanswered questions. So that's where we stand on right now.
Good. I have a question. Yes.
Yeah. Sir, do you mind coming back up?
Yes, I just have a quick question. And I guess it's for all the residents of the tower. I just want to say, like, what was your experience with this summer with FanFest?
With FanFest? Oh, so we started planning over a year ago. We think there was some really good coordination early on with how that was all supposed to happen. We ended up coming up with a budgetary plan with Crown Center. We passed that budget in September. It included us getting fencing and us getting security for the site. 2 weeks before FanFest, we were told by Crown Center that we were not allowed to hire the security and we were not allowed to put up the fencing. We also had a traffic mitigation plan that said that Main Street would be shut down because it would be used as a hospitalization area. That didn't have come to fruition, but they did keep Main Street closed during that. We were told that Grand Access would remain open the entire time. That lasted till after the first game. After the first game, when traffic broke down with the buses, every subsequent game, they would shut down our street and they wouldn't let our residents have access. State troopers, local police department, and the National Guard would not engage with our residents at all. We had disabled elderly residents that had to go park at the West End to get home. We offered to pay for all those services too, and we were told by Crown Center that it was not allowed. It was a liability issue.
Yeah. Thank you. Yep, sorry about that. Good morning.
Oh, that's fine. Sorry. I'm Damon Miles, Labor's Local 264. I'm the financial secretary and treasurer. I've got 28 years of construction here in Kansas City. I had the great opportunity of working on Union Station and the Liberty Memorial. I've also worked on the Federal Bank. I'm now in the office as the financial secretary treasurer. I've been a season ticket holder for the Royals for over 20 years. I asked my son while he was small if we wanted cable television or we wanted Royals tickets, and we chose Royals tickets and still own Royals tickets to this day. I believe your job as zoning is to see the vision and see the future. There's a book that says where there is no vision, the people will perish. And I think you guys are the next step in seeing the vision. Please make this a dream and a vision. They've presented a plan. They've gone out of their way to show you renderings. They've given you buildings. They've given you opportunities. Are there going to be construction pains? Absolutely. But this is an opportunity to put thousands and thousands of people to work. And I would hate to see us lose a great partnership with the Royals in the same way we did the Chiefs. So please, you guys are the next step. Please make this happen for the construction workers here in Kansas City.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Avian Bronkhorst. I live at 2535 Cherry Street.
I originally wasn't planning on giving public comment, but as someone who lives literally a block away from where this proposal is, I felt compelled to do so. Much like my neighbors have already stated, I encourage you to not allow this to pass as stated. There is an incredible amount of vagueness and it's not clear what the benefits are to residents. I tried to attend the public meeting for this proposal and it was $16 to park at Union Station and I make $23 an hour. I don't want to get priced out of the neighborhood that I live in and that I love to live in. So please reconsider this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Justin, Smalley Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri. First thing is that you guys had concerns about what if things change along the way. This provides zero future accountability for any changes to this project. They can just decide to not put in some mixed use, not put in certain services that are going to benefit the community just because they decided not to 3, 4, 5 years from now. And so having no future oversight or limited future oversight over changes or certain purviews of this project is very dangerous to the community. Also, residents that live in the area also have the same concerns going forward. Plans change, they renege on commitments. And so there's a certain level of trust that needs to be built here, and just giving them a blank check to go do whatever is definitely not reassuring any local constituents. And so we definitely need to take into consideration the local communities that have issues with things being altered and changed without oversight from this panel here. For that reason, I think we should just definitely decline this today, come with a reevaluation for some further oversight.
Thank you.
Hello. I just wanted to say I wasn't planning to speak today either, but it was mentioned that there were 63 letters of support and only 8 opposed. We were told that there was an extremely short window of support that ended last week. But I am also here on behalf of thousands of people across the city who do not want this to continue. These are the people that you represent, and drawing off of, if there is no vision, what is the future? Why are there so many lingering questions? That's because this process has been rushed to avoid the will of the public and to avoid the democratic process. This was initially passed with an emergency clause that bypassed a public referendum. Over the past few weeks, hundreds of community members have been sending letters of opposition to other elected officials. And in just 2 weeks, over 4,000 members of the community across this entire city said adamantly, we do not want this to continue without a public say and without a public vote. And I also just want to talk about how that impacts people. We talked about the traffic and the neighborhoods, the community that are going to be impacted by this. I want to ask about the workers that are going to be priced out, the neighbors that are going to be priced out of the areas. As an EMT, how am I expected to transport critical care people to Children's Mercy Hospital when there are upwards of 9,000 people trying to get in and out of a baseball game 81 nights a year, plus events? Those are hospitals right there. Right, Ronald McDonald is right by there. Why aren't there better plans for these kinds of things? And more importantly, if we're saying that, you know, residents are extremely important, why isn't there a democratic process to involve all of the residents around this area? And more importantly, the entire city that I know you're talking about zoning will be footing a $600 million bill for this. So I urge you to don't pass this with all of these lingering questions.
You mind providing me your name and address for the record?
My name is Haiti Clower, and I live at 3622 Wyoming Street.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from the chambers that would like to speak? Okay, so we'll close the chambers and go now to those that are joining us virtually.
Start with Mitch Schiller.
How many hands do you have by chance?
Or right now.
Okay.
Am I good to go? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Mitch Schiller. I live on 3326 Gillum. First, I do believe there are probably others who tried to raise their hand. I don't know if there's some issue, but I actually almost got locked out. Like I kind of crashed, so just maybe check that. Let people raise their hands again. But I wanted to say a little bit about the process. First of all, I commend the working class people who are there speaking out against this. I recommend that there's no move forward on the zoning issue or the ballpark in general. This is a work day, and that's why I'm here virtually because I am having to log on during work. That is not a democratic process. If you really felt like there was a need to get input from the public, you would do this at a later time or have multiple times where people could provide input. In terms of zoning, you have really not answered very many of the questions very directly. I see that the team that came to speak on this is looking a lot more comfortable than they did at their last public meeting. Congrats to you, but the rest of us are still pretty pissed off. I genuinely feel like this has been rushed. There's no discussion of some of the noise pollution that's going to happen. I would like to note that fireworks needs to be discussed more in more detail because people who are nearby are going to be bombarded with noise pollution because of these fireworks. I would also say that the parking and street situation is not adequate. That crisscross intersection off Gillum is already a mess to deal with the yield signs. And if you're going to have a bunch of traffic going through there at the same time to get to the ball games, I guarantee there's going to be accidents there. Lastly, I would just say, I think the funding issue is actually very important. So it's something that you need to give some more detail on. There are people who want to hear about it. So if you're going to have another public meeting on it, let us know when that is so we can be there. Because currently it seems like you'd rather just rush this process through and give the keys to the kingdom away to billionaires and their representatives who are sitting there very comfortably in your room with this very structured conversation where very little input is actually being allowed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Kimmy? Oh. Gosh. Oh, hello. Pardon me. My name's Kimmy. I'm at 3326 Gillum Road, Kansas City, Missouri 64109. I am here to say I am a neighbor. Many angry neighbors went to that first public meeting and were ignored and treated like outside agitators, making comments like people who actually live near. No, we live near the stadium, and I'm here because I care. And Mr. Brooks acting like, oh, we are going to be such good neighbors. Okay, then why are we pushing for this rezoning to be approved so fast as possible, while there's so many unanswered questions? And you know, the people in that room who are being like, please, please, please push this through are the ones who stand to profit. They're begging you to sign off on this despite the complaints from neighbors and residents. I want to boost the experience of the San Francisco Towers folks and other neighbors, such as myself. I don't want to be your neighbor, Mr. Brooks. You all, you're just going to detail, like, how are you going to mitigate the light and sound pollution? Will I have to put up with fireworks every time the Royals win from March to September? I take care of the birds in my neighborhood, and this project will be a massive disruption. My elderly cat having to deal with all your fireworks and your glory project. I think this should be rejected, and they should have much better real answers to the questions of the residents who will be impacted the most. There are so many unanswered questions. Like another commenter said, there's just so many people that do not want this steamrolled through. Also, if Ronald McDonald House is going to be directly next to the stadium, how are those troubled children going to sleep at night? This stadium will be a massive disruption to anyone who just wants to live, who doesn't want to be confronted with an entertainment complex when our tax dollars are not even funding our schools. How are you going to take our tax dollars for a stadium when our schools are suffering, when our roads are suffering? You say that there's going to be enough room for cars. Y'all, the car accidents are constant. The traffic is constant. Where there's always issues with our roads, with the potholes, with everything. There's so many. You talk with any neighbor in this city, any real neighbor who doesn't stand to profit from this project, and they do not want our tax dollars going towards this. So I think this rezoning should be paused. I'm sorry. Okay, I know it's not about funding. I know it's not about funding, but the rezoning, it should be paused until they answer all the.
Way to move on to the next one, please.
Miranda Clark.
Hi, my name is Miranda Clark. My address is 11815 East 47th Street, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm an architect and an urban planner, and while I am all for a denser urban core and a more welcoming, diverse, walkable Kansas City, it's something that I've dedicated my work and practice to for the last 15 years. I will say that I live at the intersection of Raytown, Independence, and Kansas City, and I love living near the stadiums. On game nights, I work downtown, and I can make it commute to my home at 47th and Blue Ridge Boulevard in less than 15 minutes with a fully packed stadium that I get to see from the highway. I don't know if that would be possible if the rezoning plan were to move forward for those commuting anywhere else in the city. I will also say that it's part of Kansas City's charm that there is space and the availability to own property in a suburb. And I really would love that the stadium would remain where people live. And if there were any sort of care and imagination and planning to reimagine the current stadium's home, where that could be a more denser, more joyful place for people who live in Kansas City, where they are for them to live. I urge you to continue to pay attention and to do a bit more research, what that benefit would look like. Again, the sprawl of Kansas City is part of its charm. And while downtown baseball does have its own appeal, I won't ignore that possibility. What if the same sort of density and multi-use and housing were brought to a place that is accessible from multiple routes? The same sort of revenue and jobs and trade opportunities, which were really very well spoken of earlier today. Having the opportunity to build where the stadium currently is would bring those same opportunities at a much, much lower cost and not bringing finances into this, but it would be less impactful on our community. Another person who spoke earlier.
Hey, Miranda, we've kind of run out
Yes.
of time here.
Sure, just one last thing. Another person who spoke earlier said that this would be a momentous and a historic stadium. We already have that put Kansas City modernism on the map.
Thank you, Miranda. Is there a way to adjust that? We're getting it down a little bit. Okay. Yeah, it's too soft and it's too loud.
Those are all the hands raised online.
All the hands raised online. Okay.
Oh, we have one more from Beto. I'll promote you to panelist. So last call for hands being raised online, please.
Is it, one second before you start, is the sound being adjusted like right over here? Is it, so somebody's there with the dial to turn it up or down?
Joel is doing it virtually right now. He's working on it though.
Yeah, if he could be in here to listen, I mean, it's like screaming at us, so.
Yeah.
Or it was too soft. Okay.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Beto, you can unmute and turn on your camera to give your testimony.
Are they there?
Okay, I'll call on Dane Longan. Okay, Beto. Dane Longan.
Yeah, I think we've given them a couple of attempts here, so if there's nobody else, then we're gonna go ahead and close public testimony then. And obviously some things brought up, both positive and maybe against.
So
Things that need some extra discussion from the applicant. If we don't mind, we can go through some of those things. Yeah, again, I think the focus today is the actual rezoning, but I think there's some good things here that were brought up that we just need to make sure that we cover either through staff, condition, or something like that as we move forward. So the big things we heard to be concerned with the project are parking, access, traffic, making sure the public has an opportunity to speak and see what's going on. And so I think a public engagement type of process is warranted in that. Amenities, I think we've addressed some of that, but a couple of other things we haven't really talked about as you move forward with the project is the lighting. There will be some lighting obviously for the stadium because I imagine you're going to have some night games. And how that's going to affect the surrounding area as well as some of the sound and let's see. I think those are things that I had written down, and then maybe I have one more. Yeah, again, just a comment about the oversight from the community, but I think public engagement as you move forward with some of your individual projects will hopefully address some of that kind of thing. With that, I'll let you go ahead and speak based on the public testimony we've received today. And address any of the comments that they have or here if you can.
Sure. I mean, you know, we hear a lot about traffic and parking, and we are in the middle of that process now. We think we have a good plan that's being perfected. We're working with the professionals that have done this in Atlanta for their ballpark and at other ballparks around the country. So we will work to get that right at the end of the day with ourselves, city, and MoDOT all in the room doing that, and the neighbors to ensure. I heard, you know, about emergency nature of 2 hospitals nearby. That's very much on our mind, and we have regular meetings with those groups, including Children's Mercy, University Health, Ronald McDonald House, the church. We will all stay up to date with one another and agree on how these plans will work and they'll be implemented. So on that, we know we're going to do the right thing between all parties. On the lighting and the noise from the stadium, it is a baseball stadium that does, you know, we hope emits cheers more than anything during those games. The way the stadium is positioned, the cheers go outward toward downtown, more so than to the neighbors that you're hearing from today. Is there going to be noise from time to time? Sure. Are we going to work to ensure we're working with them and paying attention to them? Yes, we will. That's part of what we're doing now. We've been engaged in that with meetings. We've met with both condo associations that are on the property and took their questions for, you know, an hour and a half to listen to their concerns and understand them and begin to address them. So we will do that. And we've got the right, you know, Populous is our architect. They build stadiums and put these stadiums in all types of different areas. They know how the lighting can work and to keep it inside the stadium as best as possible. So that's part of our design guidelines, part of our architectural plan, and that will all be adhered to along with how the sound will travel.
I know one of the questions that Commissioner Enders raised earlier was about parking for the residents and access to parking. And just to clarify, because the question came up from some of the San Francisco Tower residents this morning during their testimony, their right to parking is actually a declaration that's attached to title. We have to maintain their parking garage as a parking garage, and they have to have a space in there. Right now, we're doing a project to do maintenance and repair in that garage. That garage has to stay. We're obligated to keep it as a garage and obligated for them to have a space in there.
Is that like blocked off or designated by signage or something like that? How do they know? How do other people know that that's dedicated to the tower?
There's a private parking sign, and it's also has a parking access control system into their garage.
Okay.
There's only one comment about it, but it's something about water facility. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, so Crown Center has a chilled water system. We have a big central utility plant, and there's cooling towers and chilled water that actually provide air conditioning across our district. That includes hotels, office buildings, condominium towers. They are correct in that one of the locations that we have cooling towers is on top of a building that will be demolished. We are going to have to relocate that cooling tower during construction. But the entire district needs that for air conditioning. So we have an obligation to provide them with chilled water for their cooling system. We respect that and have our own interest as well in having air conditioning during construction.
Okay. Any other final questions, thoughts from the commission?
Yeah, before we close all testimony, I don't want to diminish other comments that were made, but for me personally, I feel as though this project is a huge win for Kansas City, for this area, for this neighborhood, for the community, for the region. And the one thing that I really want to see that would make this just even easier would be fantastic communication with those 3 parcels. Like what we would have loved to see, because we do see lots of unique projects, is you come and you have 3 letters of support saying, we've been in communication, we feel really good about what's happening, and we're completely on board with this because we know that our interests are understood and going to be addressed. I'm pretty confident that those things will happen. I'm pretty confident that the concerns will be addressed, but it's difficult if we don't condition it. And so I'm looking for a way to condition it so that way it's just giving more assurance to other parties that you all do have those interests in mind and are going to address them. One of the things that I think, just for the sake of example with a couple of these, so again, in your first phase of new buildings, as I understand it, there's going to be a building that screens two of the private residences from the stadium. I think if that happens in conjunction with the stadium being built and is done in a way that there's an understanding that that's going to block light, it's going to block noise. I mean, not perfectly, but I think that if I were to live on the other side of it would give me some assurance about what my impact might be. With the parking and transportation, again, I think something, if we were to condition it in a way that says that their association representative is going to be a part of those conversations to understand that just like the other major events you all hold already, that their access is going to be top of mind and it's going to be assured that even during the busiest times, they can still get home when they need to or leave. So if you all have thoughts on it, I would really welcome them because again, I want to condition something that just assures that those things are going to be taken care of. So if you have any sense of how you all would want to condition that, whether from you individually or your attorney, that would be helpful for me because I think it makes this a much, much easier thing to pass.
I actually have an opinion on that, and again, would like to get thoughts from other people and the applicant as well. But I have seen it sounded like a couple of the major concerns from the people on this was like lighting and sound, right? And I have seen very detailed and easy to comprehend plans of a district of how a stadium or an amphitheater is going to affect sound, either through coloring, whether like red be like the most intense sound and blue be, far enough away that it's dissipated. So I'd love to see plans like that as part of the condition so that it's really easy for people who don't understand construction speak and construction drawings to really understand that well. And again, would like to get thoughts from the applicant on that as well.
On the lighting is
Well,
traffic.
and not just that, but like in terms of communicating to the residents within the Crown Center area, if those would be deliverables that would be appropriate and reasonable to produce.
No, I mean, we do have some contractual obligations with respect to their parking and their amenities, those kind of things. So those will be adhered to, those contractual obligations. On top of that, I mean, we're committed to the communications. We're committed to the communications with those groups. We've started that already and met with each group, and we'll continue to do that.
But what I'm asking is, those as deliverables being conditioned into that, is that reasonable to produce those and present those to the residents?
He's asking for an engineered drawing that would visually through color represent what sound impacts are going to be for the surrounding area.
And lighting.
And light.
I mean, that's part of our design guidelines, part of the stadium process. I don't know the technical details behind that as to what can be accomplished at this point in time. I can just tell you that we will do everything we can to make this a great environment.
So if it's a requirement, it wouldn't be a problem if it was conditioned into this master plan.
I'd have to understand what the condition was. We would just need to understand what the condition is being asked.
Sure, and it's just kind of workshopping this right now. I'd have some wording similar to graphically showing plans of the district or the master plan that shows those aspects, the sound and the lighting.
Yeah, I think a lighting plan typically is provided as part of some of these submittals.
Yeah.
For the project itself. And so I think you're looking for the addition of, same with the sound, kind of showing
that is presented clearly to the community.
Yeah, some of those lighting charts are kind of difficult to read if you don't know what you're reading. But yes.
The foot candle thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that'll be part of future submittals. Is that what you're saying? Because I think we're just trying to be careful about what we actually have right now.
Typically for something like this, if it were to be conditioned, it would be something that applicant works with staff to do such and such by the time it goes to council. And so it's some conditions get resolved before council, some conditions can't be resolved because it's part of the process of the development. So it allows us to, so, if you're fearful of this project and you're fearful that you hear the stated intent, but you're like, I'm not sure if that's actually going to happen. The condition requires that whatever is conditioned be adhered to by a certain time sometimes it's tied to the certificate of occupancy, sometimes it's tied to
Okay.
when you break ground, et cetera.
I mean, if Olson Engineering is assisting us with this and they do this a lot, if there's anything they can add, they certainly will.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jake Hassan with Olson at 1301 Burlington Street in North Kansas City. Currently, the way we have applied for this UR is that those things, the MEP lighting plan would be submitted with the final UR plan that would be reviewed and approved by staff. If you would like to condition a noise study with that final UR, I think we'd be willing to accept that as well. Yeah, that makes sense. That's the photometric study that's going to be submitted with that final UR plan. Okay.
We've closed public
But-
hearing.
So I've already closed all the public testimony right now. Any questions for?
None additional. The only thing I would add is, again, just make sure that it's a graphic plan.
Okay. Okay. Any other thoughts from the commission before we close all testimony?
Only thing I would add, and maybe this is kind of jumping the gun a little bit here, but I would like to add something to condition 38. And again, want to get feedback and make sure that this is a reasonable condition. Just to read the condition aloud for those not familiar, applicant must continue to coordinate with Public Works specifically for the multimodal traffic division to define and provide, maintain agreed upon solutions and options for safe pedestrian, bicycle, transit, and vehicular access. And then the addition that I want to add is at that point, equivalent to or greater than the existing degree of separation present in the existing facilities.
Can you say that slower so a guy like me can understand what you said?
Access equivalent to or greater than the existing degree of separation present in existing facilities. It's just adding a little bit of specificity to the existing condition.
Okay.
I mean, I think some of that is more about the public space than it is
Right.
on the developers. So,
sure.
Okay, any other information we need from anybody? Commissioner Forbes, anything before we close testimony?
Nothing for me.
All right, thanks for waking us up. All right, with that, we'll close all testimony and speak amongst the commission. And then after we speak, I'm assuming somebody will make a motion so we can go on from there.
So I think, so we'll start with 38, heard and understood. Moving to 40, which is events traffic management plan. I think that could be, in looking to staff for this, but I think that could be, if Mr. Bryant's still here or whoever would be speaking on this, I think that could be the place where we add a provision for residents access at all times. That might be the right one. Again, it's already assumed, you already have agreed to it. We just want to put it in writing. Additionally, we talked about, well, there could be a separate condition, I think. It's the neighbors at San Francisco Towers behind you all were shaking their heads no and had a different understanding of the parking agreement. So I think they feel less certain about the contractual obligation in the title. And so what I think we would like to do is just condition that reasonable parking be maintained. You know, something as simple as that you work with staff to ensure that by the time this does go to council, people feel good that you can't just remove people by removing their parking and making it a difficult place to live, if that makes sense.
Right. I think that's fine as long as what we're agreeing to is the obligations we have today.
Yeah, nothing beyond existing obligations. So I think that's a third condition, either new or amended. Then I think we have the condition about visual representation of reasonable light and sound, you know, having a noise study. What I think we need to figure out as a commission, is that something that is done and then the results of which are arbitrary? Or who is it that determines this is reasonable or not? You know, right now it's administrative. And so I tend to think, you know, I tend to think that although we often talk about the public adding value by weighing in on a public process, I also am extremely confident in staff understanding when we ask for what is like reasonable, that they abide by their own understanding of reasonability. So when we add visual representation and of light and sound impacts to the neighboring area, and we talk about the noise study, my gut instinct, because I think this is also what would make sense for the developer, would be that that is staff approved. But I'm curious if you all think that's sufficient or not.
Well, my intention with adding that condition was for the community so they can at least
To see it,
see.
yes.
Right. And so, yeah, in terms of what is an acceptable level, I don't know how exactly we would condition that in there outside of, you know, the administrative requirements that you were.
Okay. So I think what I would want to see is that it's made, you know, public as soon as it's, as soon as the study is done. And so that way people can understand the implications and staff then issues whether they deem it to be reasonable or not. So for example, study is conducted, there's overspill in an area that adversely affects other people. Therefore, the staff would say, this is a problem. Applicant works to figure out, all right, we're going to address this, republishes the new update. People can feel good about it. It does provide the opportunity for there to be a disagreement as to what's reasonable, which I think is okay, because we're not asking this to go through the process again. At that point, people could reach out to city staff and then petition city staff to say, hey, come on, this isn't reasonable. That's way too bright. So I think that makes the most sense to me.
Yeah.
If I could say something, just, I appreciate all of that. And we want to do right in here. The caveat is we're a Major League Baseball team. And so if it's, you know, in reasonable terms of other Major League Baseball parks, I mean, that's what we need. There will be noise, there will be sound from the games. There will be lighting for the game at night and to keep those fans and residents and visitors safe. So those, we just need to have those, you know, parameters and understanding that has to be a part of it.
And I want to note that your final plans are reviewed against the preliminary plan that you are considering right now. Staff does not look at something as to whether it's reasonable. We look at whether it meets the standards of the code and the standards established in the UR plan.
And so how would you suggest we achieve what we're trying to achieve?
Well, when we get the UR final plan, we'll be looking to see, does it meet the standard in the ordinance? And they have requested a deviation from that. That will be the staff review when it comes to lighting. Does it meet those standards?
Yeah. And so I think what's difficult even for us right now is understanding the degree to which there is a deviation. So I don't think anyone's trying to compare a baseball stadium to a school, for example. You know, I think there's a good understanding, at least here, that it's going to create different levels of noise and light. But I think even for us, a deviation as it stands now, it's more difficult to understand the implications for different neighbors. Whereas if there was a visual representation of, hey, the deviation is spilling out to these areas where no one lives, that feels really different. I want to say, I think one of the best attributes of this site is that it's buffered by parks to the east and west, and you have great uses to the north and south. You just have this really unique situation where you have a couple residences tucked in there as well. Again, I think your building's going to screen it perfectly. I wish if we knew the degree to which that building, the height it was going to be, the size, this might be a non-issue. So I guess, Sarah, what I would like is to know that as we craft the condition today for the deviation, you know, is there a way that we can still provide staff the ability to have the plan reflect what we're discussing?
You would have to either decide to remove the deviation or change the deviation, because that will be what staff is reviewing against.
And who would be the staff subject matter expert to help us understand the deviation as it is written currently?
I don't know that we have a lighting subject matter expert on staff. If you would like to ask the applicant's engineer to provide you with additional comments about, you know, from his point of view, but they're the people who will be submitting the photometric plan showing what those light levels are.
Yeah. Do you all have that engineer with you for either light or sound?
I mean, Populous does this a lot with these stadiums, and the lighting and the technology gets better every day, so that you've got LED lights more shining in. I think we've got, you know, our proposal in the documents. I think in our design guidelines, we speak to it. Sarah Dempster is with Populous and has built a number of stadiums and can probably provide some testimony here.
Yeah.
Please, yeah.
Can I make one point of clarification before because we're talking about two different things. We're talking about lighting and we're talking about noise. Lighting is, the type of lighting we're talking about is regulated in the zoning code. The noise part is not. I believe that is regulated by the health department in the nuisance code. So that is out of the purview of this plan review.
And with noise then, is there, because to the applicant's point, there's a big difference between projected sound and then cheers. Is that differentiated in?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to even control that during a game day, frankly.
Well, that's
because-
my point though. They can't
Yeah.
control the cheers, and so,
Right.
but projected noise, the placement of speakers and the quality of speaker, et cetera, that is something that I think is very controllable. So that's why I don't want to put a blanket condition that is poorly crafted. So then all of a sudden you guys are telling people you're cheering too loud.
And that's not something that is within chapter 88. So if you put a condition on, that's not something that city planning can administer.
Yeah, okay.
Sarah Dempster with Populous. We have several engineers engaged that will be addressing lighting and acoustic concerns. We're early in the design process for the ballparks, so the final design and when we progress the plans and what we're doing with the Royals, that will help inform our light conditions as well as our acoustic conditions. We did clarify with our lighting engineer, ME Engineers. They've done every single Major League Baseball park that we've worked on at Populous. They confirmed that they thought the 10-foot candles was the acceptable amount of light. It's not an extreme amount of light. The field lighting will be focused on the field and not, out toward the community and the residents.
And in your professional opinion, is there a way that we can give people the confidence that you have currently that it won't be problematic? Like, is there a way for us to also convey that when this is passed? Again, I'm not particularly worried about light in almost 300 degrees of spread. We're only particularly interested in this one directional area. Like, is there a way that in your professional experience, we can condition something that you feel will not disrupt your process at all, but will give confidence to people who are concerned about it?
I mean, we can definitely do lighting diagrams and things like that show photometrics. We're just not there in the process yet. We want to have the zoning process be approved before we design an entire ballpark.
Yeah, and this is a really unique one because again, typically for this project, a project like this, it would come back. And so it's an exceptional ask, which I understand and I'm fully supportive of, for this not to come back. And so with that very exceptional ask, I think we have to do some things to provide more certainty. And so I'm wondering if you feel confident enough to tell your the applicant that you're okay committing to a lower foot candle in the direction of the residents because you're not concerned it's not going to be 10 because there's a building in the way and there's enough separation.
I think we need to understand where the design evolves to, but I don't have a concern with the 10-foot candles already listed.
And I would note it's just at building entrances. So at the right-of-way line where there's not an entrance, we would be looking at the same standard we have now, which is 1. So we're not talking about a deviation for the entire area. We're talking about a deviation at the location of building entrances.
Building entrances of the development so new buildings in the development, it's a measurement at just the entrances. Typically, so are we typically measuring light by, I always think of it in terms of how far it's reaching, but you're saying it's getting measured from the source.
Photometric plan is going to show you the amount of light throughout the area that's the subject of the UR final plan, and staff reviews that for compliance with our lighting standards. A lot of times that's really focused on the area where the right-of-way line. It will show the lighting for the entire site, though. What this deviation is saying is that standard where there's a building entrance is 10-foot candles at the right-of-way line for building entrances. If there's not a building entrance, it's going to be governed by the existing standard, which is 1.
And which number condition is this?
The deviation is written on the plans on sheet 17 of your packet. Second.
It's in the top right corner of that sheet. Page 17.
Okay. Item 1.
And then, so that to me feels sufficiently limited. Even to the degree that maybe, I'm surprised that it is that limited, because I would, and again, I look to an expert to explain this, because I certainly don't want to misspeak and can't speak to it, but to me, it would feel as though then residents should not be concerned at all with the way it's written, that there will be significant spillover that would be obnoxious. Like, are you comfortable saying that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
That being said, I still think it's important to provide the plan that demonstrates that.
And so what I want to restate for people who are concerned about lighting, the way the deviation is written on the plan, a deviation to section 88-430-05C, spillover lighting standards to permit 10-foot candles at the right-of-way line for building entrances. To me, that's extremely restrictive. And where the building entrances are, it's just, I would think there'd need to be a different deviation for ballparks, et cetera. But what we just heard from a professional is that there's no way there's going to be abnormally bright or beyond code bright impacts to you all where you are. Okay, so we have 3840, the condition about parking, visual representation of light and sound. There's the request for a noise study. Was there anything else, Chair, that you thought we needed to cover in the conditions?
Nope, I didn't see anything. I think we've covered everything with the access, ingress, egress, with the plan that needs to be prepared and reviewed on an annual basis per the condition 40.
Chair, you had mentioned something about the ongoing engagement. What do you envision with that in terms of public engagement?
Well, certainly as they bring in projects that come through, that they have a public meeting on each of those, which that's part of their requirement anyways, and maybe not all of them.
Your final plans do not require a public engagement meeting.
So I think the expectation is that barring major changes to the plan, we will not see this again.
Yeah. I don't know. In my opinion, I would just like to see that there is an overall plan that's developed by the Royals and Crown Center that is something that you can at least demonstrate to the public as to what you're doing and what's happening. It doesn't have to be exact, that this is exactly what we're following, but just gives people assurance as to what's going on and what you're proposing to do there. So there is buy-in from others around, and whether that's individual meetings or you post stuff around Crown Center or just something so people can see what you're planning to do in that whole development process.
Sure. As our master plan develops, we'd certainly want to do that because we do want to show what this place is and will be.
Yeah. Every website or anything like that too would be great to have that.
I think potentially what we could do is require some sort of ongoing communication with representatives of those 3 parcels on a regular cadence, whether that's bi-weekly, like every 2 weeks or something.
With who?
Representatives of those 3 parcels that are within the district, just because, so that way there's a guaranteed line of communication. I mean, what we heard from a whole bunch of people who decided to show up today, which is pretty unique, is we didn't get responded to this time, or this time. And so typically the tool we use is, well, this is going to come back again. So there'll be an opportunity for the public.
Well, I think that's where you just have them assign a liaison between the two that can actually work that together. And when they meet, that's up to them. I don't want to police that. I don't think staff wants to police that either. But I think it is warranted that they provide a liaison that is able to do some of the public discussion with neighbors around so that they can do those kind of things.
So is that something that gets added, or is it just something that's verbally communicated today?
Well, I think it's verbally communicated today. I think it's a request or an ask that we have of them. Is it a conditional thing? Somehow you got to monitor it and police it. That's the thing. How are you going to do that? I think it's similar to what we asked Costco to do, is to be a good neighbor and speak to their neighborhoods and everything. And I saw that they're actually going to keep their pharmacy for another year, which I think is a great idea. But I think that's something here that we would ask that they do as well. Just as part of being a good neighbor with everybody, assign a liaison that can actually go out and speak to all these folks and bring back the information that they're collecting and see what they can do. If anything.
Is it something that you all feel you can commit to, that have and again, we probably can't police it very well, so therefore it probably can't be conditioned, but can you all, commit to, on a biweekly basis, having a standing meeting with representatives of any one of these three parcels to keep them updated on progress?
Yeah, we intend to have ongoing meetings with the different neighborhoods around us. At this point, biweekly seems like I don't know that we have information for biweekly, but certainly something like monthly would feel appropriate.
Yeah, and if we needed a designated liaison, we could certainly do that, but, yeah.
Okay, I suggest we close all testimony and speak amongst the commission. Anything you'd like to discuss? And then make a motion after that. If there's nothing to discuss, then.
Yeah, my question for staff on the parking is, in terms of ensuring that parking remains as it is today for the two parcels, does that get tacked onto an existing condition, or is that a separate condition, and how would you like it stated?
I mean, if there's a contract in place already, then city can't infringe on any of those agreements. But as far as parking is concerned, I mean, the district just labels how many existing spaces there are. It doesn't, the way that it's shown right now, attribute them to specific buildings or tenants or users. So if you would like to change that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would like to change that. So is it best to tack it onto an existing condition or make it a separate condition?
Probably a new condition.
Okay.
Are you suggesting requiring a certain amount of parking per condominium unit?
Yeah, so what it sounds like, there's some disagreement clearly, where the applicant feels that the rights to those parking spots are already taken care of, tied to the property. There's no concern. From the residents, they're saying there is concern. And so all I want to condition is that if it doesn't exist the way the applicant is already stating it does, and so if it does, it's a done deal, then it's just ensuring that no fewer parking spots will be available to them in the future.
Than are today. That's a fine condition, that they will have the same rights to parking that they have today. We won't do anything to reduce their rights to parking.
Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and start, and then we can back on. Okay, Chair Crowley, I move to approve docket item number 1 with conditions, amending condition number 38 to read.
Wait a minute, 38?
Yeah, 38, adding equivalent to or greater than existing degree of separation that it currently exists.
Correct.
Amending and adding to condition number 40, ensuring a provision that residents have access at all times to their parking spaces. Adding
I would say parking is the same as it is today. And the reason I say that is right now we're doing repairs in their parking garage. And so they don't have uninterrupted access to that parking garage. We've provided substitute parking.
Sure.
So I want to be careful of the language because it's such a sensitive issue.
Yeah, so amending condition 40, adding that a provision that residents have access to parking during all events in the same manner in which currently exists.
Yeah.
Of course, those locations can change at times
Right.
if there's construction.
And obviously when KCPD closes the streets like they do, or like they did during World Cup, KCPD has the rights to close streets whenever they feel there's a public safety issue. So I just that's one of the things that I, just as we write the language. There are
Yeah.
certain things we can control and certain things we don't as the
And the
developer.
intent here, and I mean, you're gonna be working with staff on it, the intent here is to make sure that you guys, for some reason, didn't decide, you know what, we just can't accommodate it. During opening, the first hour of every game, you can't get to your house.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
Completely agree.
Yeah, and that's just going to be covered in your traffic management plan. So I would assume that the KCPD has a copy of that so they understand the residents have access to their.
And adding a condition that if resident parking is not already sufficiently protected, that parking is not reduced in space count from where it is currently today.
From their part, from the rights to parking they have today.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then a final condition requiring a visual representation of both light and sound based upon a noise study and based upon lighting engineering to be distributed publicly for transparency and for understanding. That concludes the motion.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion for approval with some modifications to a few of the conditions that were as stated. I think there were 38, 40, and then adding a condition for the lighting and sound. I also have a second with that. So is there any comments anybody would like to make on this particular project before we go through a full roll call?
Yeah, I appreciate everyone that came up today and, shared their thoughts. I recognize the concerns that we heard, especially from those living and working close to the area. I live myself close to the area. And that's why I was kind of like curious about what happened, like, the experience this summer. I have a positive, unique experience this summer, but I think I have confidence in the Royals and Hallmark and Crown Center that they're gonna keep working with city staff and experts and and the community to do this project the best it can be and continue to be good neighbors to everybody around the area. And the other side, I just believe this is an important investment for the future of Kansas City for decades to come. I think this project is going to benefit the city. For those, I'm in favor of the motion with all the conditions that we talk about.
Okay. Commissioner Morrell, anything to add or?
Nothing to add. I totally agree.
Okay. Commissioner Forbes, any comments?
Nothing to add.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess aside from the ones that I had stated before, I think, a couple of the things that I've really been looking at is accessibility and neighborhood connectivity with this. With the current stadium, as much as I'm sure many people love the architecture of the current stadium and the stadium itself, the planning of it has not been very good historically. And so having a stadium that is more interconnected with the neighborhood and has more things to do around it and more potential to be activated outside of game day hours, I think that in that terms, it's a really great project. I think in terms of connectivity as well, the southern portion of Crown Center has been had a lack of activation for many years. And so I think that this has the potential to sort of bring the success of the northern half of the Crown Center into the southern half and really make that a little bit more connectivity with the neighborhood that I live in, Union Hill.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Enders?
I think it's going to be a fantastic project, and I want everyone to be as excited about it as I am. And so I hope that you all can maintain good communication so that way everyone comes along with it.
Yeah, I think from my standpoint, one, I appreciate everybody being here today. This is a very important project. This is a huge initiative, and it's going to be a major change for our downtown. It's going to bring activity. It's going to bring people there. It's going to bring opportunity. I think it's a great project. I'm in full support of this rezoning. I think it'll be something that also set up for rebuilding other things around. Like I said, new opportunity or new things that we could do to support the actual stadium itself, and it'll set it up for some generational growth as well in the city. So I'm in favor of it with it as well. So with that, we've got the motion in a second. Margaret, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Crowell.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Asik.
Aye.
Morrell.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye. Okay, so it looks like the motion passes in for approval of the zoning to move forward to the next stage unanimously by the planning commission. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to take a
Um,
short break?
Let's take maybe, I'm not ready to go to lunch or anything yet, but let's maybe take a 10-minute break, just allow
Sure.
some of the folks to do that, and then we'll come back if that's okay, and work on.
11:40.
Yeah, so come back at 11:40, so then we can work on as many of the cases as we can before we take a lunch break.
That's not, okay.
I think it was more like we really need it.
We don't have to hit recording. So we don't have to restart the recording, so you're good whenever. Okay, so we're good to go. All right, welcome back. Let's get started again with our planning commission meeting. So let's move on up to docket item 2.
Docket item number 2 is case CD CPC 2026-83, a request to approve a rezoning from District B4-2 to DX5 on about half an acre generally located at the northeast corner of Washington Avenue and Avenida Cesar Chavez. Matt Barnes is the staff planner for this case.
Is the applicant available?
I think they're planning on attending online.
You know who I'm looking for? We have a lot of people still online.
Is there,
Travis Wilson, I'm going to promote to panelist. Chad Wingate.
Okay.
okay. Good morning, Matthew Barnes, City Planning and Development with docket item number 2, a rezoning for 2131 Washington. Site is located at that previous address within the 4th Council District within the greater downtown area plan. Here's a closer view of the site yet. You see Union Station to the bottom right, I-35 on the left side of the screen, and the tracks running east-west through the site. Parcel is currently zoned B4-2. The applicant is requesting to rezone the entire property to DX5. That's a downtown mixed use. That includes these 2 parcels that are undeveloped with a parking lot, and then this existing building. It is only those 3 windows there. It doesn't extend to the north end, so that's end building. This will help facilitate future development on the site. In accordance with the downtown development standards, there is requirements for ground floor retail and space within that downtown area. The applicant is not proposing any development at this time. This is in conformance with the greater downtown area plan, which recommends downtown mixed use for the subject site. You can see on the right side of the screen that area plan, and the 4th District Planner, Luke Ranker, did review this and gave it a high alignment with the adopted area plan. Staff did speak with one member of the public yesterday who's expressed concerns regarding rezoning and its potential impacts for the residential neighborhood to the west on the other side of I-35. They did indicate that they might not be able to attend the hearing today, but we did not receive any public testimony, written testimony. With that, staff recommends approval of the rezoning at 2131 Washington, and I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to city staff? Okay, let's welcome the applicant then. If the applicant would like to speak on the project.
Yeah, my name is Chad Wingate. I'm the applicant. My architect Travis Wilson is with me.
Chad, 1 second here. Having a hard time hearing. Can we get adjusted a little bit? For some reason, it's kind of hard to hear those that are online without it being really loud or really soft.
Gotcha. Is it better now?
I think they're still adjusting it a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot now.
Okay. I was just starting out by saying, thanks to the commission. My name is Chad Wingate, and we are, I'm here with my architect, Travis Wilson, and we are working on this project, looking at it for purposes of potentially adding some housing in this area, looking at the location. It's right across from where the new Braves stadium is scheduled to be, and we feel like it's a good place to add some more housing in there. And our staff member Matthew Barnes has been really helpful with kind of guiding us a little bit in that direction. The DX5 was the suggestion that would work best with the downtown plan. And so that's what we're seeking, just trying to move the zoning. It's currently a light industrial zoning, and we're trying to just get it into a zoning that would allow us to add some housing.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? With that, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody that would like to speak regarding docket item number 2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon. Good morning still.
Good morning. My name's Austin Bickford. I'm a building owner and I'm the president of Washington 23 Condominium.
Sir, can you speak in the microphone? I know it's kind of.
Yeah, sure.
There we go.
A little closer. Okay. My name's Austin Bickford. I'm a building owner directly across the street from the proposed property at 2130 Washington Street is my address. And I'm also the president of Washington 23 Condominium Owners Association, which is a group of 4 buildings across the street. Not opposed to the project, but I think a couple of our concerns are around parking and access for local businesses during construction. All the businesses on this block are small, locally owned businesses, and so we require access to our buildings. And so generally regarding parking, the area is already relatively short on it, and so added density makes it worse. So I want to have a better understanding of what the proposed parking situation looks like for that building, if it's 1 spot per unit or if there's opportunity for 1.25 spots per unit to accommodate guest parking. Additionally, want to understand if there's any consideration for a public garage where local businesses could lease during the day. Perhaps that could be part of the plan. And then regarding construction, just looking for some guarantee of building access during construction and a better understanding of timeline, road closures, detours, as well as construction parking during that time. And so again, not necessarily opposed, but just want to make sure that the team is working with local business and residents. And we'd hope that we could have some type of written answers before the next hearing, if that's possible.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anybody else?
My name is Elizabeth Aaron. I own a building in the condo association. I've been in the neighborhood, born and raised in the Crossroads district, pretty much. But my concern is also the small business vitality of people that have built the neighborhoods and then large developers coming in on the backs. And I support that, and it's the way it is. But for me, running my building, when I can't have a new tenant come in and park, and then they're going to think about not leasing my space, is my big concern, because that's my income. So I want to make sure that there's clear communication on what is developed in parking, like Austin said.
Okay. Thank you.
We have
Anybody? Go, I'm sorry.
we have a couple of hands raised
Okay.
online. I'll call first on Andrea Wardell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, my name is Andrea Wardell. My address is 2526 Holmes, and I also am property owner 200 feet from 2131 Washington. My concern is that Chad Wingate, the developer, has not done any true ground-up developments or redevelopments. And through my research, it appears that this is an easement tax plate, historic preservation easement, or even a conservation easement, which he's completed hundreds of. He is a tax attorney. So I do not, as a property owner, want to waste time for somebody to stand to get some contributions off of a project that is illogical and probably will not get off the ground.
Okay. Thank you.
We have someone who's called in whose phone number ends in 3308.
Hi.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Katrina Vincent. Live at 2008 Jefferson Street, just a few blocks west of. I'm 35, and I'm also represent the West Side Neighborhood Association. When I spoke to Matthew Barnes and Travis Wilson a couple of days ago about this project, there was some uncertainty of the what was provided in the application details, which is now stricken from the details of consideration of creation of a 14-story residential building over an existing building. And that is, stricken from that because there wasn't any concrete designs or plans that were going to be provided to the city because they said that they didn't have those plans developed yet. I understand from the comments from the last notice hearing with the Royals that, each project is unique and you also approve rezoning changes even when there aren't any design plans. But this is a unique situation because there's a lot of uncertainty, some vague responses from the applicant, and uncertainty from Matthew Barnes as well when I spoke to him of the questions and answers provided to the applicant. It does change the dynamics of our community and our neighborhood, and the city really promotes neighborhood. And with that, I would request that a continuance of this particular application to be rescheduled for another hearing time so that we can get more information from the applicant and what the true intentions are.
Ma'am, I
And
think we've run out of time here. Appreciate your call.
Chris Sally.
Is by chance the last person, somebody give me a summary of what they concerned about? Is it parking or access? I'm not sure.
I think partly it was about character of the neighborhood.
Character of the neighborhood, okay.
Chris Sally?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Chris Sally, 140 Walnut Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64106. I've been a development consultant in the city for about 20 years. Worked on over $7 billion worth of built projects. The development plan that was submitted to the city shows that the developer was trying to put in a 14-story apartment with a historic building underneath it and also get historic tax credits. There's a reason why he pulled the development plan, and it's because there's a lot of similarities between this project and a project that this commission will be hearing later this afternoon, which is out-of-town developers using historic preservation easements to create tax shelters for wealthy clients. And it is wasting a lot of our time, a lot of our resources. And I would ask that this commission hold this until the developer and the applicant can provide additional information on what development plan that they're doing and whether or not they are going to be using historic preservation easements and using the time and resources of the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
They're all the hands raised online.
I'm sorry.
Those are all the hands raised online.
Okay. So let's close public testimony then. Did I miss something? Is this a historical site or no? Are we talking about, is that a different one?
There is an existing building on site that dates pre-1940. I don't know the exact date of that site, but it was there in the 1940 tax photos. Right now, this request is only for the zoning of the property. The applicant did submit a development plan at the beginning, but pulled that and is no longer under consideration. The application has been canceled. So this request before you is only for the rezoning.
So the application for the development plan is canceled, and so we're only looking at zoning of this one address.
Yes, if they'd like to move forward with any kind of development plan for this site, they'd have to reapply and then we'd send out notification.
Okay, all right.
I have a quick question for staff. The parking on Washington Street directly in front of this parcel or set of parcels, is that free parking, unlimited parking? Is it paid parking?
On Washington Street?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I have parked there. I don't in the past to visit a company nearby. I am not sure if it is now signed, like where you have to do the pay app. I don't know if the applicant or can speak on that. But it is general parking.
Okay.
Public.
Okay. Any other questions, that the commission has? Okay, so let's go back to we've closed public testimony, going back to the developer themselves and just listening to some of the comments that were made by the public engagement. Any thoughts or did you want to speak to those?
Sure. Yeah, the questions about the fact that I'm a tax lawyer, that's, I mean, I'm a tax lawyer and we've assisted in a lot of development work, including, a lot of tax credit work. So those do include historic tax credits, and low-income housing tax credits and solar tax credits. So we always look for incentives, on different developments that might be available. But at this point, I mean, every developer tries to look for incentives that are available. So at this point, we're just trying to get get the zoning switched to a more appropriate zoning. We feel like for the property. And the reason that we stopped the development application was because it was getting into, there were a lot of details that needed to be worked out on the development plan that we're not to that point yet. So we said, let's just start with the zoning and then we can do development, at a later date. From the parking standpoint and the concerns from neighboring businesses, we share those same concerns. There's an operating business in the building that we intend to accommodate and keep there during construction. So we'll be conscientious about any the business that's occupying the building and all the neighboring businesses would be certainly a consideration of ours. And the parking, there is not a parking requirement for downtown, but we are accommodating a substantial amount of parking on the site. And we're adding some parking levels to the site to help accommodate the residential units that we would be adding. And Travis, our architect, could, maybe, I don't know if there's any specific questions for him, but, as of now, like I said, it's really just a zoning question.
Yeah, kind of curious why you guys pulled the development plan or the site plan for this.
Well, because like I mentioned, we were, and Travis, I don't know if you wanted to step in there, but we were getting, he said that it was probably better at this point because we were getting a lot of questions about specifics that we hadn't really, hashed out yet. And we're more than happy to take suggestions on, how we work through that development phase. But we're just not at that point yet. I haven't purchased the building yet. So we're just trying to see if we can even do what we would like to do before I purchase the building. So we're working through that process, and we felt like that was not going to be the best use of time if we're not even able to do what we were what we were planning anyway. So it doesn't make sense to plan it out to the nth degree if we can't do the project to begin with.
Are you under contract?
We are, yeah.
Okay. And then, do you sometimes purchase buildings, get the entitlements figured out, and then end up finding a developer that's better suited for it? Or would you only do this if you were intending to develop it yourself?
We would only do it, we would perhaps, perhaps partner with someone to help with it, but we try to take on projects that we could just do ourselves, mostly smaller projects.
Got it. Travis, no, we're not hearing you right now.
He was on here.
Is he unmuted?
He's not muted. This would
You hear me? Now you can hear me.
Now we can hear you.
We can hear you now.
All right. Thank you. Sorry, there's multiple audio buttons on here, and I was on a Teams meeting just before. So, yeah, I mean, Chad, I think adequately answered a lot of questions. I'll speak to that a little bit further. We were hired to kind of help review the site and what could be potential on this site, and that was kind of our initial, scope proposal that we have with Chad, and so like, well, we could do some things here and look at what the rezoning was. Chad met with Mr. Barnes at the city, who suggested the DX5 zoning would be a more appropriate zoning than the existing B4-2. I agree with that. I say, all right, well, if we were to go to the DX5, what could we build on the site? And so we kind of just worked through that as a very rough, understanding to help Chad during his due diligence process while he has the project under contract before it closes. And so we came up with a really rough plan of a building that could fit on the site that would meet the zoning requirements after switching to DX5. And I think there's a little bit of confusion in our conversations early on with Matt of how ready we were to go forward with that. And so that's why it got pushed forward. Matt was trying to be helpful to us of trying to help expedite things. And he suggested, hey, if you want to go through at the same time, you can move forward with the zoning piece and with the planning piece at the same time. And that way you can kind of overlap those timelines and expedite things. And initially we said, yeah, that makes sense. And then we kind of realized that we had got a little ahead of ourselves because the comments came back on the planning, from the planning process. And there were all kinds of things that we hadn't, not only had we not considered, but we weren't ready to consider, questions like what kind of lights are you going to use on the outside and what kind of material is this and how does the engineering work? And we don't have engineers in place. We don't have all those things up there. So what really we realized is that we really just need to go through the zoning process. And then if the zoning process can go forward and then it makes sense for Chad to close on the site, then we'll enter, he and I'll enter a full agreement for design and we'll move forward with the zoning or, the full development process at that point. But we didn't have the time or the wherewithal or resources yet to go ahead and fully design out a building that would meet all the questions that were going to be asked by the development process team. And so it felt like, all right, well, the city is suggesting that a DX5 zoning would make more sense for the site. That would accomplish some of the goals that we have for the site. Makes sense to follow up with the zoning process first. And then if that goes through, then we can enter into the rest of the process here. So that's kind of where we are. That's kind of why we pushed in, pulled back. I think that maybe that has made some people think that we're, being untruthful or something like that. But that's just how the process works. So trying to make sure that we're doing our due diligence here while the contract is under site. Or while the site is under contract, sorry.
Okay.
Then I'll just add a little bit more just about me personally. I grew up in Jeff City, went to JC High School, graduated from there, graduated from Mizzou. My family still lives in Jeff City. After undergrad at Mizzou, I lived in Kansas City. So I'm really familiar with the area. I'm excited about the Royals. I ended up coming to law school down in Georgia, but then I got my LLM at Washington St. Louis. So I have a ton of ties to Missouri and to Kansas City, and that's the interest in the area. So there's not anything strange or anything about me being out of town.
All right, thank you. I got a question for staff. I mean, what what are some of the different things that they could do with a rezone to the downtown versus where it's zoned now B42?
Yeah, so the B42 is more of a heavier commercial zoning district. Generally, you know, when we see that in new developments, it's more of like your larger Walmart, those kind of stores and uses. The DX zoning district requires, it has an 88 13006 has requirements for ground floor commercial space. That's more in line with what the downtown area plan is looking for, is that requirement for pedestrian activity. B4 doesn't have that. The uses, use table is also slightly different between what's allowed in DX versus a B4 zoning district. Generally, the DX is supporting like retail and residential uses. The lot and building standards, which is what the intensity designator -5 allows for a floor area ratio of 5 on that site. Staff wasn't comfortable going any more dense in that area, but with conversations with the applicant, that was kind of what they proposed for the building, and that's what we were comfortable with.
Okay, thank you.
The maximum.
I think with that, I'd like to close testimony at this time and speak amongst the commission. Are there any questions that the commissioners have based on the testimony provided to us so far?
There are parts that I couldn't hear, but I feel like I'm getting two audio feeds that then hit me at the same
Yeah.
time, and it's like, it's just.
It is very difficult to hear those that are online.
At least here, but in general, my read of this is the zoning is preferable than what it is today because it's less intensive use. It's more intense in terms of height and what you can pack on there. And I understand concerns from neighbors about that. I think this is the appropriate zoning for the site. So I'm supportive of the rezoning. I think it's completely reasonable that an applicant would, if they're under contract, only go forward with the rezoning at this stage because it is so much more work to do more than a rezoning. This rezoning gives them more confidence to potentially make a transaction. It potentially gives more confidence for someone else to do something with the site that's different. I think regardless of what would happen at that site, it's actually probably a better fit for the neighborhood than the B4 zoning that's more intense. So I'm supportive of it. Understand the uniqueness of how it came to us, and I'm okay with it as is.
Yeah, and I'll add, I'm supportive of this as well. The main concern I heard is just parking for the existing building owners that are there. And I think that is much more effectively solved through management of the parking on the street, making sure that there's high turnover rather than mandating, parking minimums, which we very recently established is not a strict requirement.
Yeah, I agree with the parking. So I don't know if there's something that we can do about that, like to, no? No.
Not for this.
But when it comes back if the building is actually going to then be developed, absolutely at that time, it could be considered and discussed, but doesn't need to be right now.
If it's not required, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm saying is for managing turnover on the street parking,
Right,
that's
so
more of a
it's
city
existing
thing.
businesses.
That's kind of outside of our
Right.
purview.
Once the construction comes,
I'm sorry.
once the construction plan comes to.
Okay. Commissioner Forbes, any comments?
No.
Okay. Frankly, I'm not supportive of it right now. I just would like to see what's going on with the site, where we're going with it. Why we even need the zoning. Everything's working fine the way it is now. So why not wait and see what's going to happen after that and then do the zoning with the plan? That's my thought. So I think we'll close testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 2 without conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 2 without conditions. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Crowell,
No.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Asik.
Aye.
Morale.
No.
Padilla.
Aye.
Okay, well, looks like the motion passes, see what, 4-2? All right, thank you very much. Let's
Thank
move
you,
on to
Commissioner.
docket item 3A,
Thank you,
B, and
Commission.
C.
Docket item 3A is case CD CPC 2026-103, a request to approve an amendment to the Red Bridge Area Plan by changing the recommended land use from residential very low density to residential high density on about 3.2 acres generally located at the northeast corner of East 100th Terrace and Scott Road. Item 3B is case CD CPC 2026-90, a request to approve a rezoning from District R 7.5 to District R 1.5 on about 3.2 acres generally located at the northeast corner of East 100th Terrace and Scott Road. And item 3C is case CD CPC 2026-113, a request to approve a development plan in lieu of a special use permit pursuant to section 88-517-09D to allow for a 16-resident adult group home providing assisted living and memory care services in District R 1.5 on about 3.2 acres, generally located at the northeast corner of East 100th Terrace and Scott Road.
Thanks, Sarah. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, good afternoon. I think it's afternoon now. Chairman Crowell, members of the City Plan Commission, all of our City Plan and Development staff. With me is Monica Landrum, and I think David Stout should be on the line. This 3 companion items before you today is located way on the south part of the city, just off what will be the Grand View Triangle, or what became the Three Trails Triangle.
Mr. Olafu, we're losing you in the microphone.
I gotta move it closer. Okay.
Make sure you speak.
Yep, this is located in the south part of town, within the 5th district. And again, it's just to the northeast of the Grand View Triangle, or what is the Three Trails Triangle. Again, to the area is highlighted in yellow. It's again at the terminus of East 100 Terrace and Scott Road. Just to the east of the freeway is Oracle, which used to be Cerna Innovation Center. For the kind of north east is the South Patrol. Just to the west of the site is Stonecroft Ministries, and then farther west is Oakwood Country Club. The 3 requests before you again, the first, as Sarah stated, is to change the area plan recommendation for the Red Bridge area from residential low density to residential high, and then to rezone the 3.2 acres from District R 7.5 to District R 1.5, and also approve a development plan in lieu of a special use permit, and this is to allow for 16-unit residential adult group home within the existing facility. So again, this parcel is highlighted in yellow, and you can see Scott Road is on the west side, and then the actual access to the site is just East 100 Terrace, and then to just south of the site is an existing what I'll call a multi-tenant building that used to be done, that used to house the same development. This is a picture of a concrete building, which was kind of industrial, and in the background you can see Cerna. So quick background, back in 1972, the Board of Zoning Adjustment approved a special permit to allow an eleemosynary use within this District R1A. And this was to allow for eventually to be about 5 residential cottages, of which only 1 was constructed. And this was to allow for about 100 students within this building to be utilized as a training center for kind of special adults. So over time, only 1 of the residence was built on the 9 acres, and the city has had issues with just the reuse of that building since this did not continue. So had multiple citations and different things. So now eventually the parcel got subdivided into two parcels, which you see. But today's request of the development plan, besides the rezoning from R 7.5 to R 1.5, is to allow for group home, and the group home is first allowed in the R 1.5 district with a special use permit. But because the applicant is rezoning and also doing an area plan amendment, they would like to then have the development plan approved in lieu of the special use permit to allow for the group home to occur on this existing structure. And if you look at the site plan, again, everything on the site remains unchanged. Discussion with the applicant, they will be updating and beefing up the landscaping. They will also be doing some treatment on the facade of the building and also making sure that the building is ADA compliant. So they're proposing street trees along Scotts Road. They will be doing what you see, doing architectural changes, putting in wainscot bricks and then updating the windows. A floor plan that allows for the reuse of the building. We went through the review criteria for the rezoning, review criteria for the development plan, and they meet all those criteria. They held a public engagement back in July 22nd. And I'll let the applicant give you more information on that. One of the things I just found out as I was doing my PowerPoint was that, as you can see, this parcel at the intersection of Scotts Road and East 100th Street, this parcel does encumber what would be the right-of-way. So Scotts Road is a public street, East 100 Terrace is a public street. So when they did this subdivision or split this parcel into two, the parcel under discussion today did retain the right-of-way for Scotts Road. I've talked to the applicant and I added a condition to my conditions, which will be condition number 21, that the applicant dedicate the right-of-way at the intersection of East 100 Terrace and Scotts Road by general warranty deed to the city of Kansas City prior to final CFO. So what will happen is I'll work with Public Works to see how much of that right-of-way they need, but we do need to make sure that the intersection is dedicated. And working with Public Works, I'll then have that done by general warranty deed prior to CFO of the building. So with that, staff recommendation of the request for the area plan amendment and the rezoning is for approval, and staff recommendation for the development plan is approval subject to the 21 conditions. That ends my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
All right, very good. Any questions for city staff? Okay, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Monica Landrum, and of course, I'm the applicant here for 4201 East 100 Terrace. I want to say my family cared for our elders at home, and what I learned from that, this should feel more personal and familiar and close to family. That's the standard I'm building at Rosemere. Memory care is challenging for the entire family, so families shouldn't feel guilty when they can no longer manage a loved one's needs alone. Choosing the right care setting is not abandonment, it's an act of love and protection. Rosemere will be a small licensed living and memory care home, not 100 residents. It'll be 16 private suites with their own in-suite bathrooms. Each resident will going to have the private suites. The rooms are specifically designed for memory care, something that you don't see here. Missouri's June 2026 analysis projects, it projects a net unmet need of 459 assisted living and residential care beds within the 15-mile service area by 2030. The slide shows our transformation. There's a vacant building that's going to become a home with no expansion of the footprint and no requested deviations. We completed the community engagement, accepted every staff condition in writing, and paid all our required fees. We have received no opposition to date. The property sits within 2 neighborhood associations. As he mentioned, the Hickman Mills United Neighborhoods and the Southern Communities Coalition. I would like to note that those 2 communities take a break during the summer. However, I did get a hold of Dr. Brandon White. He's the president of the Hickman Mills United Neighborhoods, who said he believes Rosemere will be a good addition to the community. South Kansas City deserves a smaller, more personal care option, and Rosemere is deeply personal to me. I am prepared to operate it with care and seriousness. You'll be able to talk to me, and you won't have to go through layers of people if there's an issue. You'll be able to get a hold of me directly. I respectfully ask that you recommend approval of all 3 Rosemere Mansion cases. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? You'll have staff full-time.
24/7 staff, and we have double the state required minimum,
Okay.
and a professional chef as well.
Oh, can I come there?
You can.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 3A, 3B, or 3C, come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, I don't see anybody here, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else you'd like to add at this time?
No, I'm excited about it. I think it's a great project. In South Kansas City, people have to drive over to the Kansas side or further away.
Sure. Okay. All right, with that, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket items 3A, 3B, and 3C with conditions, adding condition 21 as stated in the staff presentation about dedicating the right-of-way. Second.
Got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 3A through 3C, adding the one condition. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Crowell. Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Bassett.
Aye.
Morrell.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes 6-0. Thank you very much and good luck with your project.
Congratulations.
All right, let's move on. Just so everybody knows, I think we're going to try to go to 1 o'clock, take a quick lunch break, and then come back and finish up. So we're on docket item number 4 right now.
Docket item number 4 is case CD SUP 2026-35. A request to approve a special use permit for the expansion of a religious assembly use in District R5, R1.5, and R2.5 on about 3.8 acres generally located at the northeast and northwest corners of Main Street, West 75th Street, and East 75th Street. Genevieve Consmith is the staff planner for this case. Is your applicant online? I do not see Brian.
Applicant here for docket item 4. Is that what you're checking?
We're checking. If the applicant is online, if you would please raise your hand. I don't have any hands raised, and I don't see Brian Dostal listed.
Well, darn the luck for Ms. Jensen. Let's move on to docket item number 5.
Okay. Docket item number 5A is case CD CPC 2026-81. A request to approve an amendment to the Blue Ridge area plan from commercial and conservation to light industrial on about 26.33 acres generally located at 8200 East 63rd Traffic Way. 5B is case CD CPC 2026-80. A request to approve a rezoning from District B4-2 to District M1-3 on about 26.33 acres generally located at 8200 East 63rd Traffic Way. And 5C is case CD CPC 2026-82, a request to approve a development plan for one industrial building in proposed district M1-3 on about 26.33 acres generally located at 8200 East 63rd Traffic Way. Genevieve Consmith is the staff planner for this case.
Good afternoon. As stated, we have 3 companion cases for you: an area plan amendment, rezoning, and development plan at 8200 East 63rd. Parcel viewer says traffic way. Google Maps says street. So excuse me if I use them interchangeably.
Okay.
Site is located in the southeastern portion of the city. Specifically, it is a triangle between I-435 on the west, Blue Parkway on the east, and then 63rd on the south. You might know it as the swap shop, and then before that, of course, the drive-in theater. And what's proposed is that rezoning from the B4 to M1 to allow an industrial development, being a proposed warehouse building, approximately 220,000 square feet. Again, located primarily in the area that's already been made impervious. So there's minimal disruption expected to the existing tree canopy there. And then, although this is the proposed plan, in case there are any changes, this plan does allow for other uses permitted by the M1 district. And there will be 2 drive access. There are currently 2 drive access to the site. However, this eastern one will be slightly shifted to the west just to get it as far away as possible from the off-ramp on Blue Parkway to the east. And then the western drive, which again is existing, will remain and be used for emergency access only and be gated. Just a couple other things of note on the plan. There is proposal for expansion in the future. So there's passenger vehicle parking around the east and north sides of the building. However, there is some additional area proposed for future parking should the tenant occupying the building need it. Both passenger vehicles and then some trailer parking. And then same for the northwestern portion of the site. And as I noted, the development will mostly take place in this area that is currently cleared. There is some clearing needed for stormwater detention, but as you can see, the majority of the site with the tree canopy will remain. There was a tree preservation plan provided, and with the amount of preservation occurring, no additional mitigation is required. Landscape plan was provided in compliance with code requirements. And then the applicant provided a few renderings. And you'll also see in my street view images, the grade change across this site is very significant. So you will have some visuals on the 63rd side on the south as you're coming into the site off of that access drive on the east. But as you're on the highways and further down 63rd, it is largely screened with the existing tree canopy. So this is that eastern access drive that will be modified. And then the western access drive that will be for emergency vehicles only. And then here are some of those other views looking down into the site, heavily treed. And this is from 435 on the west side. And with that, staff is recommending approval of the area plan amendment, rezoning, and approval with conditions of the development plan. And I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff? All right, let's welcome the applicant then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Patricia Jensen with the law offices of Rouse Fritz White, located at 801 West 47th Street. And to my right, to your left is Tyler Weissong, and he is with Scannell Properties, who has purchased this piece of property. I'm gonna be real easy. I do have a PowerPoint presentation if questions come up. But we're in agreement with all the conditions. This was a former drive-in movie theater, and then became the swap place. But we are in agreement with all the conditions, and we would request your approval.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Forbes, any questions? Right.
No.
Okay, so at this time, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 5A, 5B, or 5C, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We do have a hand raised online from Lester Masood.
Okay,
You can turn on your camera and microphone.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
yes.
Hi, my name is Lester Masood. I have a piece of property that joins it at 8,000 Northeast Blue Parkway, KCMO. It is owned by Interstate Signs. I approve the use of this as a logistics center. I think it'll be a good use for the land along the highway there. I don't like the open plan to change it to anything they want. Mostly because in an M13, there is a pathway forward to go to a data center without any more public hearings. So I'm in favor of it as a logistics center, but not a data center. And so if we could have some kind of restriction to where going to a data center will go through public hearings, the planning commission and city public input, then I would be in favor of that. I just asked for that stipulation to be added into it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
No other hands raised.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then. Any comments from our?
Mr. Chairman, we did have our public engagement meeting, and Lester was the only one who attended. He owns the property. It's about a half acre to the north, and he owns an outdoor advertising sign company. He stated he didn't like the data center. I agreed in an email exchange with him that we would add that to the plan if that's the desire, but we came out initially doing the logistics stuff. It was staff who suggested to us that we open it up a little bit more. So.
Okay.
But we can put in there that we would not put in a data center without amending the plan.
Got it. Okay. Any other thoughts? Okay. With that, from the commission, if there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion.
Yeah,
please.
I think that's worthwhile. So what's the condition that we put it on the front page of the plan, or how do we?
It can either be a condition stating that any proposed data center require a major amendment, or it could be conditioned to revise the plans prior to city council to state that, whatever you choose.
Okay. Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item 5A without conditions, 5B without conditions, 5C with conditions, adding a condition requiring a major amendment to the plan should the use of data center be added or desired.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 5A, B, and C with the addition of the one condition. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Crawl.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Passick.
Aye.
Morale.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye. Looks like the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the commission. Can I take a moment of your time and introduce in the audience, Mr. Matt Gary? You will see him appearing. He's a new attorney in our office.
Okay.
And he actually is the son of Bill Gary, if you were around when Bill was city attorney.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Very nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Has the applicant Have they arrived for docket item 4?
I don't believe so. Would you like to go
Okay.
into number 6?
Yep, let's go on to number 6, please.
Docket item number 6 is case CD CPC 2026-88. A request to detach approximately 0.63 acres of right-of-way generally located south of the municipal boundary between Hillcrest Road on the east and Hayworth Road on the west from the corporate limits of the city of Kansas City, Missouri, to permit subsequent annexation by the city of Independence, Missouri. Olufu Agbaji is the staff planner for this case. Yes, Nick Bassonetto is online. He's been promoted to panelist.
Say the applicant's available.
The applicant is the city engineer, Nick Bassonetto, and he is online.
Fantastic.
Am I visible?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon this time, so straddling the time. Olufu Agbaji, City Planning and Development Staff. The next case, CPC 2026-00088. This is a request by the city engineer, in this case, Nick Bassonetto, for approval or for de-annexation of right-of-way for East Kentucky Road from the city of Kansas City to the city of Independence. The site is way at the city limit, and I'll go down. The right-of-way, again, as you see, is just east of 435 and what would be Winner Road or off Wilson. Go to the next one. So this is a section of the road that is proposed to be de-annexed over time. Excuse me. Over time, the city of Independence owns the pumping station that's just on the north side of this road, and Rock Creek treatment plant is a little further within the city of Independence. Over time, the bridge over the Rock Creek has deteriorated and has been closed now for a while. So in the past, we had talked about de-annexing property owned by the city of Independence within the city of Kansas City as part of that de-annexation to the bridge. One of the main issues is that the bridge has not been able to get funding for repairs because it's owned by 2 jurisdictions. So when Kansas City is ready to go for repairing of the bridge, Independence is not. When Independence goes, we're not. So, and rather than pursue an overall de-annexation of properties owned by City of Independence, we've chosen to just go with de-annexation of the right-of-way for East Kentucky Road to allow for the bridge to then be transferred to the City of Independence, and then to allow for the funding to be applied for by City of Independence, fixed and maintained by the City of Independence. Here's what the bridge looks like today. So the top left is a view looking east, and then a view looking west at what will be the pump station or the lift station. So the bridge right now is completely in disarray, and I think Independence has a path forward, and the public works of both cities have been working on this, I want to say, since 2024. And this process of de-annexation will allow for the City of Independence to then control the bridge, the right of way, and then fix the bridge and allow for traffic to move through. And here is the legal description of the portions. Goes from Ainsworth Road to Hillcrest Drive. And I'll let Mr. Bassonetto take it over. Staff's recommendation is for approval think we have two conditions. One, which says that I think we gave them 60 days from the action by city council to annex it. Otherwise, it comes back to us. And KC Water would like an easement for, and I think there's an existing utility along the bridge that we will retain an easement. My staff's recommendation is for approval subject to the two conditions I just mentioned. So that ends my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff? Okay. Anything Mr. Bassanetto wants to add to this?
Yes, good afternoon. Yeah, thank you, Olo, for putting this together. I think he covered it very well. This is, again, I want to reinstate that we're not de-annexing any parcels. This is just de-annexing right away. And it's going to, the city of Independence has done a great job. They passed some bond measures, so now they can fix the bridge and gain access back to their sewer plant. So this is a win-win for everybody, and I appreciate all the work the city planning stuff has done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's no questions for city staff, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody that would like to speak regarding docket item number 6, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Sheree Honeycutt. I work for the City of Independence. I'm here representing our city manager, Troy Anderson, and just want to say thank you to the planning staff. Thank you to Public Works. We're really looking forward to getting this back on our docket so we can do the annexation process. And so this, I think, I looked back and it's been going on since 2019. So we're really looking forward to a resolution and very happy that we can work together with you to get this resolved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, Kirk McDowell Schaefer. I own the 7-acre tract right adjacent to this. I'm a bit conflicted in that I want to see the bridge get fixed. Everyone does. It's been closed for 7 years, way too long. And what I was in talks with Independence to clean up the city limit lines. I think that might be a cleaner solution to this. Those conversations ceased sometime last year, and I got no notice from them until this proposal came forward. I'm only really speaking because what this will do is orphan some of your right-of-way Hillcrest Road, which extends up the city limit lines currently, although it's already been functionally vacated since maybe around 1986. I just checked with my neighbor over there earlier. So just looking at this as an opportunity to clean that up as well, because right now, I have access to the right of way into Kansas City, Missouri. That makes sense. My parcel is there. But with this leg being left, I feel like raises some unanswered questions if my site were to ever be developed in a serious way. So I've explored vacating that parcel with city staff here, and their ask has, well, been more involve Independence, which unfortunately these two municipalities do not have a good track record of working together on this process. I have been following it the entire time. So I feel a bit stuck in the middle, and just want to make sure this is on your radar in case I do come back for a vacation of this Hillcrest Road.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anybody else?
There are no hands raised online.
All right, let's close public testimony then.
Could, Olafu, can you speak to that
Yeah.
piece?
Vacation of Hillcrest. Hillcrest is also on the municipal boundary going north-south coming from, see if I can. That vacation also will require another interjurisdictional de-annexation because the plat and the dedication of that part of those of Hillcrest came from a platted subdivision in the city of Independence. So when we vacate that, generally 50% of that right of way goes to Independence and the other 50% stays with us. So we did not want to include that because this survey and this motion was based solely on the bridge, and it was the cost of the bridge. And because the city of Independence paid for that survey, someone else will have to update the survey and pay for the survey of that, but you also need to get consent of 75% of the owners on Hillcrest, which now again that's dragging the whole process. So the reason, as Nick stated, that we wanted to just get the right of way cleaned up for the purpose of reconstructing the bridge so that Independence utilities can have access from the pump station to the actual treatment facility, and rather than going around the block and also open up the bridge safety. So if we go to that vacation, that's a bigger scope than what this is. So we narrowed the scope down to just a simple right of way. No property is being de-annexed, just right of way.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I think we've closed public testimony then. Anything else to add or questions from the commission? All right, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, I move to approve docket item number 6 with conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second. By the way, did those answer your questions on the? Okay. All right, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 6. Is that where we're at? Yes.
6.
Margaret, can you take a roll call on that motion, please?
Crowell.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Morel.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye. Looks like that motion passes 6-0. Thank you very much and good luck with the bridge reconstruction. Okay, we still haven't heard from docket item number 4.
We do have the applicant for docket item
The
number 4.
applicant is now available.
Line.
Okay.
Docket item number 4 is case CD SUP 2026-35, a request to approve a special use permit for the expansion of a religious assembly use in District R5, R1.5, and R2.5 on about 3.8 acres, generally located at the northeast and northwest corners of Main Street, West 75th Street, and East 75th Street. Genevieve Conn-Smith is the staff planner for this item. I'm going to promote Brian Dostal to panelist, and that is the applicant.
Before we get started, I'm just looking at timing here. So we hear docket item 4, then we're going to hit the 1 o'clock where I'd like to, we still have 7, 8, 9 before we get to number 10. Are 7, 8, 9, are they looking at, do you think it'll take a lot of time to go through those? What I want to do is try to get through them and maybe take our lunch break before we hear docket item 10.
I believe that they will be shorter than docket item number 1 and docket item number 10.
Okay. Whew. Good answer. All right.
All right, docket item number 4 is a special use permit for St. Elizabeth's on 75th Street and 7444 Main Street. Site is located in the Waldo neighborhood area. And the subject site is multiple parcels. It's along Main Street, 75th, 74th Terrace, and then Walnut on the east. So there's the existing St. Elizabeth Church and associated buildings and parking lots on the west side of Main Street. And this special use permit, although it encompasses the entire campus, is more focused on the east side of the site, which is 2 parcels, one on 75th and Main, and then one to the north that's located entirely on Main Street. And their proposal for a new building about 7,500 square feet, and then a new play area on that northern parcel, all parking access via Main Street. Here's the subject site a little closer up. A few things they worked on with staff were some enhanced pedestrian connections to 75th Street and Main Street, which didn't currently exist as the site stood, which I have some images of. These are the building elevations provided. It will be oriented towards Main Street and the parking lot. So this is the south elevation, which will be facing 75th Street, and that west elevation, which will have the main entrance facing Main Street. East elevation facing Walnut, and then the north elevation, which is abutting that proposed play field. And the building is really supplemental to St. Elizabeth's needs as a whole, so it will contain some office space, some gathering space, classroom type, multi-purpose spaces. And then some images of the subject site. As I mentioned, there will be some enhanced connectivity to the building. There were currently buildings on the site that have since recently been demolished. So they're beginning site work in anticipation of approval of the special use permit. This is the southeastern portion of the site, so there is a bit of a grade change as you move east. And with that, staff is recommending approval with conditions, with of course the next step being heard at the Board of Zoning Adjustment, where they're also seeking several setback variances that were noted in the staff report.
Okay. Any questions for city staff? All right, let's welcome the applicant then. They didn't disappear, did they?
No, Brian,
Okay.
we can't hear you if you're speaking. He's unmuted.
I don't even see him on our screen.
He's having problems connecting with audio.
Okay. Maybe give 1 minute. And then if not, I think everybody can remember the staff presentation. Maybe we move on to number 7 and come back to that. Hopefully they get their audio fixed.
Would you like, we'll continue this to later in the meeting?
Yeah, let's go continue to hold number 4. And let's go on, move on to docket item number 7, if everybody's available for that.
Docket item number 7A is case CD CPC 2026-96, a request to approve a rezoning from District R80 to District AGR on about 53 acres generally located at 13131 North US 169 Highway. And item 7B is case CD CPC 2026-97, a request to approve a development plan for an expansion of a utility in proposed District AGR on about 53 acres generally located at 13131 North US 169 Highway. Genevieve Conn-Smith is the staff planner for this item.
Okay, as noted, docket item number 7 is a rezoning and development plan. This is for the Nashua substation, which is located in the very northernmost portion of the city along Highway 169. And here's the subject site outlined in yellow. I'll note, just for everyone's reference, it's just north of the approved Rocky Branch Creek Data Center campus to the south. And then there's also the Meta campus to the west. So this particular project is looking specifically at the site highlighted in yellow. It's currently zoned R80, which is low density residential zoning district, which does allow utility uses with a special use permit. However, looking at other considerations of the proposed expansion, including the needed use of some barbed wire fencing for security purposes, that is not permitted in the R80 zoning district. So staff advised rezoning to the AG-R zoning district, which does allow that type of secure fencing, and then requires a development plan for the utility use. So rather than a special use permit, we're considering a development plan here. And that proposed plan is, like I stated, just an expansion of the existing substation. Some similar equipment won't be encroaching in on any of the stream buffer or riparian area. And then just a few images of the subject site. This is 132nd Street on the north side of the facility. And then this is along 132nd, so looking at the access drive to access the facility. And pretty simple, staff is recommending approval of that rezoning and approval with conditions of the development plan, and I can take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from commission to city staff? Okay, let's welcome the applicant then. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Burton with Evergy, 818 South Kansas Avenue, Topeka, Kansas, 66612. Genevieve did a good job presenting our project. I don't have anything that I need to present at the time. I think she covered all of it, unless you guys have questions that I can answer for you.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items 7A or 7B, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then. Anything to add at this time?
Nothing to add.
Okay, you read the conditions?
Correct.
Okay. With that, we'll close testimony and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item 7A without conditions, 7B with conditions. Second.
Got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 7A and 7B. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Crowell.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Morel.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye. It looks like the motion passes then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Move on to docket item number 8.
Docket item number 8 is case CD SUP 2026-20, a request to approve a special use permit for a gasoline and fuel sales establishment in an M1-5 zoning district on about 0.314 acres, generally located at 840 North Montgall Avenue. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner for this case.
Is the applicant available?
I have not seen them on.
I have a hand raised online from Inscape Band.
Does not sound familiar.
I don't see Dana Blay.
Yeah.
I also have a number of initials, and if you are the
Hello?
applicant,
I'm here.
okay,
I'm here.
there you go.
Yeah, just for ease, for next time, can you please have your name displayed correctly so we can find you? Or
Yeah,
in
my
person?
computer name.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Sorry.
Hey, good afternoon, City Planning Commission. Alec Gustafson with Development Management Division. This is docket item number 8, CDSUP 2026-20, North Montgall Gasoline and Convenience Store Special Use Permit. The site is located at 840 North Montgall Avenue. It is located in the 4th Council District and just on the northeast side of Kansas City. This is a overview of the site. It's in an M15 zoning district along Nicholson Avenue and North Montgall Avenue. It's a little bit of case history. This was applied for a certificate of legal nonconforming use for gasoline and fuel sales use. That CLNU has currently been under review. This is just an overview of 88-6-1004, which basically says that they do need to apply for a CLNU in order to operate as a gasoline and fuel sales use. This is the view from North Montgall Avenue from March 2026. And this is a little bit closer on, further on North Montgall. And this is a view from Nicholson Avenue, March 2026. Here we have the site plan. This has changed slightly from since we last saw it. This was previously heard at a hearing commission in May. But one of the main concerns that I believe that you all had was the proximity of the back of the convenience store to the southern property line. It has since moved about 4.5 feet, and the site has installed a 6-foot opaque wood fence as well. So this is the current layout of the site. This is the lighting with little to none spillover on the property lines. And then these are the elevations, north and west elevation, east and south elevation. The original plans showed no separation between the southern property line and the gas station wall. And then the newly proposed plan shows a 6-foot fence and 4-foot separation between the property line and the gas station wall. Our approval criteria, criteria B is in the interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on general welfare. The main change was moving the convenience store further from the southern property line. Making these changes makes the blind spots behind the building a little bit more visible for any officers or anyone that may need to look back there. So we believe that a little bit enhances the adverse impact on the general welfare of the community. The proposal also expands the square footage of the original building and adds more landscaping around the site, which will benefit the public's general welfare through greater building area for more inventory and aesthetic placemaking via landscaping. Criteria D is it compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood? This gas station has been there, and it's going to operate 24 hours, which is what it was operating as in the past. But essentially the lighting will be shielded from residential uses. It'll be 24 hours, and this special use permit will have an expiration date of 2 years per condition number 8, so that we can later assess the operating characteristics. And then E, will it not have a significant adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort? There are no plans to remove or relocate any curb cuts along the main roadway. The addition of landscaping on all sides will allow for a safer buffer between the public right-of-way for pedestrians on the interior of the site. I just wanted to quickly note these 2 conditions: that the certificate of occupancy must have an approved status. The CLNU must have an approved status prior to C of O, and that this special use permit will be in effect for 2 years upon the disposition letter, so that we can come forward and look at this again later. With that, staff is recommending approval with conditions, and I'm open to any comments or questions or concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick question, and can you refresh my memory? Was this a continuance?
Yes,
Okay. Should there be a required quorum for this?
there should be. Required.
Yes. A required quorum?
Do we have a quorum for this one?
I'll check on this if you want to take public testimony.
think she mentioned we can take public testimony while she's looking that up.
Quorum for this item would include Crowell, Enders, Forbes, Hasek, Morel, and Padilla.
Great.
Lynch and Arkin, who aren't here. You were all there.
Well, here, okay. All right, any questions for city staff regarding this project? All right, let's welcome the applicant then.
Hi, this is Dana Blay from DBL Architecture, 8031 Wenonga Road, Leawood, Kansas. And as you know, it's a continuance. We shortened the building, made it a little bit smaller so we could get that clearance behind the building. I wanted to note that the lighting in the back is by motion. It's a motion detector system, so it wouldn't be on all the time for the comfort of the residents to the south. And I think we have achieved everything that we needed to achieve from the last meeting, and I think it's a good solution.
Okay. Yeah, I think it, if I remember right, the concerns were trying to get access back in the backside of the building and having a little space off the property line to maintain that. Looks like you've done that. I think the access in and out is a little bit better. Any questions from the commissioners to the applicant? Thoughts? Okay. Anything else you'd like to add at this time, Mr. Bly, before we go to public testimony?
I would like to ask about the 2-year disposition letter, special use permit, 2 years. Is that disposition letter after approval, or is it could it be after permit approval for a construction permit? Because it seems like it takes us about 4 to 5 months after we get this approval to get a permit. And at that point, it's eaten up, almost half of the allowable time,
Yeah, it's something we talked about in the past. I think it was, when does the actual special use permit start? Is it a time of when the BZA approves it and you get your disposition letter? Or can that be delayed for a period of time such that when the building is open, then they get their full 2 years? I don't know how the standards are written for that. If we can suggest it being based on the disposition letter or the certificate of temporary occupancy, I think might be a little bit more kosher.
You can do that. You can
Okay.
change that condition. I would suggest, if you're going to do that, to say TCO or certificate of occupancy, whichever comes first.
Yeah, I think you'd want to do the temporary because, that they're in open and in operation a little bit. So you'd want to have that start at that time while they continue certificates. Does that make sense, Mr. Black?
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, the TCO at that point, then the clock starts ticking, because I've had some of these permits go on for a year just with all the stipulations that they put on us. So, and then I got to come back to you, and I haven't even hardly opened yet. So that'd be,
Right.
that'd be smooth.
Okay. All right. So at this time, go ahead, sir.
I just want to note that if a building permit is not issued, the special use permit lapses on its own after 2 years.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, I understand that.
All right. So let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 8, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add, Mr. Bly, at this time?
No, I think we've covered it all. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission, or I'll take a motion, please.
Yeah, I appreciate, I know it was a small change, but I think it was impactful, so thanks for going through that. Chair Crowley, I move to approve docket item number 8 with conditions, amending condition number 8 to read that the special use permit shall be in effect for 2 years after the issuance of the TCO or C of O, whichever comes first.
Second.
Yeah, I just want to make sure on your motion that, still with a building permit, if it's not pulled within 2 years, it will expire. Is that correct?
That does not need to be a condition because it's in the code.
Okay. All right. And then, so number 5 and 8 seem like they're on the conditions are about the same. Do we need both of them?
Yeah, we could remove condition 5 then.
We can remove condition
So,
5.
Removing condition 5 as well.
Okay. Do you mind restating your motion, please?
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 8 with conditions, deleting condition number 5 and amending condition number 8 to read the special use permit shall be in effect for 2 years after the temporary certificate of occupancy or certificate of occupancy is granted, whichever comes first.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second with a couple changes to the conditions. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Morel,
Aye.
Padilla.
All right.
All right, looks like the motion passes then. All right, let's go to docket number 9, or do we want to try to go back to number 4?
The applicant believes he's fixed his audio issues. Which,
Okay.
would you like to do 9 or 4 first?
Yeah, let's do number 9 first.
Okay. Docket item number 9 is case CD CPC 2026-84, a request to approve a non-residential development plan to add a second building for an existing light equipment sales rental use located in a B2-2 district on about 2.452 acres, generally located at 16020 East US 40 Highway. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner for this case. Is your applicant online?
Yes, Dan Finn.
I will promote Dan Finn to panelist.
Okay, we have docket item number 9. This is CDCPC 2026-84, Dream Machines Development Plan. The site is located at 16020 East US 40 Highway, located in the 5th Council District, just south of Independence on the east side of the city. This is just an overview of the site. It's on East US 40 Highway, near Brentwood Avenue and East Breckenridge Court in Independence and Breckenridge Avenue in KCMO. This is a view from East US 40 Highway, September 2024, and that one was just a view of the existing building. And then this one is a view of where the new building will be proposed. The existing site is currently just on the left side, and then it's split into 2 parcels. We will have them combine those lots. This is their grading plan. And then this is the proposed 1-story building. The site will essentially be a showroom on the east side, and then it will be their maintenance shop on the west side. They're showing a little bit of tree canopy to be removed, but it's not enough to need any mitigation as far as tree preservation goes. And then this is the landscape plan that they're providing. And these are the elevations of the building. And then just some renderings of it as well. Just quickly, the review criteria for the special use permits: the proposed uses of light equipment sales, indoor and outdoor, and motor vehicle repair are permitted by right within this zoning district, either by right or with a special use permit. This development plan will allow these uses in lieu of a special use permit per section 88.51709D. So taking this through a development plan, having them combine the parcels will allow these 2 uses of light equipment sales and indoor-outdoor motor vehicle repair to exist on the lot without a special use permit. And then the vehicular ingress and egress to and from the site, circulation within the site must provide for safe, efficient, and convenient movement. This site does have access off of East US 40 highway, which is MoDOT controlled. The applicant provided a traffic impact study per MoDOT reviewer's request, and the TIS satisfied city staff. So we don't have any concerns with the interior and exterior site circulation.
Okay.
Just
Go ahead, sorry.
the conditions I just wanted to highlight, the two lots shall be combined into one legal description. This is what is causing the development plan. Combining the lots will also provide them a cohesive site. And then condition number 7, no vehicles shall be parked in the grass, and all vehicles shall be contained within either the new showroom or within the paved portion of the lot. With that, we're recommending approval with conditions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff? All right, let's welcome the applicant then.
Good afternoon, Dan Finn, civil engineer with Phelps Engineering, 1270 North Winchester, Olathe, Kansas. I appreciate your guys' time today. We are in agreement with all the conditions as listed. I do not have any further presentation, but I'm here to answer any questions if you have them.
Yeah, do you have a camera? Can you turn your camera on by chance?
I do not have that working right now. I apologize.
Okay. All right, any questions for the applicant? Okay. So let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 9, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add for this, Dan?
Sir.
Okay. With that, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 9 with conditions.
Second.
So I got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 9. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Brown,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Essex.
Aye.
Morel,
Aye.
Aaliyah.
Aye. All right, looks like the motion passes then. Thank you very much. Let's try to go back to docket item number 4, and then afterwards we'll take a lunch break, probably abbreviated one, and get started on docket item 10 after that.
Sure. The applicant is online. Brian, if you'd like to turn on your camera and microphone and say something to us.
Okay, so we've already heard the staff report, and hopefully the applicant can join us here. And
Brian, if you could unmute. We're still not hearing anything. I think he's still having technical difficulties.
Can we send him the call-in number?
It's on the website.
It's been sent.
It's on the website.
Yeah. Brian, could you call in instead?
If you treated this as a case where the applicant has not appeared, then you could hear it without him, or you could continue it to the end of the docket or to another date.
what's the commission think?
You said there was not an option though to vote on it now.
I'm sorry?
There's not an option to vote on it now because we.
No,
need
you
to hear-
can.
You can't.
You haven't taken
Without
public
the applicant.
testimony yet.
Preference is to have the applicant here, and the chair's preference is that all applicants be in person.
He says online that he could come down to the meeting after lunch if you would like him to appear in person.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and take our lunch break and then hopefully come back. their microphone works. Sorry, Genevieve. Okay, for lunch break, I know it was planned before to be a half an hour. I think 20 minutes is plenty of time for that. So let's do that. It is a 1:20, so let's come back at 1:45. That's pretty close to 20 minutes.
And I'm glad to see that.
Okay. All right. We'll hear that. Okay, so welcome back to the City Planning Commission meeting. This is our final time to get to docket item number 4 before we hear docket item 10. So, so far we've heard the staff presentation on that, and we're ready for the applicant. Thank you for being here. So we'd like to hear a little bit more about from the staff, from your side of the project itself.
My name is Brian Dostal with ACI Boland Architects. I'm the project architect for this presentation. Our address is 1710 Wyandotte Street, Kansas City, Missouri. First off, apologize for my technical difficulties, and thank you for letting me attend virtually and giving me the time to get here. As Genevieve has already presented, we're presenting to replace 2 existing buildings from the 1950s with 1 new space for the local parish. It will serve as a smaller chapel.
Get a little closer to the microphone, please. Thanks.
Yeah. The new space will serve as a small chapel, primarily as office space for the parish and a small gathering space for community events.
Okay. With that, are there any questions from the commission to the applicant then? Do I have any? Okay, so let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 4, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll close public testimony then. Anything else to add at this time?
No, sir.
Okay. With that, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 4 with conditions.
Second. I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 4. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Crawl,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Essick.
Aye.
Morel,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes in. Thank you very much for coming up here. Appreciate it. Sir, if you don't mind, as we get started on docket item number 10, can you kind of go back through some of your rules as far as public testimony and just the project itself?
Sure. I will revisit our procedures for public testimony. First, for everyone joining us online, please know that there are 2 categories of people who participate in the meeting online: attendees and panelists. And right now, the only panelists are board members and city staff. If you would like to speak on this case, the chair calls for public testimony. You can raise your hand using the hand icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen. You will need to accept the promotion to panelist in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic. You will reconnect shortly. We ask that you change your screen name if you're able to reflect your legal name. If you're calling in on a phone line, you can't adjust your screen name. It appears as your phone number, but you can still provide testimony by raising your hand when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. When you are promoted to panelist, the chair asks for you to turn on your camera so that the commission can see you when it is your time to speak. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony, and the chat box is only for questions about the agenda, and the merits of each case are not to be discussed in the chat box. For everyone who's joining us today in person, please approach the microphone on the podium when it is appropriate to give testimony. If you are familiar with the City Council's comment card process, the CPC does not use comment cards. We just ask you to approach the microphone when the chair calls for public testimony and form a line, and we will hear from people in the order that they reach the microphone. You are asked to give your name and address when you begin your testimony. The CPC has established time limits for all of its testimony. Those are 2 minutes for people speaking as an individual, 5 minutes for people speaking on behalf of an organization such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. You will hear an alarm when your allotted time is over. We ask that you be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear the alarm.
Very good. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and start.
Docket item number 10 is case CD CPC 2026-74, a request to approve a development plan in District DC-15 on about 0.23 acres generally located at the northwest corner of 10th Street and Central Avenue, allowing for the creation of a 384-foot structure which will contain ground floor retail and a data center. Matt Barnes is the staff planner for this case.
Good afternoon, Matthew Barnes, City Planning and Development. Before I get started, I believe the applicant would like to make a request. I'll defer to the applicant.
Yes, hello, everybody. Today, we're here to request a continuance. The reason for that is that we would like to complete, we've received notification of the public opposition to the project, and we believe that a lot of those opinions are not founded in fact. So what we're willing to do. What?
Please, hey, if everybody can't, we've got a meeting to conduct here. If you can't conduct yourselves in a professional manner, I will ask you to please leave. We want to try to give the respect that we need to with the applicant and to the commissioners here today. So if we can't do that, please leave the room. Please continue.
Thank you. What we would like to propose is an impact study from an independent third party who can assemble the data properly, both for the public and for the council and committee to review as well, so they understand the true impacts of what this project entails.
Okay. I'll speak with the commission here about that. What's your?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate what you're adding, and I think an impact study would be great. It would be my preference to still hear the case. A lot of people showed up today, so we could still hear from people, hear the case, and then could receive the impact study if deemed necessary. We can still continue it after hearing the proposal and the plan.
I'm just curious of your thoughts on that. If we hear from the public, I mean, we still would open it up for public comment next time around, even with the statement. So if it's the wish of the commission to continue it or hear today, it seems like you'd want to do both together. That's just my opinion on this.
Yeah, I mean, again, I want to recognize all the people that showed up to speak about this. And I think your hope as an applicant is that an independent impact study would change people's minds perhaps. And so perhaps that's less advantageous for you all. But I think that for the most part, it doesn't sound like you want to change the proposal. You just want there to be more information about the proposal. Because of that, I would like to hear it. So that way we can see what the plan is, let people remark on the plan. And then if it's deemed necessary, reasonable, et cetera, we can continue it at that point so that we can see the impact study.
I think
Commissioner Hassett, any comments?
No, I agree with Commissioner Anderson.
Commissioner over here.
I'm in agreement.
Okay. Commissioner Forbes, comments?
Also agree.
Okay. Go ahead.
My only thought process there is that, obviously we're interested in everyone's opinions. We want to make sure that everyone feels heard, but we feel like the facts from independent scientific research to support the data that we're presenting is very relevant to all of these testimonies. And what we have learned so far is that there's quite a bit of false information flying around, and we would prefer to proceed in that context with an independent third-party expert so that we're not sitting here doing this. Instead, we're working from true facts that are relevant to this. And we feel like it's important in order to be able to present those facts, not in a situation of, hey, just take our word for it. We're willing to take the time and spend the money to make sure that we have that independent information for everybody to be able to consider as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate that perspective. I know that as I read through the proposal last night, I was thinking about it from a number of different perspectives, and one of which is what you're talking about, I think, which would be, whether it's noise, environmental impact, utility use, et cetera. And so those are some things that, independent third-party data would be really helpful. There are also, for me, a lot of other perspectives that are separate from that, just in terms of land use, in terms of the density, in terms of the height, proper use of the property, et cetera. And so those are things that I feel as though it's still worth hearing today, because there might not be support for the project due to those things based upon like staff's recommendation already. And so that's why I don't think it's actually helpful for us to delay it. And at the same time, we can always continue it and get that study at a later date and add that to this, to the presentation and the proposal.
Yeah, that would be our request at a minimum, because we'd like to, have all the information available for everybody to consider. So ultimately, we're at your decision, so.
I'm in agreement. I would still like to move forward and listen to the case, and we can decide thereafter if that is absolutely necessary based on the commentary that we hear.
Okay. So the wish of the commission?
Yes, from my side at least, I would like to hear the case.
So it's the wish of the commission to go ahead and move forward with the case and then listen to the testimony of the city staff as well as your testimony and even some of the, the folks that are here with the public involvement, and then continue it at that time and come back when you have your study completed, and then you'll be able to present that at that time. And then hopefully we can move forward from there. Does that feel?
If that's your decision, we'll follow it. Absolutely.
Okay, are you ready to speak today? Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and move forward with the project then. We'll hear from the staff first.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Matthew Barnes, City Planning and Development, here with docket item number 10, which is a development plan, which also serves as a special use permit for a 20-story data center located at 934 Central. This was within the 4th Council District in the greater downtown area plan, as shown by the red arrow there. Here's just a closer view of the site yet highlighted in yellow. To the east there is the downtown library, Main Street, and to the west is Broadway Boulevard. Here's just a look at the site as it exists today. It's currently developed with the Western Newspaper Union building, built in 1900. And this is just looking from Central Street at that site at the same building. The site is zoned DC 15, which is the downtown core zoning district that allows up to a floor area ratio of 15. Data centers within this downtown district require a special use permit. The development plan is required for buildings that exceed 40,000 square feet, which this one does. In order to approve this, pursuant to section 88 by 1709D, a development plan can also serve as a special use permit. So this review was against both the development plan and the special use permit criteria. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing building on site, which is listed on the National Register of Historic Places, and propose a 384-foot structure. The total square foot of the building will be 140,000 square feet with a floor area ratio of 14. This is 100% lot coverage, with 50% of the lot having a ground floor retail for retail or eating and drinking establishment. The data center will be on the basement and remaining floors, as well as 50% of the ground floor. There's no vehicle parking provided on site. No parking is required within the downtown area. And there is 6 bicycle spots proposed, highlighted in red. These are the renderings of the building that the applicant is proposing. It is primarily brick and with a glass exterior. There is eventually they are looking into a lighting of the crown as well. I will note the 2 stories here and 2 stories there that are vents for the data center. The west elevation is primarily brick. There is no transparency until the 20th floor. There's over 330 feet of largely interrupted brick facade, which creates substantial building mass on that western elevation. Staff did request that additional transparency or architectural treatments were added to reduce that perceived scale and break up that massing. They are providing banding across there, so every story there is a banding, but due to the interior uses and just functional requirements, the applicant was not able to revise those plans. Here's just an elevation of that existing building. Buildings within the general 2-block area are primarily 6 stories or less, with a few exceptions. The Broadway Square building here, A, is 12 stories. B here at 934 Wyandotte is 8, and then C, 210 West 10th Street is 7 stories, excuse me. The landscape plan was submitted. Since there is no It's a zero lot line development. They are proposing landscaping within the public right of way. Currently, there's one street tree in this area. They are proposing 10 street trees, as well as 70 shrubs, and then 170 shrubs and 222 grasses. I'll give it over to Luke and our planning.
Sorry, Luke Ranker, Community Planning for the 4th Council District. So this application has a low alignment with both the Greater Downtown Area Plan and the Casey Spirit Playbook. I'm going to talk about 3 main reasons for that low alignment, starting with the demolition of the existing structure. These 2 plans talk at length about the need to adapt and reuse existing buildings. One, that's the most sustainable way to go about use in the downtown, both fiscally and environmentally. But the key points that both of these plans make repeatedly is that structures, regardless of their age or historic designation, often are contributing factors to the identity of the neighborhood that they're in. So the removal of this 125-year-old structure would be in opposition to the goal to maintain the identity of downtown. Speaking of the identity of downtown and to what Matt just discussed about the west elevation in particular, this design has a low alignment with the Casey Spirit Playbook's development guidelines and design guidelines. There's a number of things that those guidelines talk about. With regard to the character of the building, we think that staff believes that this design is in stark contrast to the existing infrastructure or existing urban design there. This large blank wall will stand out quite a bit on the west elevation. Often we understand that these blank walls are needed for elevators and such, and often they are masked behind another building in an alleyway, and that's not going to be the case here because there's not any taller buildings around it. It also creates a very large blank facade, and there's no attempt to break that up with changes in material or texture. And then finally, the use as a data center, and here I'm going to specifically talk about the primary goals of the Greater Downtown Area Plan. The first one is to double the downtown population. This does not retract or retain new residents to downtown. One of the other goals is to double employment and increase visitors in the downtown area. A data center does not attract any large-scale job here. There is some ground floor activation, but we're not talking about substantial job growth with this project over the long term. We often consider a data center or maybe a self-storage unit as what we call a dead use. That means it's not bringing new activity and vibrancy into the area. And then finally, I'm going to hit on this with the adaptive reuse concept, and that is to promote sustainability. The Greater Downtown Area Plan discusses quite a bit the need for green building design. And one of the concerns from community planning was the potential for significant heat generation off of the vents that Matt pointed out earlier. The applicant's response to our concern about that showed quite a lot of heat that could be put out into the neighborhood around the building.
So as stated before, this was reviewed against the special use permit requirements. 885-2509B is in the interest of public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. This is proposing the demolition of a building listed on the National Register. There's potential for heat and noise concerns. We have received over 450 letters of opposition on this. C is for compatible with the character and surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale. This is a 20-story building. As stated before, predominantly the area is 6 stories or less with a few exceptions. This is also, as stated, removing that National Register of Historic Place and that building mass, it just exceeds the existing neighborhood character. D, this is it compatible with the surrounding character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation. While it is not proposing any traffic generation, this data center will be running 24/7. This is there's potential for impact on mechanical and cooling systems within the structure, and it's not in line with the existing operational character of the neighborhood. And E will not have a significant adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort. There's not really any concerns on pedestrian safety due to like traffic or vehicular conflicts, as there's no curb cuts proposed, there's no parking on site. So it is maintaining that public sidewalk. But due to the potential for heat and noise impacts, there could be a impact on pedestrian comfort. And public engagement summary. So they did hold a meeting on July 20th. This is within the Downtown Neighborhood Association area. They had 87 attendees at that hearing. After that, we have received 475. I think a few more have come in this morning that weren't able to be attached to Compass KC yet, but 35 of those letters were received after the staff report submittal and are available on Compass KC. We did not receive any letters of support, but we did receive letters in opposition from the Downtown Neighborhood Association and Historic Kansas City. Really, the primary issues raised, and I'm sure these will be brought up, is the loss of the historic building, the scale and massing, the operational impacts of a data center, and consistency with adopted plans. With that, staff recommends denial of docket item number 10, and I can take any questions.
Yeah, I think I got a question here. I mean, because we're talking about the development plan for this, but in your presentation, you're also saying there's a special use permit that needs to go along with this.
The data or the development plan can serve as a special use permit pursuant to 88-51709D. So when there is a use that requires a special use permit, it can be approved through that development plan.
Yeah, but to me, I think we would have advertised that there's a special use permit tied to this.
It's not a special use permit. The development plan will approve this special use itself.
Aren't they two separate things? I mean, because the special use permit then goes through the BZA for approval. Do they also approve the site plan?
No, the zoning and development code allows the development plan to approve the special use without a second application required.
Okay, I just think it seems like we're on, because you got a path, you still have to go through council for the approval of the development plan, but then you have the special use permit. I guess just reading through this and going through the docket, you know, as I was preparing for this, I just understood it being the site plan approval, development plan.
Yes,
type
and the
of thing.
development plan is
And-
in lieu of the special use permit.
Okay, in lieu of.
Thanks for the presentation, explaining, traditional metrics on which you all evaluate a plan. I feel as though I've heard some things from council, and I'm unsure where the city has landed regardless of area. So I know that we've seen data centers in the downtown core and outside the downtown core of various sizes. Right now, what are the criteria with which the city is trying to assess data centers?
So there was a recent ordinance adopted that regulates large format uses and data centers. That was approved at towards the beginning of the year.
February.
And part of that is defining data center and requiring in certain districts these special use permits, such as the downtown core. So DX, DC, and DR all require those special use permits for a data center. With exceeding that 40,000 square feet, which is the threshold of a development plan, development plan is also required. And as I stated, they can serve in lieu. So it has been evaluated, and it was recently amended by City Council with this requirement for the special use permit.
So, I guess what I understand from that is there's an extra classification that's been created somewhat, and there isn't necessarily new criteria with which to assess a project against, or there's no new matrix with which these projects should be evaluated within, whether it's size or noise or other externalities that you mentioned.
I believe the ordinance goes into detail on like noise and that level. There is criteria, and our code has not online been updated to reflect this, but in ordinance, it does have standards for certain districts, and I can pull that up with you.
Data centers are required to issue or to submit will serve letters from utilities at the time that they apply for the special use permit or the development plan, indicating that utility providers have committed to provide them with service. We have requirements for, in the downtown district, the ground floor area has to have at least 50% of the ground floor area has to be, it can't be data center. Data centers can only occupy 50% of ground floor. We specify that they have to maintain, have to meet the transparency requirements of the underlying zone or overlay districts that would apply. And then the other major change of that ordinance was to establish that in, except for M districts, in B districts and the D districts, that these are special uses. And so they're evaluated using the same review criteria that we use for other special uses.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for city staff? All right, let's welcome the applicant then. Good afternoon.
Thank you guys for hearing us. I'm Jeff Bird. I'm representing the architect, Skidmore, Owings and Merrill. This is Chris Miller, our client representing Revitalization Unlimited. A few of our other engineers are in attendance today.
Can you speak a little bit more into the microphone? I can barely hear you.
Excuse me. Yeah. I'll repeat. I'm Jeff Bird. I'm representing the architect, Skidmore, Owings and Merrill. Our client, Chris Miller from Revitalization Unlimited. The owner and applicant and a few of our other engineers are in the audience today. And we have a presentation that addresses, we think, a substantial amount of the staff's concerns as well as public comment received to date. So we've already discussed the continuance request, which we will skip through. Again, our intent for the request for continuance was, as Chris already alluded to, and then again to allow for additional public input and consideration of the feasibility of taking a lot of that public input into account and seeing if it's possible to incorporate into our development plan. So we'll start today with a project overview. We understand that Commission has seen the staff report, but may not have seen our materials and sort of how we thought about this project from the start. In summary, the use that's being proposed is not I would say, unusual use for a downtown area. You can see on the screen here, there are 4 existing or proposed examples of roughly equivalent data center uses in the greater downtown area. One not more than about a block from here. The existing structure here, as well as the site plan of the adjacent blocks. And again, we were coming into the neighborhood and really we assessed this on several scales from a design perspective, but we studied the existing character of the neighborhood intently because we wanted to emulate and be congruent with that in putting this use in this area. So you can see we studied, the adjacent buildings as well as the proposed building at 9th and Central on the right there that is recently approved in, I believe, last year. So from an architectural character perspective, these were our sources in terms of a design that really was going to be as good of a fit for the neighborhood as we could make it. Again, in it, remarking that Revitalization Unlimited also owns the existing building at 1000 Broadway on the right and is pursuing an adaptive reuse plan on that building. zoning, which we've already discussed, so we'll skip through that. In summary, the height that we're requesting is permitted under the existing zoning. The area that we are requesting is permitted under the existing zoning. And the reason that we're before you today is really, in summary, the ordinance that was recently passed by the city in February that subjects this use to a development plan and special use permit sort of associated with the development plan. Prior to that, this was an as of right use. Again, we can skip through these relatively quickly because they appear in the staff report, but the most important aspect as we view it for the public is the ground floor. We're proposing an improvement on the active use, or rather the level of active use that exists there today. The existing structure, while occupied, has floor levels and a configuration that doesn't easily allow ground floor activation with a retail tenant or a restaurant or a tenant of this type in any case. So our proposal is to create a space that is occupiable by a restaurant or retail tenant or food and beverage use. Again, a typical floor plan, as these type of uses usually contain, is mostly electronic equipment and equipment in support of the electronics. And I believe staff remarked upon the configuration of the core on the building, and you can see sort of why that is placed in the arrangement it is. And there's two reasons. One, for the use we're proposing, the data center, but as you'll see later in our presentation, it also allows this building to be adaptively reused in perpetuity for a variety of uses, in the event that the data center uses are sort of, technology advances beyond the need for this type of facility. So again, in a situation like this, and really always, we try to prioritize the pedestrian level first. That's where most people are going to experience the building. So we want this to feel like really the best corner in the neighborhood to walk by in terms of the active use, in terms of the level of material and detail, and just your ability to linger and have a pleasant experience, either walking by under shade trees or enjoying some landscaping or having a drink outside, cup of coffee, what have you. And creating a real, active street presence for the neighborhood, which we believe is in keeping with the goals of the overall city plan. Again, you can see more views of that. A little bit more on the materials. We're proposing a high level of architectural detail and high quality materials that are in most data center uses probably pretty infrequently used, but in this case, we feel it's appropriate and the right thing to do for this location. And as designers, that's really what we would like to do anyway. Again, the building form, it is 20 stories, and I believe staff alluded to that height is not in their view harmonious with sort of 6 and 12-story mid-rise buildings. But I think we just have a difference of opinion there. There's many cities around the country in which 20-story buildings exist harmoniously within areas of mid-rise buildings such as this. And the existing zoning does allow this height as of right, or this another use. So we're discussing a lot of architectural items from a utility impact and sort of quality of life. We'll get into more detail going further, but in summary, the systems within this building are designed to be as low impact as possible based on the available technology that exists today. So we believe the headline here is we are producing 100% of our power on site. We are not connecting to the existing electrical grid at all. There's a variety of reasons for that. First of which, we do not want to have an impact on utility ratepayers. We believe that's fair to the community. Second, it allows us to control the level of sustainability that our power is, the level of sustainability of our power generation. We would not have total control over how the utility generates power. We have total control over how we generate power here. The technology that we're using to do that is what's called a natural gas fuel cell. And it, in essence, takes natural gas through a chemical process and converts it to electricity. There is no combustion So unlike a gas turbine or a diesel engine or what have you, there are a negligible amount of equivalent emissions from this process. It's primarily heat and water vapor. And that's the route we are planning to go on this. Addressing water, we have received will-serve commitment from the water utility. The amount of water that this cooling system will use is vastly below what a typical or at least conventional up until this point in time data center would use. And the reason it does that is because this is using what's called a closed loop cooling system. And what that means is we are not drawing a large amount of water from the city system in any respect. We draw a little bit to make up for the evaporation that this cooling system needs in certain temperatures to cool the equipment. But essentially, we have two loops of water running around the building, one by the equipment, one up to the cooling tower. And what that ultimately means is, on average, we use about the same amount of water that a apartment building of equivalent size would use. This is a newer technology. Not all data centers are employing it at the moment. And the public, I would say, scrutiny on water use is warranted in most cases, but we believe that this is a technology that's out that we want to employ to address those concerns and just make a more sustainable project in general. The market will demand we use this technology as well. The market is, for this type of space, is extremely focused on sustainable systems. From a heat rejection perspective, we know there's concern about heat, so we'll address that conceptually. We have more detail later in the presentation, but the fuel cells generate about as much heat as an equivalent apartment building. The level of heat beyond which a normal apartment building of this size would generate is all released up on the roof, so it's not close to any pedestrians. It's 300 plus feet up in the air, and it rises. From a technical perspective, city staff has reviewed that portion of the project. It does not pose a hazard to aviation given its proximity to the airport, nor does it pose a likely probability of creating any sort of plume effects up, downwind, what have you. It's just not that much heat relative to the overall quantity of air in the area. From an acoustic perspective, the fuel cells, which are really the only piece of equipment, along with the cooling, operating on a continuous basis. They are, one, the building code, which we are subject to, regulates that. We must obey that regulation. That regulation applies the same to us as it would to regular apartment building. These pieces of equipment are expected to produce about 65 decibels level of sound. For reference, that's about what a normal apartment building air conditioning unit on the top of the building would produce. So we think we're sort of in line with a typical urban use in that case. Occasionally operated equipment like a generator, which are, they're required for all high-rise buildings, that produces about 80 decibels. And that's, not equivalent to the sound of a truck. It's basically exactly the sound of a truck because these generators are, in this case, diesel powered. They're operated about 15 minutes a month for testing. That's a building code requirement. But other than that, they are only there for standby and emergency power. So we've addressed staff comment specifically, and the criteria for development plan approval. We believe we're meeting 7 out of 9 of those criteria. And the special use permit, we believe at the moment we're meeting 2 out of 5 of those criteria. But what we want to address is the items that we believe we are meeting in spirit, and maybe we just have a different opinion from the staff report. So from a development plan perspective, the initial criteria that we are sort of in disagreement about is the plan must comply with all standards of zoning and development code and all other applicable city ordinances and policies. The second is item F there, the location, orientation, and architectural features, including design and material of the buildings and other structures on the site must be designed to be compatible with adjacent properties. So the initial comment, the full text of it is on the left. The part we would like to address is the proposed design of the new building does not fit the scale of the existing neighborhood. At a pedestrian level, we think we're offering an improvement in terms of the permeability of the building, the use that's possible there, and the level of street activity that we're proposing over the existing condition, and we think that's in the spirit of the long-term downtown plan. And from a height and area perspective, again, these are all criteria that, but for the pursuit of the development plan, would be allowed as of right for a different use. So that is our position on those items. We think it's really only the use at question here. The form and size is not, would otherwise be allowed. Again, staff comment on the significant heat. Again, it's, you know, not an unfounded comment in cases of larger, more significant facilities, but in the overall scale of data centers, this is a relatively small facility, and it's designed to serve more day-to-day technology uses, voice IP, you know, the presentation we're making right now, things of that nature, not necessarily the huge, you know, huge power and cooling needs of the facilities you may have read about in the news that seem to be an everyday occurrence. But we think we've addressed these concerns adequately in that we are generating low emission power on site. We control the sustainable production of that. We're not connecting or should not have any effect on ratepayers from a power perspective. The systems employed in the project use less or equal water to an apartment building of comparable size. And, you know, just market demand, the tenant type of this building will require the most sustainable systems on the market be used. That's sort of market expectations. And at the moment, that's the current technology available. As this project progresses and if new technology becomes available, we will investigate that. An additional staff comment on the long-term sustainability of a building of this type. Technology, data center technology is evolving pretty rapidly, but one of the priorities we made when designing this building was something that was going to be permanently reusable. The existing structure, due to its size, configuration, construction, has a limited amount and quantity of, or I should say limited economic utility from a long-term reuse perspective. It makes, you know, adapting it into anything significantly more economically productive or different uses difficult for a variety of technical reasons. But the way this building is configured, again, not like your standard data center, allows for a variety of uses in perpetuity. The systems are designed to last potentially indefinitely. The arrangement of the floor plates allow code compliant uses for residential, hotel, office. So again, when technology does change in the future, this building has the potential to be reused as a residential, office, hotel, or, you know, uses that we have maybe not even contemplated yet. Additional staff comment regarding the 20-story size of the building, that it is out of context with the surrounding neighborhood. It is taller than the 6 and 12-story buildings that they cited, but directly to the north of our site, the building that you see on the left, which is a 27-story apartment building, was recently approved. We are shorter than that building in number of stories and likely shorter or equivalent in total height. And architectural character, we believe we're very much in line with what they've proposed there. And so we would sort of disagree with that assessment, that we are out of context in this environment. And it's important to note, again, we'll emphasize it again, the height and area of this building is allowed as of right, use aside. Staff comments on the special use permit. We're going to address B, C, and D. B being it is in the interest of public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. So what you see here on the screen is sort of a collage of existing or proposed and approved buildings in the neighborhood, and it's really an aesthetic test more than anything else. You can see both the existing and the proposed structure are in here, and from a character perspective, both size, architectural design, and configuration of the building elements, we believe that we are not sort of the odd one out in this case. This collage sort of tells that story for us. And again, we would like to emphasize that, you know, a 20+ story building, in our opinion, is not out of context in an urban environment such as this. Additional comment from the staff regarding may create impacts related to noise and heat. We believe we've adequately addressed those in terms of both the equipment we're planning to provide and the fact that we will be held to the same standards by the building code as any other equivalent use, so office, apartment, building, hotel, what have you. We're going to have to abide by those same noise and heat criteria that we would otherwise abide by if it were a different use. And so staff also mentioned the amount of public comment that we've received, and we take that seriously. We read almost every one, and you can see sort of the distribution of those comments here. All of them were from either individuals, community groups, or campaign, which is, in our minds, just another manner of community group. And really, I think the key points on this are we hear the public comment, we take it seriously, and one of the drivers of our design process and our proposal has been proposing something that is as low impact as possible, which we believe is sort of in line with at least the direction of the public comment, what the public is seeking. And really, candidly, our standard for success is we do not want to build something that we would otherwise not want to live next to. So we really believe that, and that's sort of the guiding principle in how we compose this proposal. Additional staff comment. This is, again, more scale and character. It's probably a rehash of what we've already addressed, so we'll skip over it, but we think the comparison sort of speaks for itself. And another concern regarding continuous operation of mechanical equipment, cooling systems, and associated service and maintenance activities. So I believe we've already addressed the concern about kind of continuous operation of equipment, but in terms of maintenance activity and major sort of, I guess, work on the building, this is not a building type that is sort of a constant construction site. You can see on the schedule here, just conceptually, how long the equipment lasts, how often you change out servers. Servers are generally changed out at an interval of no less than 5 years. And that's, equivalent to a typical office lease. And moving those in and out would be similar to moving in and out the same area of office furniture, things of that nature. And then the larger pieces of equipment obviously last significantly longer. Again, akin to a normal urban building, apartment, office. So I think, from an operations standpoint, it would behave and live really in no different than a building of office or residential or hotel use from a maintenance standpoint. Again, heat and noise, we believe we've addressed these adequately, but we wanted to make sure that the staff comment was addressed specifically on this slide. So we'll move over that. And again, the degree of public comment we've received, again, has been voluminous, so we think it's incumbent upon us to address that as well. We've already been over sort of what groups are commenting. Some of them are here in the audience today, and we're looking forward to hearing their testimony. But this is sort of where we've received the comment in summary. Just there's a lot of it in the staff report, so we wanted to make it easy to understand who and how and where it's coming from. All of it we believe is legitimate. And again, this is sort of a summary and paraphrase of what we hear from a public comment perspective. Main issue, creating walkable downtown. We believe we are addressing that with ground floor uses and the activity level relative to the existing building. There is, long-term plan to double the population and focus density. While there's no residential planned in this building at the moment, there are high-paying jobs that are associated with these facilities, and we are not providing parking on site. We're not required to, so we believe that will encourage commuters via public transit or commuters that would like to live adjacent or near the building because it's proximity to a high-paying job and employment. There's a goal to double employment and increase visitors downtown. Again, we've address that at least in terms of the jobs and the active use of the ground floor. There's a desire to retain and promote safe and authentic neighborhoods. Project will require 24/7 on-site security. And so the requirements of a facility of this type are above and beyond from a security perspective, office, residential, hotel. So there will be 24/7 security on site monitoring the property and the surrounding public right of way, and promote sustainability. Again, as we've addressed previously in this presentation, we are employing the most, what we believe are some of the most sustainable systems commercially available on the market today. Further, the market will demand that we continue to push the envelope on sustainability, and we're philosophically aligned with that. I don't think we disagree with any of the public concern about the sustainability of these type of facilities, or rather that they should be sustainable. We should say we're in alignment with pushing that as far as it is feasible. So we can, I'm sure, hear public testimony beyond this, but again, we believe we're addressing a lot of these concerns, or at least a summary of these concerns. In terms of the existing building has limited potential for economic productivity, future adaptive reuse, and its ability to create an active street presence is limited. And we think the proposal improves on that in those three categories. And I should say this is the public comment we're addressing specifically here, the public comment from Historic Kansas City, who I believe is here in the audience today, and we're looking forward to hearing their comment. And then individuals, the summary of individual comments we received. There's concern regarding the demolition of the historic structure and urban character. Again, our goal is to improve the economic productivity, street activity, and long-term adaptive reuse potential of the site. There's concerns from an environmental and quality of life perspective. Again, we think we've addressed those both from a systems and mitigation perspective. It needs to be said again, we are subject to the same, I would say, environmental and quality of life criteria that any other commercial building built on the site would be subject to, and we're required to obey those, or rather meet them. And there's concern regarding economic and community value. Again, these facilities generally have an amount of high-paying jobs in them. There's potential for significant tax revenue generation for Kansas City. The adaptive reuse potential of the proposed building is significantly beyond what the existing building is able to accommodate. And I think there's, addressing sort of probably a major public concern with respect to facilities designed to accommodate AI and this is not a facility accommodated, or designed rather to accommodate.
We're hitting the end of your presentation time here.
Yeah.
That's it, huh?
Yeah, that is
That's perfect timing. You got time
There we
right.
go.
Okay. Any last comments so you want to add as a summary or anything of what you presented?
Yeah, ultimately, what we've experienced or what we've heard is, with data centers in general, there's some primary concerns, right? And we've really taken extra steps to address those concerns individually. Obviously, from the utility rate impact perspective, as we mentioned, from the water consumption perspective, as we mentioned, from the sound protection as well, and then the heat as well. So we believe that we're within the criteria required for a project of this size, and the only thing changing that or bringing it to this part of the conversation is the use specifically. So, and we've worked diligently to mitigate those factors. So thank you.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
My name is Chris Miller. Yes.
Chris?
Chris Miller. Yes,
Okay.
sir. With Revitalization Unlimited.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
I have a couple. So you mentioned with the power generation that you're hosting on site. Can you describe where that's located in the building and how much of the building is dedicated to that?
Yeah, it's located on those floors, if you would mind, and maybe bring back up the presentation. The floors where you see the louvers, that's where that power generation occurs. That's where the fuel cells are located. It's starts at floor 8, and there's a couple intervals of the building beyond that. The louvers are for air cooling. So yeah, those sort of larger bays, intermediate to the building is where those fuel cells live. There's two areas of them.
And did I catch correct that there's also some of that on the first floor as well?
No, there is no power generation on the first floor. On the second floor, there are backup generators. That's pretty typical for a high-rise building of this type, is to have backup generators either on the site adjacent to it or in a lower story of the building.
Okay. Second question that I have, you mentioned that there's going to be employment that's produced through this project. Can you describe how many full-time employee, how much full-time employment will be dedicated solely to the operation of this building?
Yeah, I believe the estimate is around 30 full-time positions for the operation of the data center itself. And then whatever happens on the ground floor as well, retail. So,
thank you.
Which will be dependent upon the business. Yeah. Not to mention the construction jobs for multiple years.
I'm talking about full-time jobs dedicated solely to the building. Thank you.
You answered it at the end. I just want to verify, and I don't know a whole lot about data centers, but so someone made the distinction between a compute center versus a data center. You're saying this is a data center, not a compute center where there's more heavy lifting, AI computing happening. So with that, I think you were saying that you all would be restricted to data as opposed to a compute center based upon the infrastructure within the building. Is that the case, or is it also something that is like going to be on the face of the plan that would be conditioned, like that it is only like, you know, if economic conditions change and technology changes, is there any reason you wouldn't change in the future to a compute center as opposed to a data center?
Yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee what the future will hold, obviously, but the hyperscalers that are creating those, you know, frontier models and things like that, they're building all of their own large scale data centers. So this is centered around the ultra low latency uses, like the Zoom presentation that this is being broadcast on today, things of that nature.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then another one that I think is quick, when you talked about the noise generated by, you talked about the fuel cells, then fluid cooler and generator. So the fuel cells, for the sake of example, on the third floor, I think you'd mentioned 65 decibels. Is that 65 decibels from on like the street level outside, or is that within that area? If you were like standing in that room at 65?
Yeah, that is, the fuel cells actually begin on the 8th floor, so it's a little higher up off the street. The sound level is the noise at the equipment, so it would be obviously less outside the building. There's a lot of mitigation strategies that we will obviously employ to make that less. The equipment on the 3rd floor is the backup generators. Those are 80 decibels at the piece of equipment. Again, obviously less outside the building. And just for context, 65 is about equivalent to air conditioning unit on a typical apartment building. 80 is a truck or, you know, typical generator.
Gotcha. Sorry, I totally misread this chart. So
Yeah, are the generators diesel or are they natural gas?
The generators on the 1st floor, or excuse me, 3rd floor, are diesel. We're required to have sort of 2 different sources of fuel to provide backup power.
What is the exhaust for that? Is it pushed clear up top or is it right out the side of the building?
We would likely push it up top.
Okay.
just because it's going to bother me if I don't understand the answer. The molded numbers that are 1, 2, 3, 4, is that just like the 4 different types of floor plate? Is that what?
Oh, the number beneath the drawing?
Yeah, that's why I said 3rd floor, but I see it says levels 8, 9, 14, and 15.
That's an architectural engineering convention of just how you kind of put drawings on a sheet. It's, you know, that number drawing on that architectural sheet. Yep.
Okay, so, you know, this has nothing for any variances for sound because the sound is not an issue. Okay, then with the natural gas fuel cells, as someone who knows, you know, nothing about energy generation and use, what is like the regulatory body that determines, like, it just sounds like a scary thing to me because I don't know anything about it. So what, if someone's using natural gas fuel cells, who regulates that? How is it carried out?
It would usually be the EPA, and we're obviously will be required if we hit any of their criteria for review. Obviously, we're going to be meeting or exceeding their guidelines.
And as someone who doesn't know anything about those, can you give me other examples of where natural gas fuel cells are the primary energy source?
It's a newer technology. It's been around about 20 years, but it's only caught on really seriously in the last 5 to 10. They're becoming increasingly common in a variety of commercial uses in lieu of diesel generators. So big box stores or, banks or other compute uses, data center uses are using them pretty prominently these days.
And I realize this is going to be over my head anyway, but I think I have a very general sense of what natural gas is and a very general sense of compressed liquefied natural gas. What is a natural gas fuel cell?
Natural gas fuel cell takes natural gas that comes out of the gas utility line, and it uses an oxidative chemical process, which is proprietary to the manufacturer, but to convert that natural gas into electricity without combustion. So in a typical turbine or combustion engine, they burn the natural gas, it drives a piston or spins a turbine, and that creates power. In this case, there's no sort of moving parts, so to speak. It's a chemical process that they use a variety of, benign metals and chemicals to do it.
So the natural gas gets to the site through existing types of infrastructure.
Correct.
As anyone else would get natural gas. It's not trucked in through.
No.
Okay. And then water use, so that the average water use at 17 gallons a minute peak was, significantly higher, 180. But obviously the average is still the average. So peak is determined by just use and time of day.
Generally.
And then is that something that clearly there's going to be kind of some sort of ceiling on the total amount of energy consumption for this site and the amount of data that's being sent places? Is that 180 that's like a capacity limit, or that's like what you predict the demand will be?
That's the capacity limit of the facility. The utility is committed to deliver that, but no more, and that's adequate to serve our proposed use.
Okay. Only two more. At the beginning of your presentation, when you all were requesting continuance, I think I misinterpreted why you wanted the continuance. You had talked about an impact report. I was thinking environmental externalities. It looks like it said economic impact report. Is that the report you all were hoping to get as a third-party report?
Yeah, that's what we were looking to get as well. Yes.
Okay, economic, gotcha. And then last question, just curious why this location?
We own this location and we believe it to be a suitable addition to the community on multiple levels. So we're looking at all the options that are available for us.
And so, I don't know, because I don't know if other dense metropolitan areas, if this is more common. In my very, simple thought process, it seems like it's a more expensive place to build. You have glazing, it's harder to get in and out of. You're putting a really nice facade on it, or an exterior that you wouldn't have to do somewhere else. What's the benefit of taking on all that extra expense?
Well, we believe that we can attract those ultra low latency users and also help bring additional business and opportunities and high tech jobs to the downtown corridor for businesses that are focused on having access to that technology. So there's a large market for that in our experience.
Because there's a benefit to being closer physically?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Well, you say that you own the building, but didn't you bought it just last year?
Yes.
Like you bought it with this in mind already?
Yes.
With this project, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and what is the anticipated design life of the facility?
The anticipated design life is that?
Or like for how many years? I mean, you're building this place to be there for 30 years, 50, 20?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the core and shell of the building, so structure, enclosure will last, with proper maintenance essentially indefinitely beyond a century. The systems inside require maintenance and change out every, 15 to 30 years. But again, if the need for this type of use becomes no longer existing, it can be repurposed into, residential office, hotel, what have you, without a lot of the hurdles that typical repositioning of usually office faces economically in terms of its physical configuration.
Any other questions?
That's for right now.
Commissioner Morrell,
Now he asked my question.
Commissioner Forbes, any questions?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. I wasn't sure there was any thought around keeping the historic building down below, because I know that you're able to do with some engineering, build on top of that building in some cases. So was there any thought about keeping that structure still there and then building on top of that?
That thought has been considered and it's not off the table, but it is more expensive to do that process as well, but it's certainly not off the table.
Okay. I think my question's been answered too about water, power, sound, and scale. With the scale being a 20-story building, and I think the surrounding block is 2 to 3 stories, except maybe across the street, you might have something up to 6 or 8 stories. And so that I think is the concern, that as you drive into downtown, this is the first tall thing you're going to see as you come through that's sticks out a little bit more than what everything else does. I think we're ready for some public comment.
I have one more question.
I'm sorry?
I have one more question.
Okay.
So have you done this in another city in downtown area?
They're common in other cities. We're looking at similar proposals in other locations. It's a newer configuration, at least in this wave of this type of development. But these type of facilities have existed in ground up or adaptive reuse for many decades, both new and existing buildings.
I guess my question was just because you mentioned in like having like the impact it's going to have in downtown by bringing other companies closer to the facility, and I'm guessing you're talking about other technology companies, cloud services, and stuff like that. Is that the case in other cities?
Yeah, that is. Another part of our architectural office has a similar facility under construction overseas right now, and it's built as part of a larger office complex, and it was important for that office user, large employer, to have that use directly adjacent to them.
Are you seeing in those communities where the data centers first and then the businesses follow, or is it the other way around?
I would say that it's the data centers first, and then they're attracting the companies that have a use for that type of infrastructure. And so it's opening up the option to them that didn't exist necessarily before.
So it feels like an amenity to the actual business itself to have something close like that.
Absolutely. Yeah. And there are some businesses that require that, so they can only select sites that have that availability. So this would create additional opportunities there.
Okay. All right, let's move to public testimony. I think you've heard prior to getting started, so make sure when you come up, you state your name and address for the record. There is a 2-minute time limit per person. I want to make sure that we limit the amount of repeat comments. If it's the same comment as a person that spoke before you, please just say, hey, I agree with everything they say. I do keep score of the various things that are brought up. So my hope is we have something new for each person that speaks, or a ditto kind of thing, if that makes sense. It's almost 3 o'clock now, so hopefully we can get through this in a timely manner.
Yeah.
Any other comments on that?
Chair Crow, I think I'd also add that I'm excited to hear what people have to say. And I think this is, I learned a lot from that presentation. I think that my general understanding of water use of a data center or compute center is drastically different than what I just heard. So in addition, heat, sound, et cetera. So I would just ask, I think people have really valid things to say, and I ask that you would make your comments with respect to what we just learned and heard, knowing that that's the reality of this particular project.
Okay.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Ethan Starr, testifying on behalf of Historic Kansas City. Historic Kansas City's Historic Preservation Advocacy and Education Organization urges denial of this application. Downtown Kansas City has enjoyed sustained growth in recent decades because we found new and people-centered uses for historic buildings. Demolishing a National Register landmark for a data center tower would move us in the opposite direction. The question before the commission today is not whether data centers belong in Kansas City, but whether demolishing an existing National Register listed historic building in the heart of downtown is an appropriate means of accommodating such a facility. The Western Newspaper Union building exemplifies downtown's successful phenomenon of adaptive reuse over the last half century. Constructed in 1900 and expanded in 1906, it was listed in the National Register of Historic Places in 2007 by Sid, sitting behind us over there, for its significance in communications and newspaper publishing. Around 2017, the building was rehabilitated with the help of state and federal historic tax credits, leveraging the very preservation incentives that continue to encourage investment in Kansas City's historic buildings. The lion's share of economic development downtown in those last 50 years has taken place through the improvement and continued occupation of these existing buildings with the help of these preservation tools. Preservation easements are likewise an important preservation tool when used responsibly. Their strength lies in the mutual commitment of two private parties to ensure the long-term preservation of a historic resource. Historic Kansas City has held preservation easements for decades, and in partnership with the city, helped establish the Landmarks Historic Trust Corporation, which today holds preservation easements on dozens of downtown's most significant historic buildings. Earlier this year, the Western Newspaper Union's building acquisition was presented as a preservation-oriented investment, accompanied by the recording of a preservation easement December 31st, intended to permanently protect the building. Now, instead, the city is being asked to approve demolition for a 384-foot tall data center. That dramatic disparity deserves careful scrutiny. Historic Kansas City appreciates the analysis contained in the staff report and supports its recommendation for denial. Notably, both of the 4th District Council members have also stated their opposition, asserting the need to preserve and reinvest in the existing building. We continue to support the Downtown Neighborhood Association and remain committed to seeing the existing building retained while advancing the use of all available preservation tools. We respectfully ask the City Plan Commission to reject this proposal and instead encourage investment that preserves this individually recognized historic landmark. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Fiona Dugan. I live at 905 Washington Street, which is about 2 blocks from the proposed site. Today, I'm coming to you as a downtown resident, a Quality Hill homeowner, a Kansas City lover, and maybe most importantly, a Saturday walker. I'm one of those pedestrians that you mentioned. I love my home, I love my street, and I love my neighbors. This past Saturday, I walked with my dog east of my condo in Quality Hill, as I do most Saturdays. I passed a couple pushing their baby. I heard a group of guys playing soccer at the field behind the YMCA. I said hello to my neighbors outside of the library. But this time I was saddened by the potential loss of this walk and routine, because I also passed the proposed site for this data center. I'm scared that Kansas City's culture, community, and residents' well-being could potentially be sacrificed to line the pockets of out-of-town developers. Will me and my neighbors still enjoy living and walking downtown? How could we, when our city gives it up and we're left with higher temperatures, noise, and cast in the shadow of this 20-story data center? And yes, I'm still concerned about that after your presentation. What is worth our neighbors' health, our own quality of life, our pets' peace of mind? Today, I'm urging you to reject this proposal for the downtown data center. Now, today, don't delay this. As you stated, the proposal will stay the same. Don't stain this historic neighborhood with a data center. Put Kansas Cityans' health and well-being before out-of-town developers' financial interest. This only benefits them. Thank you.
Thank you.
So currently we are entering a new frontier when it comes to
State your
AI.
name and address for the record, please.
My name is Amanda Torres. I live in 930 Broadway Boulevard. I'm also 3 minutes away from this current data center that's being proposed. This is an unethical frontier we're entering, where predatory companies see these tools as a need for profit without caring about the damage they'll cause. You're risking lives, environment, and infrastructure in the very city we all live. Not only that, we are facing a water crisis. The United Nations said that we have entered an era of global water bankruptcy, yet we continue to waste a potential data center on a weak, outdated water system. This drains around our electricity of the grids of schools, apartments, and offices within our area, forcing higher bills. We do not need this data center. The last thing we need is something that pollutes the air, causing noise, reducing sleep amongst our working citizens, and risking all of our health, as well as killing our avian life as it will hit those giant windows. Oh, but also to answer your question, those gas fuel cells still produce greenhouse gases because a natural gas is a fossil fuel. Do not excuse this. It will not bring jobs only to just construction workers, not to average citizens already in a difficult working market. Retail and coffee shops pay less than livable wages within our city already. You're destroying a historical building. Instead of doing that, convert it into housing that we need for already existing citizens. Keep your business in Miami. Also, do not invest in an uncertain future. AI has always and will be a people's war. Kill this ordinance today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Glenn Octoness. My residence, my address is 612 Central Street, Kansas City, Missouri. I am the owner and I reside in the unit in the historic 1888 Builders and Trade Building, which is located at the southwest corner of 7th and Central. I agree with the previous testimony. I agree also with the committee's own staff report. I would like to share, though, that I'd like to remind you committee members that I live in a building where we pay high HOA dues to keep our building viable. But we're there because your predecessors had the courage and the vision to preserve an historic element of Kansas City. And this proposed data center will be 2.5 blocks away from the Folly Theater, which again, 30 years ago, the members who sat in the chairs that you're sitting in denied the request to destroy that building for a parking lot. I thank you for that. I thank your predecessors for that decision to retain this beautiful neighborhood. This data center will permanently and irrevocably change the character of my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Copeland, especially for keeping us on track. My name is Aiden. I live in the west side at Aiden Taylor, sorry, at 1936 Summit Street, and I'm here to urge you to reject the proposal at hand for the data center. There are many reasons to reject this proposal, from health implications, aesthetics, destruction of history, and plenty of other quality of life issues already exacerbated for downtown residents by ballooning cost of living. A data center is a horrific misuse of finite downtown real estate, no matter if it's for AI, flock surveillance, storing and brokering personal info, whatever it is. More concerning is the means by which these outside developers plan to extract from us without ever breaking ground. To quote their CEO, when we place an HPE on a property, it allows us to take a charitable deduction for the lost opportunity had we redeveloped the building to its maximum potential. The massively inflated speculation around data centers is what makes this scheme so effective. It's why they can pay architects to screw around in CAD for weeks and spare no expense in the design of their fake building. When Steve and his cronies are done walking us all through this farce, wasting our time and yours, should you let this disaster move forward, they will then likely save the building for us, foregoing the would-be profit of the data center. This lost opportunity equates to what their investors will receive as a charitable deduction. This company exists to turn a profit not through labor, goods production, providing of services, or anything else substantive like the rest of us, but through schemes and loopholes made possible by our lack of preparedness. You can stop this farce. It is imperative we fight back against vultures like this company, reject this proposal, reject any continuance, and most importantly, learn our lesson by pursuing a data center moratorium, not a half measure like Councilman Willett's task force. Revitalization Unlimited is here because they saw weakness in our city, specifically in this institution. Today, we can prove them wrong, we can exhibit strength, and I hope that you will do so. Thank you for your time.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ian Lack. I live at 911 Main Street. It's about 5 blocks away from the proposed site for this data center. I was here actually this morning by mistake. I shouldn't have gotten here until about 1 o'clock probably, but I was here to kind of hear a lot of the concerns around like the Royal Stadium that was supposed to be located at Crown Center. And it seems like a lot of the discussion about this kind of relates back to trade-offs. We have trade-offs for like noise and light pollution that are coming out of that stadium. A lot of those same concerns kind of exist for this. We've heard a lot of those concerns mitigated, I think, by this presentation. That seemed like it was really great, at least put me at a little bit more at ease for something like this. But those trade-offs, specifically if we think about like the stadium for the Crown Center, at least with that stadium, we have a trade-off of we are going to get something back in our community. We're going to see more job growth, more economic development, especially in that surrounding area. The question about the job growth, I think specifically from this data center, seems to come back to 30 hired people who are going to be working at that 20-story building. Like, it seems as if we could put one person per floor working there. It seems like a lot of the trade-offs that we were talking about for, water use or, noise and air pollution and stuff, it seemed as if a lot of that related back to a building that was an apartment or a work building of comparable size. The thing is, though, is that an apartment or work building surrounding that area still actually contains people. This data center will contain none of those people. There's no one who's going to be occupying that beyond the people who are there specifically to man and work the security for it. One of the most frustrating things to me, I think, listening to today, just to end things, I suppose, is someone from the council had asked, why specifically Kansas City? Why this place specifically? And the first response was, we own it. That doesn't exactly seem to be a very good
We need to
reason
move on
if
to
it's
the next
just,
person, please.
we own it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ronan Haddock. I live at 1012 Broadway Boulevard, about a couple blocks around the corner from the proposed data center site. I am attending here with Sunrise Movement KC as they have organized us together. I oppose this data center as a resident due to the other concerns that have already been mentioned by the people ahead of me, including the environmental impact and the heat and noise. I am not convinced by this group that they are not going to beat the level I'm concerned of. I'm also concerned about the fact that, frankly, this seems made up. They have proposed this easement so that they can get a tax scheme out of it, so they proposed the AI data center so that it can be the most money they can get back on the easement for development loss. It does not seem legitimate, and it does not benefit the people that live in the town like me. And I urge us to deny the request, since we already have enough out-of-state interests wasting our time and money.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Shires. I'm a resident of 1012 Broadway Boulevard, about 2 blocks from the proposed data center. I'm here to urge the commission to please reject this proposal because I'm deeply concerned about how it will affect my neighborhood culturally. I have fallen deeply in love with Kansas City since moving here 2 years ago, and I would hate to see what 19 floors of an AI data center would do to the quality of residents' experience living here. I'm concerned that it would negatively affect the ambiance that you promised downtown. I'm concerned that it will push residents away from this beautiful city, and I would hate to see that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Brooke Bull and my address is 1108 East 30th Street. And today I want to talk about the developer Revitalization Unlimited and their intentions in Kansas City. According to their own website, they buy historic properties, propose fake redevelopment proposals that inflate the property value, and then use the historic status to win a massive tax deduction for their investors when they don't go through with the development. They do this through a historic preservation easement that the developers confirmed they already filed, which permanently protects it from what they are proposing here today. Let me put that in plain terms. These out-of-town developers are manipulating our city with a data center proposal they never planned to build so they can make a profit. But if you ask them, they'll tell you it's possible that they'll still build this data center. So let's consider both scenarios. In scenario 1, they violate their own HPE and do build this data center, a controversial development known for its community harms. Kansas Cityans have been loudly opposed, showing up here today, sending you hundreds of emails to tell you they don't want a data center here. In which case, as city officials, you should listen and reject this proposal. In scenario 2, this is a fake redevelopment plan, and this Miami company is wasting all of our time using our city systems and resources for their gain. They leverage our community for their profit, and we get strung along with no benefit. This is a business model that operates in cosmic amounts of bad faith. This is not a company we should be letting shape our city. In which case you, CPC, can be the ones to stop this manipulative proposal from going any further. Save our time and resources from further lies and reject this proposal. It is your job to determine whether the proposed development will serve Kansas Cityans. Many of us are here today to tell you we don't think this serves us. We do not want data centers built here, and we definitely don't want to be a city that lets out-of-town developers take advantage of us. Reject this proposal.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenny. I currently live in Johnson County, and up until a week ago, I was entertaining moving into an apartment complex 2 blocks from this proposed data center. 26 years ago, my family relocated from New Jersey because of the Sprint World headquarters. And 5 months after I moved here, I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma. At 13 years old, my oncologist at Children's Mercy told me it was probably growing for around 2 or 3 years, and I just didn't know it. Product of New Jersey, I suppose. After pursuing hospitality management, I've worked in the restaurant industry for 17 years here in Kansas City. I've worked inside of historical buildings in Kansas City, most notably Webster House, and simply conversing about it with friends and locals about the beauty of that place brought smiles of joy to our faces and palpable pride for our city. In those conversations, I have lived, worked, and loved downtown, the River Market, the West Bottoms, KCK, and all over Johnson County. Because we, the hearts of Kansas City, are proud of our town and fiercely and staunchly defensive of it. I'm speaking today for every resident that doesn't believe their voice makes any sound in this chamber or in this conversation in general. Let's not forget the river was originally traversed and inhabited by the impoverished, whom, as they gathered resources towards financial stability, moved into and built homes further up the hill for a better quality of life. We don't want a data center downtown or in Quality Hill. Downtown isn't for a data center. Downtown is for the hearts of Kansas City, made manifest in the ornate hearts that line our sidewalks, the hearts artfully displayed in front of our farmers markets, our art museum, our picturesque homes, and on the banks of the rivers we came into it from. Let us not forget we are a river city with a giant steamboat still on display in our city market. In my opinion, we're perfectly poised for consideration of all things water-related commerce and community, a juxtaposition inherent in our lawmaking for decades. This data center goes against all of our core values here in the heartland. Imagine a Kansas City where we have multiple downtown and downtown adjacent riverfront areas lined with places to dine and play, kayak, canoe parks, places to paddleboard. This data center is not in line with what we value here in town. I agree with the rest of the pros. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? My name is Krista Satt. I live at 722 Walnut Street in the North Loop. Before I begin, I would encourage Commission on their own time to review a study titled Health Implications of the Rapid Rise of Data Centers in Virginia, an Exploratory Assessment, which was published in the journal Frontiers in Climate on February 5th, 2026.
Can you speak a little closer to the mic?
Oh, I'm
I can
sorry.
barely hear you.
Sorry, how about now?
Yeah.
Do you want me to
that's
start
a lot
over
better.
or? No, all right. Data centers, regardless of whether they power AI or not, operate 24/7. They increase reliance on fossil fuels and backup diesel generators. They consume hundreds of thousands of gallons of water per day. Long-term impacts of constant data center operations tend to include increased risk of respiratory disease, cardiovascular disease, mental health struggles, stroke, diabetes, and adverse reproductive outcomes like miscarriage and stillbirth due to continued exposure to the heat, air, noise, and water pollution data centers generate. The applicant says that their groundbreaking technology will mitigate these and other public health and environmental concerns. They say that the construction and operation of this data center in the heart of our city will be up to code. But how can we trust them with our health and our environment when we can't even trust them with our history? when they cannot or won't be honest about their plans for this and other historical sites that they own. And we need look no further than the North Lawn Avenue apartments to know that such promises, when made by out-of-state interests, are not always honored at great risk and expense to all Kansas Cityans. For the sake of our health, our environment, resource preservation, and the public trust, I urge you to deny the application and reject the request for a continuance.
Hello, my name is Charles Matthew Bloom. I'm 17 years old and I live at 4909 West 68th Street. I'm here to speak on the behalf of every teenager in Kansas City who is intimidated or too scared to step in City Hall. Let me open with a joke, but also a comment. What's the difference between a 25-story apartment building, as mentioned constantly in the last presentation, as a source of comparison? One is for housing and feeding families. The AI data center is for creating AI images like SpongeBob smoking pot. Do we need it? No. My English teacher tells me the best way to grab a person's attention and sympathy is to reach out with a personal story. So here it is. This is not Miami. This is my life. I spend every day in Kansas City. I go downtown with my friends and family. I eat at El Pollo Rey. I do everything here, okay? What do I want to hear when I go outside? Do I want to hear the loud drone of an AI data center, drink polluted water, feel hotter than it already is? No. The average data center produces continuous noise level between 55 and 85 decibels during normal operation, depending on proximity, equipment, and cooling type. Inside the server rooms, levels reach 92 to 96. That's not a normal volume for noise. Apartment buildings do not create that much noise. It's a lie. You're telling us lies. That's all I have to say.
Hi, my name's Kelly Spring Shoemaker, and I own property 8th and Broadway. I am way more than 18 years old, but we're not going to go there. I appreciate the commission denying a continuation so that everybody who took off work could be heard. I spent the first 15 years of my career working in zoning and land use law, and I never thought I'd be on this side of it. Sorry, guys. That said, I understand highest and best use for the land. Going off the assumption that this data center is the highest and best use for this parcel, my fear is that once a 20-story building is approved and a 126-year-old historically registered building is torn down, that this approval was merely a stepping stone to adding higher and higher intensities of uses for this parcel with or without an SUP. Even the applicant has stated it is designed for repeated adaptive uses and mentioned residential, hotels, and office uses. Any of those adapted uses will employ and/or expect more than 30 employees daily. In just January of 2026, the construction of a 27-story building was approved nearby. Now we're looking at adding 1 story of commercial and 19 stories of data center in an area where parking is already sparse. So sparse that I've had vehicles stolen in what I assume people just wanted my space. But if this building turns into a traditional office, it's going to blow up that parking situation. The applicant mentioned that this will remain a walkable downtown, and it will have to be because we'll all be parking at the new Royals Stadium.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Layla Mentira. I live at 5510 Northwest 81st Street. And I'd like to bring up something that I haven't heard anyone else talk about and I didn't hear in the presentation, which is the 2 elementary schools in the direct vicinity of the data center, including one right across the street. I went to one of these elementary schools just around the corner, and I know that these children already do not have a gym, do not have a library, do not have anywhere for recess. They walk everywhere, to the library, to the park, and the inclusion of this data center will be dangerous for them with the air pollution and the heat radiating off of the data center and the noise. So I'd like that to be considered when you all deny the continuance and this project.
Good, thank you.
Hello, my name is Megan Hobby. I live at 5705 Holmes Street. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today as a resident of this beautiful city. As I understand the proposal for the 20-story data center, it will not provide essential services like healthcare, childcare, education, or transportation. It will not make downtown more livable or more attractive. It will not uplift communities or lower utility bills. It will not draw tourists or support local businesses. It will not provide a significant or sustainable source of jobs. It will not house, feed, or clothe residents. It will not increase civic pride or public trust. What it will do is be an eyesore, a leech on our resources, and a stain on our city's public record. I urge you to reject this proposal.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Niederberger. I live at 7809 North Michigan Avenue and work as a librarian in Kansas City's 2nd District. While I am based north of the river, I love visiting Kansas City's incredible historic Central Library. As both a librarian and a library user, I know how crucial libraries are as community hubs, where school children work on projects, entrepreneurs build their businesses, residents cool off during heat waves, and of course everyone finds a good book to read. That's why I was so concerned to hear about plans to build a 20-story data center not far from the Central Branch. Unlike the comparable apartment we've heard about a lot today, data centers don't provide anyone with much needed housing. Instead, they sabotage housing with all of the impacts we've already discussed in other testimonies today. Who wants to bring their child in for story time or apply for a job or attend a community program in that environment? For the sake of everyone who lives and works around the Central Branch, the downtown area, and all of Kansas City, I'm asking you to reject this proposal as recommended instead of letting it continue to be dragged out. And if the city wants to invest in downtown, why not focus on libraries, the original data centers, and the ones I'm behind 100%? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Linhood. I live in Midtown Kansas City. You know, I'm just really struck by what a coercive industry this is that you gentlemen have decided to make your living in. I think that all over the country, people feel like you're foisting this on us. And the reason that you have to foist this on us is because you have to power AI, another product that I would say is being foisted on us. AI undermines education, mixes up truth and lies, disemploys people, may end humanity, as we are told. I don't think we want any of those things. We don't want you. We don't want AI. I also really resent that you people are always looking for tax breaks. You have all the money in the world. You don't need ours. I also really have a problem with the fact that I thought you guys were going to power these things with renewable energy, but you're going to power them with natural gas. Natural gas is a fossil fuel, adding to one of our other really big problems. If you have to do this, put up some solar panels. Please vote no. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jenna Prock, and I live at 4100 Roanoke Road. After visiting Kansas City recently, or regularly growing up, earlier this year I decided to relocate and move my life here. I have enjoyed learning about Casey's history, and I love being able to walk around and see evidence of this history still standing. It's very upsetting to me that we would consider allowing this historic building and piece of Casey history to be lost, and all for a data center that only has the potential to bring harm to Casey residents. I take pride in living here, and building a 20-story data center in our city is not something to be proud of, especially one that requires the demolition of a historic building in our downtown. One thing has been made very clear to me after listening to Revitalization Unlimited speak about this proposal at their recent developers meeting and also listening to them today. Whether or not they plan to actually go through with this proposal, their sole focus is their own profit, not on the well-being of Casey residents or sustaining our city's history. I have heard them say multiple times when speaking about this proposal that they want this data center to be as low impact as possible. That does not mean that it will actually be low impact. A data center of this scale being built in a densely populated area like this is never going to be low impact for the city or its residents. Casey residents do not deserve to lose this piece of history to a data center, and they definitely do not deserve to suffer the health impacts of living near this data center. Developments in KC should benefit KC residents, not outside developers. Please, shut down this proposal today. We already have enough information to know that we don't want this data center here. We don't need a delay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Julius Carish. I live with my wife and daughter in 2 condominiums located in a redeveloped historic building at 408 West 8th Street, a few blocks from the proposed data center. Our daughter has autism and is very sensitive to noise. The developers state that this data center would not generate excessive noise, but if that turns out to not be the case, what can we do? Our daughter does not drive. We moved downtown 21 years ago so she could use the most extensive and convenient mass transit network in the region. Since 2017, we have spent over $80,000 on refurbishments, including installing new HVAC in both units, remodeling all 3 bathrooms within the 2 units, painting, purchasing new kitchen appliances and laundry equipment, adding new window treatments and new light fixtures, replacing original door handles and faucets with antimicrobial bronze. We love our building and our downtown neighborhood, and we don't want to move. But changing life circumstances might require us to sell one or both of our condos someday. Some people don't want to live near a data center, so the construction of this data center could have a negative impact on our property values. Please do not approve the construction of this data center. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, my name is Haley Ferguson. I live at 5205 Northeast 57th Terrace. I teach at Northeast Middle School in Kansas City Public Schools, just a few miles away from the proposed site of this data center. My students love to play outside, whether it's basketball, football, soccer, riding bikes, or just enjoying the fresh air. I'm here because I believe that my students and all of Kansas City's children deserve a safe place to live, learn, and play. A data center in the heart of downtown Kansas City poses a critical, noxious threat to the health and well-being of my students and their families. A recent article alluded to by another speaker, published in the journal Frontiers and Climate, makes it clear that data centers are not just annoying, they are deadly. The air pollutants emitted by data centers, something that I did not hear addressed during the presentation we just heard from Revitalization Unlimited, are linked to serious health harms, including respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, cancers, neurological disorders, and conditions such as stroke, dementia, diabetes, and childhood asthma. The constant racket from data centers also undermines learning, as children in noisy environments exhibit poor school performance, increased stress, and behavioral issues, with noise pollution also being linked to decreased learning, lower reading comprehension, and concentration deficits. Don't let Revitalization Unlimited or anybody else poison our kids for their profit. No data centers in Kansas City, not now, not ever.
Good afternoon. My name is Yoni Astatke, and I'm a Westport resident living at 512 West 39th Terrace. I'm here to speak to you, members of the City Plan Commission, to encourage you to deny the downtown data center proposal during your vote today, this afternoon. I care very deeply about this place and the people that live here. Despite our issues, we show up to fight in the face of adversity throughout our town's history, through the floods in '51, all the way to the Hyatt Bridge collapse in 1981, and most recently with the Super Bowl parade shooting in 2024. Kansas Cityans constantly meet tragedies together with compassion and strength. I feel that we are facing another existential threat with this proposal. Unless the developers are working closely with scientists and professionals to back their claims on the impact of this development, I simply refuse to believe that this development won't hurt Kansas Cityans. It's clear to all of us that that you, the developers, have no intention for this project but to take advantage of our city's rising development, but also leveraging state, local, and federal tax incentives on developments like this. Like my friend Aiden said, you want to come into our town like vultures and extract resources from our people, our city, and our community to provide your investors a return. And we see that. We see what you're doing and we see how you are moving. We sent over 400 letters today before this hearing. This is why the chamber's packed right behind you. And that's why city staff have denied this proposal. We're standing together as Kansas Cityans like we always have. And I urge you, City Plan Commission, to stand not only with Kansas City of today, not only with the Kansas City of the future, but with Kansas Cityans of the past. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eve Shaleko, and I'm a current resident of 1105 West 37th Street. I'm a current 19-year-old junior at University of Missouri, Kansas City, studying poli-sci and sociology on the pre-law track. I've lived in Kansas City my entire life, including 2 years at Crossroads High School, just up the street from where this data center is being proposed. We, the people of Kansas City, have made one thing abundantly clear. We do not want this data center. And yet, here we are, forced to beg. If you approve this development from an outside developer, one that won't bear the consequences, mind you, you're not just ignoring us, you're eroding the trust that you were appointed to uphold. The Kansas City Star reported that Kansas City staff themselves admitted this plan does not align with the city policies or goals to increase downtown population, and it will harm the surrounding neighborhood. So why on earth is this plan still being proposed? Let's talk about the location that's directly across from Crossroads Academy Charter School, next to a playground and a community gym, directly affecting our children's health and overall well-being. This proposed plan is opaque, and the benefits of the proposal are not clear for our community at all. Scheduling this meeting on a Wednesday morning when working families can't attend is not fair. Stacking this proposal against another deeply opposed project, the Royal Stadium, is also not fair. It's a deliberate attempt to silence us. Where's the democracy? It's not holding meetings when the affected community can't show up, and it is not putting two critical issues against each other to dilute opposition. It's listening to the people you are representing. You still have time to do the right thing. Shut down this proposal today. The community has spoken. Now it is time for you to act. This is a project that we do not want. Stand with us, not against us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mitch Schiller, and I live on 3326 Gillum. I'm here because it could be my neighborhood next. And really, this is about the working class versus the rich. It's about the people who own, the people who tell us they own the building, right? You own it. Well, that's what this is about. And I do think it's a little bit wrong that you scheduled it on a weekday. This is a very important matter, and it's very clear to me that you don't actually really care about comment. Look at the structure of this room. Everyone seen this? They have them separated next to our so-called representatives, and they get to put up a 25-minute presentation full of lies, and we have to sit back here and just try to get our voices heard for 2 minutes at a time. Luckily, there's enough of us here that I think we're sending a very clear message. And that's only because of the organizing that happens on the streets. It starts out there and it comes in here. And if you don't want us to be back in here doing this again and again, I have one solution for you. Pass a data center ban for the entire city. That will keep us off your back. That will stop all of this from happening. And ultimately, these people have no interest in Kansas City. They're coming from elsewhere. They have an interest in making money. It is about private accumulation and socializing all the cost onto the rest of us. But I do have questions for you. I do have questions. And my biggest one today is that nobody bothered to ask who are the companies that are going to be using these centers. I think everyone has a right to know if Meta or Google or, God forbid, Palantir or another company is going to be coming in and using these centers to use AI that can track us that's been used on Palestinians, that's the kind of thing that's actually going to come in here. And we all know it. You all just don't want to talk about that. But that's the truth of it. And you know what? We're not going to stop because we want a data center ban. We don't want this one. I would encourage you to deny this because it's a poorly thought plan and they didn't even bother to bring a presentation. They were scared of us. That's what actually happened.
Hello, my name is Ray. I reside at 1301 Valentine Road in Westport, KC. I'm an environmental economics student and a resident of Westport, but I've worked in downtown KC for about 2 years now. I moved to Kansas City 2 years ago, and I deeply oppose the construction of data centers in this city. Although I could stand here as a student and can list all the facts and figures about climate change and noise pollution and data center metrics, the truth is that I see these existing effects of data centers beyond numbers in the people that I have grown to love here. I've been working in downtown KC and I've spoken to the houseless people that desperately search for the shade, the business owners that rush from building to building to escape the heat, and the parents that worry about affording their utilities and their kids' privacy. I talk to them every day as my clients and fellow Kansas Cityans. As much as these developers can conjecture value from these data centers, they have not provided convincing evidence that it will create relief for these people, no promise of a better Kansas City or improved quality of life. I may still be building my connection here in Kansas City, but I've already built lasting connections to these people, and I cannot stand to see our lives worsened by the greed from out-of-state companies trying to make Kansas City worse. So I am here as a Kansas City resident to tell you to reject the proposal now. Thank you.
Hey y'all, my name is Chad Parks. I live at 528 Gladstone Boulevard, 64124. Am I allowed to ask questions of the applicants?
Yes, but they'll all get answered at the end, so you won't get a response in this moment.
Understood. So we talked a lot about, or we heard a lot about closed loop systems other than the fuel consumption for the natural gas fuel cells. My understanding is that's going into existing systems and could put a strain on the existing infrastructure. That was kind of my initial question. So I think that is worth looking into. I've lived in Kansas City for a long time. I remember when downtown was not vibrant. I voted on the Power and Light initiative back in the late 90s. Where downtown is right now, I am very proud of it. It is vibrant. It is, diverse. This data center, this 20-story eyesore, does not belong in downtown. We talk a lot about the noise pollution, but I don't think that we really have heard what that sounds like. It sounds like that. That's what Kansas City is looking forward to. I urge you, do not kick the can down the road, deny this continuation, and deny this proposal. Thank you.
All right, hi, I'm Daniel. I'm from Johnson County. While I'm not from Kansas City, or while I don't reside in Kansas City, I have came to Kansas City to visit once a week throughout my childhood and stuff. It's made a very big impact on my life. I went to science.
But can you speak into the mic?
As a kid, and I don't know, I've always enjoyed the city around here. I just for this data center, it doesn't really benefit any of the citizens here, let alone the people who are trying to come visit. It's just a 20-story building that's just blocking the view of all the other buildings in Kansas City. And alongside that, it also casts a shadow along the people on the floor and stuff. I don't know, it doesn't really benefit anyone nearby. As stated in the presentation, there's only going to be 30 full-time spots and just one little diner and stuff. And I don't know, that it doesn't really benefit the citizens here. And I don't know, I think the data center is only here to be beneficial for the investors and the companies that are involved in it, and nobody else around us. And I don't know, I agree with everyone else. I agree with everything that everyone else has said during this public comment session. And yeah, that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Hello. You guys hear me? I'm Kenneth, and I stay at 3250 Gillen Road. And I kind of want to address what went on earlier. So the developer got an extended presentation, then asked for a continuance, then told the commission that opposition to this was based on misinformation. Um, this commission responded by saying that they learned a lot. No one responded that the research that the residents brought or our conclusions were based on like good information, or that they learned a lot from stuff that we've learned, that we've done earlier. And so calling the public misinformed is a way to avoid answering. And if the facts support this project, then they don't need to discredit the people or the staff raising them. A continuation should not be used to manage the public while the clock keeps running on public comment. This commission heard the full framing before a single resident spoke. The developer's version became the baseline before the residents, all of us here, even said a thing. And so I'm asking you to weigh in on what was actually on the record first. Not who got the longer runway, and I'm asking you to deny this today and not to have a continuation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Willow Kersovan, and I am a resident of River Market. I live at 412 Delaware Street. I'm also a civil engineer, and I just wanted to quickly point out 2 points that I noticed from the presentation. The first being that when they were addressing the fact that they're going to generate their own electricity on site, and so it wouldn't cause any more load on our current energy grid. They're going to use natural gas, and they said in the presentation that that would be our existing system, and natural gas is a utility that we use. And so if I recommend that you reject this today, but if you want to hear their third-party report, I would suggest that they also provide evidence on how much natural gas they're going to be using and if that will impact our rates. Also, they did not mention the sewer load of this project and where the water that cannot be used in their cycle will go afterwards. And our sewer system is already overloaded and needs a lot of improvements. And so if that's something that is going to be significant, I think that we should reject this proposal based on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? All right, cool. My name is Nam. I live at 2535 Cherry Street, and I'm asking the City Plan Commission to unequivocally reject the applicant's proposal to build a downtown data center. I grew up in historic Northeast Kansas City, and in my childhood, the boundaries of my imagination were only relegated to what the neighborhood kids and I explored around our neighborhood could do, right? And every time my parents, they took me downtown with my sister to the River Market or to like the Central Library, I would marvel as a kid at both how big and how compact downtown was. And I always thought downtown Kansas City was the center of everything. The commerce, the transit, the people. CPC members, you play a big role in how my city looks, how it moves, how it grows, how it sees itself. And there are many reasons to reject this proposal, but the one that resonates with me is simply the fact that allowing a Miami-based private equity company to level a historic building to potentially construct a data center doesn't serve Kansas Cityans. It is the opposite of centering city development for public good. Kansas City's identity should be the heart of downtown, literally on an infrastructural level and culturally. Anyone visiting downtown should feel that people are deeply invested in the place, that residents have each other's back, that residents feel called and empowered to be stewards of the natural and built environment, and that such built environment is some place that people are proud of. Do you know what it's like for some place to love you back? Because I know that the people who sent the 475 emails sent no. The people who are sitting on a 3-hour Zoom call know. And those who have sacrificed their time to tell you to reject this proposal, they know. Please reject this proposal. Miami out of KC. Jeffrey Bird, you are a ghoul. Steve Austin, CEO of Revitalization Unlimited, you and your company are ghouls. Jeffrey Bird out of Kansas City, Steve Austin out of Kansas City. Keep Kansas City out of your mouth.
Good afternoon, honorable Planning Commission members. While I believe and I support all of the, let me back up. My name is Amy Rasmussen. I live at 1050 Jefferson Street. So I am in the neighborhood. I live about 4 blocks away from this proposed data center. But I have an even more unique reason to be here today. And while I support what I've heard from my neighbors and the people in the neighborhood, I'm here representing the International Association of Assessing Officers. That's a long title, and so that's a mouthful. So we just call ourselves the IAAO. But I'm the executive director of the IAAO. And our headquarters building is directly next to this proposed data center at 934 Central Street. Our address is 314 West 10th. We own the 2 adjoining parcels to this location, a parking lot that is directly adjacent to the proposed site, and then our office building, which is located across the alley, but next to the parking lot itself. IAAO strongly opposes this proposal and urges the commission to deny it. We have 30 staff that work in this building, and as an organization whose members are dedicated to the professional practice of property assessment, we understand better than most how a development of this scale and character affects surrounding property values, and we are deeply concerned about what this project would mean for our building and our staff. Our objections include the property value impact, replacing the existing building with a 384-foot, largely unoccupied mechanical tower would fundamentally change the character of this block. Data centers generate minimal foot traffic, minimal employment, and very little street activity that surrounds the properties in the neighborhood. We are concerned this will materially and negatively affect the assessed value and the value in general of our building. We're also opposed because of the quality of the working environment. A facility of this nature is fundamentally incompatible with the surrounding office environment, and placing it immediately next to a building that's regularly used by 30 staff.
We've run out of time now. You're already out of your 2-minute time. Thank you.
Hello again. I was here this morning. Great to see everyone. I'm glad that we're still in this building together. I will keep my testimony on the shorter side because I believe we've had plenty of people. Apologies to that microphone.
Can you remind me of your name, please?
AVM Brunkhorst. I live at 2535 Cherry Street. Sorry about that. In addition to this, we have canvassed 3 different times on July 14th, 24th, and 29th. We've talked to everyday Kansas Cityans about this downtown data center. A lot of them did not know that this was being built despite living and working in this neighborhood. Every single person that we talked to did not want a downtown data center. So even though this room is packed and we have heard testimony after testimony asking you folks to reject a downtown data center, I again remind you that there are so many other Kansas Cityans who are not here today, and they deserve to have their voices heard as well. Please reject this proposal. Do not allow for this to continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bethany Van Roekel. I live at 3921 Paseo Boulevard. Just going off of what Avian said real quick, we did go out and we canvassed and we talked to people. And I want to bring up that some of the people we talked to were unhoused. This building and data center that has been proposed has been compared to an apartment building. And I want to go off of what many other people have brought up of an apartment building would be needed And it would serve people that have been looking multiple years for housing and for affordable housing. And we know that a historic building in KC has been transported or transitioned into a affordable housing unit. I also want to say that I am not originally from Kansas City. Unlike many people who have spoken, I am from South Florida, and I am no stranger to how development can be posed as progression, and instead it is destruction. And I look at the pictures that my sister sends me after we are in a water crisis due to data centers popping up in the Everglades and across the coast, of fires burning the Everglades, and just the heat going up and up and up. And I am tired of seeing that pattern happening in my home, and I won't let it happen in the place that I call home now. Thank you.
How many additional people want to speak yet? We have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, about 8 left here locally that want to speak. I imagine we've got 7 online, so. Okay. Just curious, go.
Hello, my name is Elena Lewis. I'm at 801 East Armor Boulevard. And I had a lot of things. I originally was not going to speak today. I mostly wanted to be more informed on what was happening in the city. However, there were a couple of things in the presentation that just didn't sit right for me, most of which have already been spoken on, which includes the apartment building of comparable size not actually being a comparable building, considering the usage is completely different. And also just like, the heat impact, maybe it's not going to impact the people right next to us on the street, but if all of that heat is going up into the air, there is going to be a long-term effect of that. But more so, I would like to speak on what I've written here, which is that I fail to see the benefit to the residents of KC. 30 jobs have already been pointed out, and I personally find that number laughable. There's talk of attracting businesses, but not talk of what businesses would be attracted. I believe it's important for the public to be informed on who you're trying to attract and for what reasons you're trying to attract them. I find it insulting to suggest a continuance because the public is not educated enough on data centers and then not educate us on who you're trying to bring into our city. It is relieving to hear that AI is not included in the proposed usage, but I would like confirmation that future developments would not include AI. What's being built now is not what future usage is. I'm in strict opposition to tearing down a historical building for the institution of an eyesore that does not adequately justify its space and place in our city. I would ask you to listen to how loud the opposition has been and ask yourself if the institution of this data center aligns with the people of KC rather than the profit of KC. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Cassandra Kislin. I live at 625 East Armor Boulevard, and I'm here with my fellow organizers with Sunrise. I have not planned out my testimony the same way some of my neighbors here have, but I still wanted to state my piece in solidarity with those also living and loving here in Kansas City. That being said, here's a list of only some of my problems with the data center that's been proposed. It relies on natural gases, which is bad for the environment, creates audible noise and inaudible noise that will greatly negatively impact the minds and bodies of those near it, which includes the 2 elementary schools and the YMCA that's really close to the proposed data center. It's literally hurting the minds and bodies of our children. It makes that area less walkable. It emanates heat in an already really hot part of town. It doesn't create sustainable amount of jobs or a substantial amount of jobs. And you don't, what does it say? Sorry about that. Basically, you don't even have to hire local contractors. There's really no benefit I see to the local community. Only really lines the pockets of out-of-state investors. And you know what? It's probably a tax scam. So on behalf of my other people living here in Kansas City, please reject this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Victoria Key, and I live at 809 East 42nd Street in Kansas City, Missouri. I heard the developers say that they were having a difference of opinion on if it fit with the downtown aesthetic and kind of the area. And I just want to say that I do think that we should be valuing people that live here who have showed up today to have their opinions heard, and not people that are not from here and won't be here when the project is done. So I just want to encourage you to deny the proposition in line with what the citizens here have come to recommend today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm JP Antolini. I'm actually a resident of the Forest District where this will be taking place. I moved here 3 years ago, so like a lot of people here, I'm not actually from KC. I put all my possessions in a car and I traveled west. And the first thing I saw of KC was a beautiful skyline, right? And years later, I'm still able to be out here in downtown and find so much cool history and beautiful buildings and amazing residents that live downtown. And I just think the beauty of Kansas City lies in its buildings, its history, but also its people. And I just don't believe that this development project would serve that purpose. I have no interest in a data center that will take away from that. We don't need to risk everything that makes our downtown great for out-of-state developers who, quite frankly, if they're here, like a lot of people in here, probably don't love KC. They're here, we ask, why is it here? It's for profit, because they own the building. That makes sense. But guess what? It doesn't make sense for us to approve that if that's the only reason that we have this here. There's no right way for them to do this project. They want a continuance because they believe that they can get things done the right way with a new study and new public information. But the reality is there's no right way to tear apart our downtown. There's no right way to build a data center that will cleave families apart in our downtown and pollute our water and make things hotter. There's been a lot of chatter about how serious this proposal is or not, about the little small details. But what I do know is there's one very real thing on the docket today, and that's the vote whether or not they are allowed this continuance, whether they're allowed their data center. I'm urging upon you to remember why you're here today and why you're in the position of the CPC is to listen to the people of the city and plan out a city that works for all of us, right? And this data center proposal does not do that. I urge you to listen to the city staff that have had very good reasons as to how this doesn't fit within our future. This doesn't fit the future of KC. Any of us want here in KC. It only fits the future of people in Miami and outside of the state one. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brianna Van Duzen. I live at 707 East 43rd Street. I'm a lifelong Kansas City resident. I think first of all, I want to say it's just like an objectively ugly building. Like it's really ugly. Just like,
Let's not do personal attacks. on
it's
people.
not a personal attack. They
Let's
said it's,
just talk about the project itself.
I really do want
Let's
to
just
say
talk about the
aesthetically,
project.
they said that it would fit with the neighborhood that it's in. And I don't think that it does based on what all the other buildings look like. So it's not a personal attack. It goes along with what they're saying. Second of all, I want to talk about the environmental impact of it. It's going to be off grid. That actually makes it incredibly difficult to monitor the emissions that it puts in to our atmosphere. I think that's really important to talk about. And then lastly, they also talked about that they would be following EPA standards. The EPA is currently being gutted by our current administration. And so that actually doesn't really mean anything currently, seeing as the EPA has gone soft on AI data centers. I think when you talk to Kansas Cityans, they care about affordability, they care about housing, they care about public transit, and those things will not be answered by something like this. So I really strongly encourage you to oppose this proposal as it does nothing to add to the daily lives of Kansas Cityans, and it is an eyesore. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sydney Milstein. I live on the west side at 1537 Bellevue Avenue. I am an architectural historian. I'm now retired, but I practiced locally and nationwide for 43 years. I am the preparer of the National Register nomination for this really incredible building. I don't have anything new to add to what has already been said, and so thoughtfully and eloquently, I might add. But what I want from you, all of you, is to listen to the powerful testimonies, sorry I get so emotional, from these young people who will be here long after some of us in this room are gone. They deserve a vibrant, healthy, and safe downtown that will not be afforded by this proposed data center. Please, I urge you to reject this project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Grace. I live at 4415 Terrace Street. I would like to speak about the significant impact that data centers have on the areas around them, including the pedestrians. This specific data center would pose active harm to our residents. While the children attending school across the street are trying to learn, they will have to contend with the massive amount of noise coming from across the street. The normal working operation noise from a data center of this size, which will be like a constant vacuum cleaner hum, will not just be irritating, especially to children in a classroom setting trying to learn, but it will also be enough to create the pressure in their heads and chests. Once a month, when 3 floors of generators are being tested, it will sound like a freight train is coming by, with noise levels significant enough to cause headache and heart concerns in the elderly and vulnerable. The developers have promised noise dampening technology, but made no specifics. This is because, as we have seen with data centers across the country, noise dampening technology that would do this does not exist. Their claims about decibels are not even relevant for this issue because the issue is low frequency noise. They have also made promises they cannot back up regarding the closed loop water system and heat output, which will be enormous. Because we are in an area that is more humid than the Amazon, that humidity will act as an umbrella and trap the heat and humidity, pushing it down. Even if it does dissipate as planned, a new study published this year shows that that heat stays in the area and then goes and impacts people that live over 6 miles away, raising the temperature up to 4 degrees. In a hot and humid summer like this one, I think we can all agree that 4 degrees is an incredible difference and can cause serious health concerns. Overall, their proposal is not clear and leaves people with more questions than answers. At best, this plan is a tax deduction scheme by out-of-town developers who want to create fear in local residents in order to take a charitable tax deduction, using our growth and our hard work to get a quick return for their investors. Their own architect has admitted as much earlier today. At worst, it is a direct threat to our health and quality of life. Every
Yep,
person.
I'm sorry, our time's run out. Thank
I
you.
would say that you all have put a lot of time into making this city better. Do not
Thank
let
you.
them take that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bria. I live on 16 West 37th Street in Kansas City, Missouri. I agree with all the testimonies that have already been said today. However, I would like to address a major key point in my opinion, which is the fact that AI use, especially generative AI or data collection AI, is never ethical. No matter what company decides to use this data center, whether it is Palantir or Oracle or Flock or Meta or Google, all of it is unethical for multiple reasons. First, there are numerous
And
peer-reviewed
can you please
studies.
stick to our project itself instead of?
Okay,
we
sure.
really
Well,
understand.
if you would like to disclose what company is going to use these data centers, then we can talk about that. But for now, I'll talk about all of them. So none of these are ethical. They might be used for military information. They might be used to keep health information. Police have used Palantir and Flock systems in these data centers to stalk their exes. There's over 50 cases of this. There are multiple reports of these AI data centers and the information that's stored being used for false imprisonment and false claims. On top of that, even if we use OpenAI and ChatGPT, there has been a study by MIT that shows that using AI consistently decreases brain function. I can only assume that all of these people who want to create more AI data centers want to create a stupid and complicit working class. Do not buy the lies that they presented today. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Jamie Kalin. I live at 3725 Baltimore Avenue here in Kansas City, and I am also an educator. First, thank you for allowing public comments today and not allowing the developers to waste more of our time. The downtown data center should be rejected, as should future data centers. I love downtown Kansas City. I take the streetcar frequently to the downtown library, River Market, Kaufman Center, and I also like walk the streets. We live in a city with a lot of beautiful buildings. So the thought of throwing down a giant skyscraper that is just containing computers is ridiculous. This project does not bring benefits for the citizens of Kansas City. We have 30 jobs. That's like 1.5 people per floor. It's not housing people. Those points have been brought up. The idea of bringing in outside companies because there's a data center they can use in Kansas City, it seems really nebulous. If developments as unpopular as this one are allowed, then we're at serious risk of losing interest in people wanting to move here at all. It's going to lower the property value of the surrounding areas, no matter what they say about the emissions and how not ugly it will be. It'll have noise, heat, and vapor, and even if those are emitted, they are happening. Even if the heat is shooting out of the top, it is still heat being brought to Kansas City and the local area. Also, the idea of the sound being like the sound of a truck. What students want to be studying next to that? What people want to live and worship next to that 24/7, 24/7, all the time. These high salary people who are supposed to move to downtown to live and take these 30 jobs won't. It's emitting noise, it's emitting water vapor.
We're out of time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Fernando. I live at 5631 Aberdeen Road. I'm not a downtown resident, but I'm speaking to you today as a member of our local democracy and as a high school civics teacher. I'd like to remind the members of the City Planning Commission that you are public servants. Your job is to serve us. The Greek root of democracy, demokratia, directly trans to rule of the people, by the people. And the people have spoken. To approve this project after over 450 emails and dozens of public testimony has been given in opposition to it would be a direct assault on our rights as democratic citizens. And I ask you, how am I supposed to teach my students the value of democracy when we don't see it even on the most local level? We didn't get a vote on the stadium. We're not getting a vote on this, but this is our chance to make our voice heard. And if you want the young people of this country to be active, engaged, democratic citizens, if you want us to live in a healthy democracy, which as public servants is your job, then you must listen to the testimony and the will of the people that has been clearly outlined before you today. Because if you think we're loud now, wait to see what happens if you don't shut this down today.
My name is Charlie Shelton. I live at 4643 Campbell Street. I'd just like to say first and foremost, there is not a single reason to believe what the lecherous private equity has to say about the matter. They give you no sources for any of their predictions. They say it's proprietary technology. They don't disclose what the proprietary technology actually materially has done when it's been used. There's no reason to assume that any of what they're talking about is actually what's going to happen. What we have to do is look at the actual implications of real data centers that have existed. What are they used for? Generative AI, surveillance technology. In the areas surrounding the generative AI and surveillance technology data centers, cows are being born as stillbirths. They are not living. That is at the low frequency, which many of the people before me have referenced. Additionally, it is a constitutional violation of our rights to have the expansion of these systems like flock safety, tracking our every move, our every beating breath. It does not matter what they tell you. What matters is what we are telling you. They are from Miami, Florida. They are not residents of Kansas City. They do not get to speak for what our community needs and what our community wants and what may benefit our community. Private equity has never helped anyone but people in the ruling class. Mark my words, if you do not listen to us, if you do not hear us, we are coming to take it. You will abdicate the throne if you do not listen to the voices of the people. And with that, I rest my...
Hello, my name is Samuel Lacey. I live at 1316 West 40th Street. And not only do I agree with the words of everyone who's spoken before me so far, one short thing I want to add is I don't see any tangible benefit to this development whatsoever. You have low latency for local users, whoever those local users are, whatever the data center is supposed to be for, right? Which we don't know who those would be, what that purposes would be. And what, 30 full-time jobs? 30 jobs. Wow, okay. Demolishing a 130-year-old building for 30 full-time jobs and dumping humidity into the atmosphere of an already way too humid city. Thank you very much. Have a good day. How you doing?
Hi, I see I'm the last one. I rushed over for my work. I work over in Crown Center, which we were unfortunately dealt another blow in regards to the stadium today. But I came here to talk about this. So my name is Katie Seymour, and I live at 5732 Kenwood Avenue. I've been in the city for about 10 years. My grandmother was born and raised here during the Great Depression. Due to the streetcars being ripped out of the city and technological advance, my grandmother and my grandfather felt it was safest to move to Iowa. I grew up in Colorado. I've experienced droughts my entire life. When I moved out here, I fell in love. It's so verdant, so green. Everyone's so wonderful. We have a truly incredible community. The thing that drove my grandparents out of here was advance of technology instead of, appreciating what we have. I'm here on behalf of that building. It's heartbreaking that you guys want to tear down a 126-year-old building. Our city is so gorgeous. I even have the Fountain Heart tattooed on my calf. That's how much I love this city. I'm not here to yell at you guys or make you feel bad or anything like that, because it doesn't feel good. No one likes that. It feels good for me though, but here's the thing. I think that genuinely we should keep this city as we have, which is a historic treasure. What we have is a city that communities can use and love and appreciate. And I appreciate and love all of us to have this active democracy today, even though I had to rush because you guys did it the worst possible time. So I will say this, I hope you guys find it in your heart of hearts. Do it for community, do it for this incredibly old city. Where I'm from in Colorado Springs, there is more chain restaurants per capita than anywhere else in the world. There's no culture. What drove me and my husband out here and my sister out here was culture, history, and the fact that everybody's willing to preserve that. And I think that we should keep doing that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, this time we're closing testimony from inside the room here, and then I think we got a few that are online that want to join.
If you are ready to, go ahead and turn on your cameras and be ready to turn on your microphones. I will call the names in roughly the order that hands are raised online, beginning with Merritt Munoz.
Good afternoon. My name is Merritt Munoz. I'm a downtown resident living in 909 Walnut, and I have two students that attend Crossroads Academy, one of which is on the autism spectrum. Kansas City has done such a great job attracting residents.
One moment.
Wait, what?
We're having audio difficulty in the room, not you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just let me know when it's fixed.
Please press on. One moment, please. Did you go ahead and speak?
All right.
That's
Hi,
better.
I'm Merritt. Okay. I'm Merritt Munoz. I'm a downtown resident living at 909 Walnut. And I have two students that attend Crossroads Academy, one of which is on the autism spectrum. So Kansas City has worked hard to make downtown a wonderful place to live and work. We go to the YMCA. We walked past the proposed site every single day to get to school. And so tearing down this historic building would, one, be out of character with the neighborhood, and two, just not conducive to a vibrant city, and which is the goal of Kansas City is to have a vibrant area to live. Another thing that downtown residents deal with that I don't think everyone knows is we pay our electric bill and our water bill, but we have a third utility bill called Steam Chill through Vicinity Energy, and it's about the same price as an electric bill. And I have concerns that while they say they're not tapping into our electrical grid, they may be tapping into our Steam Chill infrastructure, and that can also raise utility costs. You're very vague about these businesses you're going to serve. Most of the buildings around the proposed data site are already occupied. So like, are they buying your business? We don't know. Let me see. Also, I'm very skeptical of this third-party assessment that they want to do. I feel like it will just be like pay to play. Like, how do we know that it's like really unbiased? And I encourage you to deny this initiative today and don't offer a continuance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tessa Lieber.
Hello, I'm Tessa Lieber. I live in Midtown. I can tell that a lot of investment was put into the presentation by the applicants. And unfortunately for you folks, most of that was negated by a single statement from a 17-year-old. It is downright brazen and shameless to compare a data center with an apartment or even office buildings, which would employ many more people than you say you would. So that negates most of what was put in the presentation. I also think I saw in that presentation that you don't think the proposed use is the primary concern. So let me be very clear. That is my primary concern. I do not want a data center in downtown. Okay, so just to be very clear. I also noticed that you said, there would be no electric grid impact, but you notably left off any implications to natural gas, which you say that you will be using, which is a utility that we do pay for. And it would be very disappointing to see our rates in natural gas go up just a year after we saw those rates go up by our county commissioners. So that would be very devastating, I think, to our local communities. You also mentioned that there would be limited water use, but notably left out the potential for water pollution. What happens when you need to flush those closed systems? Surely you will have to at some point. Where does that water go? How do you take care of that? And this is, I think, very ironic given we just voted to fund the upgrades to our sewer system. So that was also another great point that someone brought up. I would ultimately just like to say that adding 9 trees to the public use land does not compensate for the ecological and environmental damage that you're doing. I think that it's been a very or it will be a very easy decision for this
Thank you.
commission.
We've kind of run out of time here.
Mary Bratz.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm Mary Bratz. I live at 2600 Amy Court. I guess I'd like to start today by thanking the commission for hearing us all out. There is a material cost for the public to show up midday on a Wednesday, so I appreciate you honoring our voice. My main concern is so many questions. First of all, this economic proposal, 30 jobs for security. How long until they replace those 30 jobs with flock cameras? The other thing, who's going to rent the space underneath? They talk about there being retail space or a restaurant. I personally don't want to shop or dine under a data center. I don't know who is going to be a tenant in that space. The other question about this new chemical process for how they're utilizing the converting the fuel, I don't know. That sounds very ominous to me, considering, as someone mentioned, EPA regulations are being gutted. So where are these chemicals coming from? How are they being handled, mitigated? My final concern is that I agree with everything everyone has said, and I believe that if you approve this today, we will be opening up a precedent that tells outside investors that this is a city that will take them in. And I think it's very important that we draw a hard line today and not only reject this proposal, but ultimately reject all data center proposals and say that Kansas City will not be bought by the data industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lucas Yanni.
So scattered.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can.
You can. Okay. Hi, yes, I'm Lucas Yanni. I live at 445 West 9th Street. I'm a block away from the site. I just want to say I'm thrilled to see so many of my neighbors out speaking up. It gives me a lot of hope. I'll be giving my testimony online because I, have to be working, which leads to my first comment of asking the public to set aside an entire workday to hear you out on this project is frankly disrespectful to our time and of working classes people's, time and the impact on our community. This is a very serious project that I think should at least be held to a public vote. That said, I'm very concerned about living near this project. I walk right by this site when I go to the CVS, when I catch the streetcar. This is a massive waste of downtown space. All these renderings and stuff, it's a facade of urban development. It adds nothing to the neighborhood of use or value to the actual residents. The rendering of pedestrians and landscaping, it's smoke and mirrors to obfuscate the fact that this is functionally a dead building. There are schools, bars, restaurants, parks, apartments. There's a jazz club, a theater, all sorts of wonderful amenities in this neighborhood. And this drags the whole neighborhood down. It serves no human function. Cities are for people. And just because there's a ground floor coffee shop, of which there are many in the neighborhood that don't need another coffee shop around, that doesn't mean that this is good for urbanism. There would be no people inside any of those floors, right? It's computers and just data centers equipment. So I don't know what really makes this different than an empty parking garage or another inaccessible parking lot, except for that it makes the environment even hotter and it makes noise, it pollutes the water, it's going to raise our utility rates like we know it will, and it's further hollowing out the downtown instead of building it up. We live here, we live with the consequences. We should have more of a say in this project than some developers from Miami trying to pull some tax scam on us. I think it's disrespectful again. And if data centers are so great and everyone's so excited about these things, why aren't you build one in your backyard? Why don't you build one in your area? Why are you coming here to Kansas City, to downtown to build a freaking data center when you could just go ahead and build one in your backyard if it's so great? Thank you.
Thank you.
Joseph Throneberry.
Joseph, you're up. If you could take yourself off mute.
We'll come back to you. Christy Keeling.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Fantastic, thank you. My name is Christy Keeling. I live at 321 West 7th Street. I'm a member of the Downtown Neighborhood Association. Our letter of concern has already been reviewed by the developer and city staff, so I will not reiterate it today. However, there are a handful of inconsistent statements that I have concerns about as a resident engaged through this process that have come up here at City Planning today. The developers have brought up 925 Central, a 27-story residential building that the Downtown Neighborhood Association supports. That developer creates award-winning, energy-efficient buildings, is bringing hundreds of new neighbors to downtown, and is developing on a surface lot. These two projects could not be more different, and the integrity with which the developers have approached their projects are night and day. An example of that integrity was made present today. When presented at the public engagement meeting 4 weeks ago, the developer stated the diesel generators for this project would run at 90 decibels, the same noise level of an idling truck in an alley. Today's presentation stated that it will be at 80 decibels. I asked the developers to clarify, as these are backup generators that could be used for extended periods of time, and OSHA guidelines do not permit exposure to 90 decibel levels for 8 or more hours, which is what was originally presented at the public engagement meeting. This might be nitpicky, but it speaks to first how dangerously noisy this development has the potential of being, and how this developer is not handling this proposal in a serious way. Additionally, we asked several times why they chose this building. Steve Austin gave us the answer they gave you earlier, because we own it. However, one of their answers has yet again changed since public engagement. They stated they bought this building, and when the ordinance allowing it passed in January, which changed their plans as they could now develop it as a data center. Today, when questioned by CPC, they said they did in fact have this planned in mind when they purchased that building this year. As others have brought up, this developer purchased this building and simultaneously entered into a historic preservation easement with the Georgia Barn Trust, which permits them to write off the value of this building if you approve this and they choose not to move forward after securing subsequent financing. The developer is on the record with their own investor documents that this is effectively their strategy for their fund to return $2 in value to investors.
Run out of time already.
No problem. Thank you very much. I urge you to deny this.
Kaylee?
Hello, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
I apologize, I am not on camera. I am actually driving home from work because as to...
Camera by chance?
I cannot, I am driving home from work. You're okay. As to reiterate, as many people have said, this time was an inopportune time for many of us, and I was just able to catch a little bit of the testimony so far, and I could not be more proud of all of my neighbors in that room today for providing their testimony about why they care so much about this city and their downtown neighborhood. I think one of the few things I would like to just add is I have worked on the customer service side of utilities before with developers. I know what your kind are like. You are greedy. You do not care about the residents or tenants that you supposedly take care of on properties that you own. All you do, and all you would do whenever I was on the phone taking calls, you would complain nonstop about Kansas Cityans and how they are ungrateful and how they do not respect you. And that's right, I do not respect you. I do not respect the proposal that you presented today because it was a lousy proposal. I believe the city employees who worked incredibly hard on their analysis did a much better job. And so I would like to commend them for their work. And I would like to say, do better. But also, I would like to demand the committee today to oppose this this proposal today. And that is what I would like to say. Last thing is last. Please be off your phone while we are presenting to you. We have given you our respect. Please take ours. Thank you.
Kimmy?
I think we're ready to move on to the next person.
Kimmy is the next person.
That's the last person.
No, we have 3 more. Kimmy?
She was just talking, I thought.
No, that was Kaylee.
Hello, yeah, my name's different than Kaylee. And you guys are paid to hear us repeat ourselves because the system is so wacky. So I will reiterate what many other informed residents have said. This proposal is lacking relevant information, or I'm sorry, correct information. It's unprepared. These folks have proven themselves to be untrustworthy. The noise will be harmful. The heat is already awful and this will make it worse, blah, 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 blah. There's no benefit to the city. There's no benefit to the city. So obviously, if you guys were doing your job, you would just say no, but instead we have to all yell at you all day. So I guess we're going to do that. So I'm here doing that now. What else, since I have more of this time? I guess I will say data centers prove no value to human life. And these people stand to profit. They are profiting off of your decision today. So please wield that responsibility with all of your brain cells because we really need you to do that.
Something relevant about the project?
I'm bye.
Heidi Schultz.
Hello, my name's Heidi Schultz, and I live in River Market at 531 Graham Boulevard. I'm a nurse in the Kansas City Metro. I want to thank you for the opportunity to voice how heartbroken I am that this council is considering allowing a Miami-based company called Revitalization Unlimited to build a data center in our Metro's historic Western Newspaper Union building. I value my Kansas Cityans' health, happiness, and a data center would violate all of that. I have read many news articles and listened to many communities that already live near data centers only have complaints about them. I fear that if we allow a data center to be built here, we will also suffer.
Residents in Memphis, Tennessee have terrible air pollution from diesel turbines burning 24/7. Residents of Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin are filing lawsuits due to noise pollution. Festus, Missouri residents did not reelect all 4 incumbent council members running for reelection after a data center was sneakily approved in their town. This massive 20-story data center will loom over a school, a library, a YMCA, a historic theater, apartment, and bars. This downtown data center will bring noise pollution and raise temperatures, making it uncomfortable for school children to be outside at recess. Residents in nearby apartments and business owners will be breathing in preventable air pollution. We risk contaminating our precious water, which has happened in Georgia and Wyoming communities that already have data centers. So I just don't understand why we're still trying to prioritize a data center for cooling warehouse, a giant warehouse of machines versus feeding and housing and providing water and food to people. So I want this council to heed other communities' grievances against data centers and not allow any to be built in Kansas City. Don't let this massive building be a part of our skyline. And please join other cities like St. Charles, Missouri, and ban building them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Trevor Collins.
Hi, my name is Trevor Collins. I live in the West Plaza Volker neighborhood. I agree with everything that has been stated thus far. I just wanted to additionally address the 65 decibel claim that was mentioned multiple times in the presentation. So they claim that the generators produce only 65 dBA. First of all, the A suffix on that refers to the weighting placed on the readings. So it emphasizes frequencies between 3 and 6,000 hertz, which is not necessarily relevant to the large machinery they're talking about. The types of large equipment are often much lower on the frequency spectrum. Second, what specifically was that 65 dBA reading? Is it one generator? Is it the entire floor of generators? Is it the servers? All of that sound compounds. When you have 20 floors of all of that noise, it's not just 65 dB. That's a specious argument that is not really relevant, and I think it puts a doubt on the validity of the rest of their claims that they made in their presentation. So that's it.
All right, thank you.
Our last testimony is Joseph Throneberry.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. I also appreciate you guys being patient with me. Didn't have my mic situated. I just wanted to comment on how kind of disingenuous the proposal is. I mean, before they could even start actually planning out what they're wanting to do, they basically called all of us too emotional. And prior to even hearing what we had to say, and based on what everybody has said, and I wholeheartedly agree, we gave a lot of pretty good examples as to why this isn't a very good idea. And just also very basic surface level look at their website. Yeah, this really is only a opportunity for them to enrich themselves. I can't also help but notice that they are meeting quite literally the bare minimum of retail space on the ground floor so that they can propose this data center rather than the whole laundry list of things that they propose as alternatives. So I'm not really sure why it has to be this data center instead of housing, actual retail. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Is that it?
One more hand.
Okay.
I'm going to promote Osiris to panelist. You can unmute and turn on your camera to give your testimony. Osiris.
Okay, let's go ahead and with that, I want to close public testimony, so we'll no longer take any further public testimony on this, especially today. We spent, one of the things I like, I'm very appreciative of everybody coming in and speaking today. We want to always provide a opportunity for everybody to speak and state their mind. That's part of what we do. We've been doing this for a little over an hour and a half, about an hour and 40 minutes now. And I don't have any issue with that. I just want to say thank you for everybody speaking. In some ways, though, I do wish we could have been a little bit more efficient. Throughout this whole public testimony, we heard from 54 people, all of them in opposition to data centers, AI, and you just name it, everything computer related. Sometimes, you know, you want to hear about the project itself. Just look at the project as a microcosm of the whole big deal. And that's what we're focused on. So throughout all of that, I heard several things. I'm looking at the developers here, and I think still a thing that we need to figure out is whether or not we want to continue so you can do your study and then come back and present that whenever that's complete, or if we just want to go ahead with a motion today and move the project on to the next level, which would be, I believe, council, correct?
Yes.
So, and then probably at that time, you'd be able to present your study at that time to the council. So I think we'll talk about that here in a little bit. Items that I'm just going to term relevant to the project that I heard that are concerns beyond just being AI related, computer related, whatever, and out of town development. That one I feel is a little bit, it's hard to take that one because a lot of development that has happened in Kansas City has been both from local developers as well as outside developers. So I kind of take that one with a grain of salt, to be quite honest. But items I heard, and I'm just going through my list of what I found. So noise, environment, and with the environment, power resources, carbon dioxide, school proximity, scale of the building, demolition of the landmark structure itself. And I think that's a lack of jobs. That one, I don't think it pertains to this particular body. That would be something you could take up with the city council on that. And then the tax relief piece, I think that was mentioned about 3 or 4 times. That's something also you can take up with the council and talk to them about that. I don't know what it is. I mean, I think there's rumors, but that's, again, your business and something you can work with the council. Yeah, so I think those are really the big things. We've kind of talked about a lot of them, but maybe we need to readdress them. So scale of building, demolition of the landmark structure, noise, temperatures, and then the environment are pieces of, if you guys can address those. And then after that, then let's talk about what we want to do and how to move this project forward, or we want to delay it for a couple of months and revisit and go from there.
Yeah, thank you, Council, for overseeing this proceeding today. We certainly heard quite a bit of very passionate testimony, and that in conjunction with insults and threats and multitude of other things. But what we really want to center this conversation around is the fact that we have applied all of the available zoning laws, limitations to it. We have gone above and beyond the call of duty, comparatively speaking, to many other data centers that I personally believe have a lot of these people very upset, right? And we're addressing that by utilizing the fuel cell technology to not impact the electrical grid. We're addressing the water concerns by using that closed loop cooling system, which has minimal usage. We do feel like we comply with the neighborhood aesthetic, being that a 27-floor, irregardless of use, a 27-floor unit, 27-floor property was approved nearly a block away from where we are. So furthermore, the building today does not provide any public access in that regard, and the proposed use does include public access. So Furthermore, one of the things that I heard the most of today is that there is no benefit to the community. And I strongly disagree with that from the standpoint of economic benefit to the community as well.
Public comment has been closed, and we will ask security to remove people in the gallery who are not quiet.
The proposed development produces millions of dollars in annual tax revenues to the, no, we don't collect tax revenues. That's what the city does. So we
Sir,
pay
please
millions
stop.
of, we pay millions of dollars in annual taxes, which have real and direct impact on the community that they're stating we're not creating any benefit for. We're opening up and creating a public space where they can engage in the building. We're working through all of the environmental concerns. Is it perfect? No, nothing's perfect. We understand that. There are compromises. I would also be interested to understand how many of these very passionate individuals here today never use anything powered by data centers. That means they're not online. They're not on social media. They're not utilizing the services of the data center. I find that very hard and difficult to believe, right? So ultimately, what's important to us, we're not here to try and ruffle feathers and upset the public. I think it's very important that this council look at the bigger picture for the larger populace here. We understand that we have a small percentage of the population that are expressing their opposition here. So that would be, Jeff, would you like to add anything to that?
Don't you dare tell us what's best for the interest of our people. Don't you dare.
That's not helpful, sir.
Yeah, I think on the technical side and some of the more detailed zoning items, obviously we have a difference of opinion on staff with some of the items that are sort of subject to council's interpretation and decision. We certainly stand by the technical information we've presented here today. And if there is, if the council or the public or staff would like us to provide, greater amount of detail, more I suppose, sources and again, just a greater amount of detail and transparency. We're happy to do that. That's why we're here. And one of the reasons that we're requesting sort of a additional consideration by the council beyond the scope of this meeting. We're, very interested in being fully transparent to all levels, council, staff, and the public. We believe that's in everybody's best interest.
Okay. Anything else to add? Okay. Any thoughts from the commission before we close all testimony? I think we need to still discuss about the continuance, whether or not we want to do that or proceed ahead with a decision today.
Yeah, I've a few thoughts. One thing to echo what you said, it is nice to see a lot of people participating in the process. I do want people to know that this is part of the democratic process. You're engaging in it, and the Planning Commission has an opportunity to take public comment in many different ways. I think the chair is really generous with the way that he does it. There are other times at which councils, commissions, et cetera, decide to limit public testimony in different ways. As you know, we chose to hold this today, despite the applicant asking for a continuation, because we did want to hear from you all. So I think it's important to understand that this is our democratic process. It's not perfect. We're all volunteers. The reason it's not held after hours is because there's about 20 staff members that support this meeting every time it's held. It's every 2 weeks. And a 7-hour meeting today, if we started at 6 p.m., wouldn't be viable, of course, and that's also difficult. So the city is run by people. It's people doing their best. It's people trying to figure out iteratively, year after year, how can we make it better? How do we engage people? How do we make sure everyone's diverse voices are heard? So I fully understand the frustration. It's also difficult because data centers, compute centers, AI, all this stuff is new. I don't fully understand it. I think that's why we're all trying to weigh in different ways. But I just want to acknowledge that, again, we appreciate you showing up. We want you to continue showing up. And I hope that you all understand and recognize what staff has tried to do, what the commission tries to do, and city council, et cetera, as we all figure it out together. With that, I think that I was fascinated to hear about what you all are proposing. I wish more data centers did what you all are proposing. I personally don't feel in this moment it's a project that makes sense. I don't think it's viable. I don't think city council is going to pass it. I don't think the staff already issued why they don't think it's a good fit. You know, projects have to be the right project at the right time in the right place. Probably for me, the most difficult aspect of it is the location. You know, if it was an empty lot, even that transforms this project from something that's at a historic building to something that's not a historic building. So I don't see it being the right project at the right time, at the right place. I'm not going to try to continue this. I would rather deny it today. I think you can have time between when this is taken to council and you could go ahead and get additional studies. Council should be the group that looks more at jobs created, economic impact. I think you all probably have a great case to make about economic impact. And I have so much more that I need to learn about data centers or compute centers. I think a lot of people do. I think there is tons of misinformation, but I don't think it's going to help you all to try to continue this and try to seek a different outcome. I think it's going to be a denial from this commission is my guess either way. So I would rather just deny it today and then let you all proceed the way you want to proceed.
I'm going to add on to what you said, kind of piggybacking. I don't think a continuance is going to be very productive. Correct me if I'm wrong, but based on what I heard, what you said the purpose of continuance would be is to educate more on the systems of the data center, correct? And so I think you'd either be educating the people who are sitting here today, which I think are very passionate and will not change their opinions based on what you're presenting, because I think that they are very grounded in what their thoughts are. Your alternative would be to try to educate us, but where I'm coming from with this, even if everything that you presented to us is roses and daisies, I'm still not in support of this. So I want to get other people's thoughts. And I have additional thoughts that I would like to add on top of this. But as for the continuance, that's why I would be against it.
I'm in the same boat as well. I'm not in favor of continuance. I'm not in favor of demolishing a historical building and then just having an empty building that doesn't activate the space. I think that if this was an empty parking lot, that yes, that would make a little bit better sense. But being so close to residents and the majority of the building is unusable and architecturally not interesting and doesn't have the feel of Kansas City, honestly. For that reason, I was go ahead and say deny, and I also deny the continuance as well.
Yep.
Good. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I agree. I think there's not a lot of benefit for both sides to continue this. I think we hear the case, and I think it's better for you party to go and present it to council to make the final decision. And yeah, to me, this is not a decision about the data centers. It's more about the decision about the location. After reading the staff report and everything, I don't think this proposal aligns with the long-term vision that we want for Kansas City downtown, for a vibrant and mixed-use downtown. And I don't think it aligns with the Casey Spirit playbook, like they mentioned it. So, and you're right, we need data centers, right? I'm online, I'm connected, I use all those services. In this case, I just don't think this is the right location. And that's why early on I asked why this location, right? And I'm still like unclear because you bought it thinking with a business plan in mind. I'm assuming. And so, yeah, I'm, if you want to try to help me understand why you choose this location or why is this location so unique to other locations or like a industrial park or somewhere else in Kansas City that, that makes this location so unique for your business or for this data center, maybe help, but in this case, I don't think this is the right location for a data center.
And I would agree with I don't have to repeat everything everyone just said, but I do not think that this is the right location for this project. And the information that you're gonna bring, I didn't hear that it was specific to what the staff finding. So I think it was just for educational purposes and it still wouldn't change my decision. So.
If I may, for going ahead and talking about the merits of the project itself and not the
Yeah,
continuance.
well, I think we've kind of agreed that we're going to
Yeah.
push the project ahead, if that makes sense, and not continue at this time. I don't, it sounds like there's a majority here that are saying they want to go ahead and make a decision today to let you guys get to the next step. That makes sense. And so I would suggest if that's what I'd like to first, you know, I don't know if we need to make a motion on that about the continuance. It doesn't sound like we do. So I think we're going to, with that, we'll start talking about the merits of the project if we want to do that. And our decision on what it is, whether we agree with the staff or not, to move the project forward.
Sure, and I can kick that off. So I'm going to approach this from a land use perspective, okay? This is irregardless of anything that has to do with the energy uses, so water usage, power, you know, natural gas usage, sound, all of that. Let's just assume for a second that all of that is taken care of and it wouldn't be an issue with this project. The reason I'm still against this is for a number of reasons. First one, the walkability. I think it's a facade of walkability, I'm going to be honest. The retail that you're offering is essentially the bare minimum that is required by the city. And it doesn't seem to have much programmatic relation to the rest of the project, which is why it comes across as a facade to me. The second one is the employment. You mentioned that there are 30 full-time employees dedicated to this building. Again, been giving you the benefit of the doubt that those 30 employees are associated with the data racks and the maintenance of the building and not the coffee shop and the security that you mentioned. That's about 1.5 employees per floor. That's an incredibly, not a very good use of dense employment within downtown. And 30 employees would be low even for a 4-story building, much less for a 20. As for security, you mentioned that there would be on-site security. I think that's more of a reactive measure rather than proactive. A proactive would be to have more eyes on the street, but because this building is not very well programmed, it seems that that's what's necessitating that. And then in addition to kind of piggybacking off of that, data racks are not a program use. It's not a productive use of downtown space. I see it more as a use of storage units, and the power generation is more of an industrial use. I just don't see it as a productive use of some of the most productive land, or what should be the most productive land in Kansas City. And I find it ironic too that the historic building that you're wanting to tear down has more productive capacity than what you're offering, almost twice as much as the 20-story building proposed to take its place. And then the final point that I have is sort of the symbolism that this represents as well. You know, this would be a forefront, sort of foreground building within the skyline of Kansas City from the Cobb Point perspective of downtown. And I think it really would speak to the position that Kansas City development is currently in. If the forefront of that perspective is a building that's mostly just storage units. So for those reasons, I'm not supportive.
Okay. Anybody else got anything to add? I think from my standpoint, some ways I like the project. I mean, because you're using innovative technology. The issue I have is just the location. Taking out a historical building that's already registered, I don't think that's a good idea. It's a nice building. It's a beautiful building. I think it's got a better purpose than being demolished. And I also kind of feel it's right at the north end of downtown. It's the first thing you would see. I'm not saying it's, you know, aesthetically unpleasing or anything like that. It's just, it's so tall and big. It just would stand out quite a bit more instead of blending in as you go towards the middle of downtown. So fortunately with that, I mean, I'm in favor of what the staff has recommended on this. Anybody else have anything to add?
Well, I think I already say my opinion. You know, it's more about, like I say, it's not about the data center. It's not about the business model. Once again, I appreciate. Oh, I say I appreciate all the technology that you're proposing, and to be as efficient and as environmental, you know, taking care. But in this case, it's just I just don't feel like, you know, that's why downtown has a plan for the future. That's why we look for a more vibrant downtown with mix of use for different businesses and stuff. And then in this case, I don't think this is the right location for for this business. So.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think we're at a point, let's put a motion together.
Chair Crowell, I move to, along with the staff recommendation, recommend denial for the project for docket item number 10.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for agreement with the staff report, which is denial of the project. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Crowell.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
He said aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Morale.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye. So it looks like that motion passes. Again, appreciate your time. Thank you today. And our recommendation goes towards the city council with denial of the project, but that doesn't mean that they won't hear it or want to talk to you about it in more detail. So thanks for everybody's time being here today. Hopefully we'll see you next time. Oh, thank you. At this point in time, is there anything else that needs to come before the city planning commission?
No, we do not have any other business for you today.
I'm sorry.
We do not have any other business for you today.
Okay, so next meeting we'll be back downstairs, hopefully.
Your next meeting in 2 weeks is downstairs on the 10th floor.
All right. So motion to adjourn, anybody? Or you wanna say? Okay, meeting's adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.